Before we start, I'd just like to say a big thank you to our members, Lexicon and Mr. and Mrs. Dandalf. I'm honestly so appreciative of your support. If anyone else would like to join the Nightmare Vault community, then it would be a true honor to welcome you. Okay, let's begin today's stories. I should have known that asking questions would get me into trouble. That's the thing about living the way I do. You forget that curiosity has consequences, that poking around where you don't belong can bring unwanted attention. I've spent the last 4 years barely leaving my flat in Manchester, ordering everything online, avoiding human contact whenever possible. It felt safe, predictable, controllable. But safety is just an illusion, isn't it? And I've learned that the hardest way possible. I'm sitting in this police station waiting room now, having just spent 20 minutes trying to convince 2 officers that strangers have been inside my home, and I can see in their faces that they think I'm delusional. Maybe I am. Maybe 4 years of self-imposed isolation have finally caught up with me. But I know what I heard, what I found, and I know that going back to that flat means facing whatever I've brought down on myself. The isolation started after I lost my job at the council offices. Nothing dramatic, just a restructure that made my position redundant, along with half the IT support team. I was 38, had some savings, and decided to take some time to figure out what came next. Weeks turned into months. Months turned into years, and somehow I'd created a life where the outside world felt increasingly foreign and threatening. I had everything delivered: groceries, clothes, even books and electronics. The flat was comfortable enough, with good internet and all the entertainment I could want. I told myself I was just taking a break from the stress of office politics and commuting, that I'd venture back out when I was ready. The problem with isolation is that it feeds on itself. The longer you stay inside, the more daunting the outside world becomes. What started as a temporary retreat became a permanent arrangement, and eventually I couldn't imagine living any other way. That's probably why I became so fascinated with the hidden parts of the internet. When your physical world shrinks to the size of a 1-bedroom flat, the virtual world becomes infinitely more important. I spent hours exploring places that most people don't even know exist, communities and websites that operate outside normal boundaries. Most of it was harmless enough. Discussion groups about privacy and security, libraries of rare books, even underground markets selling things that weren't available through legitimate channels. I wasn't buying anything illegal, just browsing out of curiosity, trying to understand how these hidden communities operated. But curiosity can be dangerous when you don't understand the rules of the places you're exploring. I started asking questions in discussion groups, trying to understand the technical aspects of how certain services worked. Nothing that seemed threatening at the time, just the sort of questions any newcomer might ask when trying to navigate unfamiliar territory. The first warning sign came about 2 months ago. I'd been participating in a discussion about online security when someone sent me a private message suggesting I was asking too many questions about operational details that weren't my business. The message was polite but firm, advising me to stick to general discussions rather than trying to understand how specific services were implemented. I should have taken the hint and backed off. Instead, I became more curious about what I wasn't supposed to be asking about. I started paying closer attention to the structure of these hidden communities, trying to understand who ran them and how they maintained their secrecy. That's when I stumbled across something that changed everything. Buried in an obscure discussion thread, I found references to services that sounded genuinely criminal, not just drug dealing or copyright infringement, but things that involved real harm to real people. When I asked for clarification about what these services actually provided, I was told, in no uncertain terms, to mind my own business. But I couldn't let it alone. The isolation had made me obsessive about online mysteries, and this felt like the biggest puzzle I'd encountered. I spent weeks following links, reading between the lines of coded discussions, trying to piece together what was really happening in the darker corners of these communities. What I discovered was a network of people providing services that I won't describe in detail, but which involved systematic harm to vulnerable individuals. They weren't just discussing theoretical crimes. They were actively coordinating activities that destroyed people's lives for profit and entertainment. I made the mistake of documenting what I'd found, taking screenshots and saving links as evidence of what these people were doing. I told myself I might report it to the authorities eventually, though I wasn't sure how to explain how I discovered it without admitting to extensive exploration of illegal websites. The first sign of trouble was a message that appeared on my desktop one morning when I woke up. Not an email or a chat notification, but a text file that had been created overnight while my computer was supposedly turned off. The message was simple. I'd been asking questions about things that weren't my concern, and I needed to delete everything I'd saved and stop my research immediately. The implication was clear. Someone had gained access to my computer remotely and was monitoring my activities. They knew what I'd been researching, what files I'd saved, even which websites I'd visited. My digital privacy, which I thought was protected by the same anonymity tools these communities used, had been completely compromised. I should have complied with their demand immediately, should have deleted everything and retreated back to harmless browsing. Instead, I became paranoid about my computer security and started taking additional precautions to hide my activities. I was treating it like a game, a technical challenge to outwit people who were clearly more skilled than I was. That's when the night visits started. The first time, I thought I was imagining things. I'd been lying in bed around 2 in the morning when I heard what sounded like someone moving around in the kitchen. Just soft footsteps and the occasional creak of floorboards, as if someone was trying to move quietly through the flat. I lay there frozen, listening intently, but the sound stopped after a few minutes. When I finally worked up the courage to investigate, I found nothing obviously disturbed. The front door was still locked, the windows were secure, and there was no sign anyone had been inside. But something felt wrong about the whole flat. Not anything I could put my finger on, just a sense that things weren't quite as I'd left them. Books slightly out of place, kitchen chairs positioned differently. Even the angle of my laptop on the desk seemed to have changed. I convinced myself I was becoming paranoid, that 4 years of isolation were finally affecting my mental health. People who don't go outside develop agoraphobia, but maybe they also develop other delusions about threats that don't really exist. The second visit was more obvious. I woke up around 3 in the morning to find my laptop had been moved from the desk to the kitchen table. Not just moved, but opened and positioned as if someone had been using it. The screen was dark, but when I touched the keyboard, it woke up to show a desktop I didn't recognize. Someone had been using my computer while I slept, accessing files and programs I'd never seen before. When I tried to investigate what they'd been doing, I found that large portions of my hard drive had been wiped clean. All the evidence I'd gathered about the criminal network was gone, along with most of my personal files and browsing history. The message was unmistakable. They could reach me whenever they wanted, even in what I thought was the safety of my own home. They could access my computer, delete my files, even move around my flat while I was unconscious and vulnerable. I started staying awake at night, listening for sounds that might indicate someone was trying to get inside. I moved furniture against the door, checked the locks obsessively, even rigged up a crude alarm system using kitchen utensils that would clatter if someone tried to enter. But they were too clever for my amateur security measures. On the third visit, I woke up to find they'd been in the flat again without triggering any of my alarms. This time, they'd left a more explicit message, a note on my pillow explaining that my continued curiosity was putting other people at risk and that more serious measures would be taken if I didn't stop my research immediately. The note included details about my daily routine that could only have been obtained through careful observation. They knew what time I usually went to sleep, what I ate for breakfast, even which online services I used for entertainment. They'd been watching me as carefully as I'd been trying to watch them. I realized I was completely outmatched by people who had resources and skills far beyond anything I could counter. They could enter my home at will, access my computer systems, and monitor my activities both online and offline. My isolation, which I thought provided security and privacy, had actually made me more vulnerable than if I'd been living a normal social life. The breaking point came on the fourth night, when I heard multiple people moving around the flat, not trying to be quiet anymore, but deliberately making noise to ensure I knew they were there. Footsteps in every room, doors opening and closing, even what sounded like furniture being moved around. I barricaded myself in the bedroom and called the police from my mobile phone, whispered that strangers were in my flat, that I needed immediate assistance, that I was in genuine fear for my safety. The response was quicker than I'd expected. 2 officers arrived within about 10 minutes, but by the time they gained entry to the flat, whoever had been inside was gone. The officers found no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been there except me. They were professional but clearly skeptical about my story. A man who admitted he hadn't left his flat in 4 years, claiming that strangers were breaking in during the night, but leaving no trace of their presence. It sounded like mental health issues rather than criminal activity. I tried to explain about the hidden websites and the criminal network, but I could see their eyes glazing over as I described online communities they'd never heard of and threats that existed only in digital spaces they didn't understand. They took a statement and promised to increase patrols in the area, but it was obvious they thought I was delusional. One of them suggested I might benefit from speaking to a doctor about anxiety and paranoia related to prolonged isolation. After they left, I sat in the flat knowing I couldn't stay there any longer. Whether the threats were real or imagined, I'd reached the point where I couldn't function normally in what had been my safe space for 4 years. That's when I realized I had to do something I hadn't done in all that time. I had to leave the flat and go somewhere public where there were other people around. Not because I thought it would solve anything, but because staying alone in that space had become impossible. The walk to the police station was terrifying in ways I hadn't expected. Not because of any external threats, but because I'd forgotten how overwhelming the outside world could be. Traffic noise, crowds of people, even the sensation of wind and sunlight felt alien after 4 years of artificial indoor environment. But there was something liberating about it too. For the first time in years, I was taking action rather than just reacting to circumstances. I was moving through physical space under my own power, making decisions about where to go and what to do next. The officers I spoke to at the station were more patient than the ones who'd responded to my flat, but they still couldn't offer much practical help. They took additional details about the online threats and promised to pass the information to their cybercrime unit, but warned me that investigating activities on hidden websites was technically challenging and often unsuccessful. When I finally returned to the flat, I found exactly what I'd expected. My laptop was gone. not just moved or tampered with, but completely removed from the premises. They'd taken the one piece of evidence that might have supported my story, leaving me with nothing but my own testimony about threats that existed only in digital spaces. I should have been terrified by this final violation of my privacy and security. Instead, I felt oddly relieved. The laptop had been my primary connection to the hidden communities that had brought this trouble down on me. Without it, I was cut off from both the threats and the temptations of that digital underworld. Standing in my flat without the computer that had dominated my life for 4 years, I realized how much of my existence had been built around activities that ultimately brought me nothing but anxiety and isolation. The research, the endless browsing, the obsessive exploration of communities I didn't understand, none of it had improved my life in any meaningful way. The people who'd been threatening me had probably moved on to other concerns by now. I was no longer a threat to their operations because I no longer had the tools or access necessary to investigate their activities. They'd solved their problem by simply removing my ability to cause them trouble. I'm still scared, obviously, still jumping at unexpected sounds and checking the locks more often than necessary. But I'm also more aware of the outside world than I've been in years. The walk to the police station reminded me that there's a physical reality beyond my computer screen, populated by real people living normal lives. I don't know what happens next. I'll need to find new ways to occupy my time without the internet obsessions that consumed the last 4 years. Maybe I'll eventually work up the courage to apply for jobs again, to rebuild some sort of normal social life. But I know I can't go back to the isolation that made me vulnerable to digital threats I didn't understand. The hidden communities I was exploring weren't just dangerous because of the criminal activities they facilitated. They were dangerous because they provided an illusion of connection and purpose that kept me trapped in an artificial world. The laptop is gone, the threats seem to have ended, and for the first time in years I've voluntarily left my flat and interacted with other human beings. It's not much, but it's a start toward remembering what normal life feels like. Sometimes the most frightening thing isn't what might be lurking in the darkness outside. It's what happens when you spend so long hiding from the world that you forget there was ever anything worth venturing out for. I keep wondering if I should have reported what I found at the pharmacy, but then I remember how normal everything looked on the surface, and I start doubting myself all over again. I work as a dispensary assistant at a small independent pharmacy in Stoke-on-Trent. Nothing glamorous, just checking prescriptions and helping customers find what they need. Been there about 2 years now since I needed something steady after my last job at the call center fell through. Most days are routine. Processing NHS prescriptions, answering questions about over-the-counter medicines, the usual mix of elderly regulars and parents with poorly children. But last month, I started noticing discrepancies in our stock levels that didn't match up with what we'd dispensed according to our computer system. Nothing dramatic, just small quantities of various medications that seemed to be missing without any record of where they'd gone. At first, I assumed it was just accounting errors, or maybe items that had been damaged and written off without proper documentation. Pharmacies handle hundreds of different products, and with multiple staff members processing orders throughout the week, occasional inventory mistakes are inevitable. But when I started paying closer attention to which specific medications were going missing, I noticed they were all items that could be dangerous if used incorrectly, or by people who hadn't been prescribed them. Sedatives, painkillers, even some antipsychotic medications that required careful monitoring by qualified medical professionals. The missing quantities were always small, just a few tablets or capsules from larger containers. But the pattern was consistent enough that it couldn't be explained by normal dispensing errors or accidental damage. Someone was systematically taking small amounts of various controlled medications, probably hoping that the theft would go undetected among normal inventory fluctuations. I tried to research what these specific medications could be used for when combined or administered to people who hadn't been prescribed them, and what I discovered made me deeply uncomfortable. Most could be used to incapacitate people without their knowledge, while others were designed to cause specific behavioral or cognitive changes that would make victims more compliant or less able to resist suggestion. The medication theft wasn't random pilfering by staff members with personal addiction problems. Someone was systematically collecting materials that could be used to drug unsuspecting victims for purposes that range from robbery to much more serious crimes. But understanding what was probably happening didn't immediately help me identify who was responsible or provide clear evidence that would be useful for reporting the theft to management or police. The missing medications could have been taken by any staff member with access to the dispensary, and proving systematic theft would require surveillance or investigation that was beyond my authority as a dispensary assistant. When I tried to research whether similar medication theft was happening at other pharmacies, I found myself following links to websites that specialized in providing information about using pharmaceutical drugs for criminal purposes. The platforms contained detailed guides for administering various medications to unwilling victims, with specific information about dosages, timing, and combinations that would produce desired effects while minimizing the risk of detection. But these weren't theoretical academic discussions about pharmacology. They were practical instruction manuals for people who planned to use stolen medications to incapacitate victims for robbery, sexual assault, or other serious crimes. The casual way these techniques were discussed suggested that systematic medication theft from pharmacies was routine practice for people who needed access to controlled substances for criminal activities. The missing medications from our pharmacy were probably being used to facilitate ongoing crimes against innocent victims who would never understand why they'd experienced unexplained drowsiness, memory problems, or behavioral changes in situations where they should have felt safe. But the most disturbing discovery was that the theft wasn't being conducted by individual criminals acting alone, but was apparently part of organized operations that systematically targeted multiple pharmacies to gather materials needed for various types of criminal activity. The platforms I'd found contained detailed information about which pharmacies were easiest to steal from, which staff members were most likely to notice inventory discrepancies, and even specific techniques for gaining employment at pharmacies to facilitate ongoing theft of controlled medications. I realized that our pharmacy had probably been targeted specifically because our inventory tracking systems were less sophisticated than larger chain operations, making systematic theft more likely to go undetected. But proving this would require access to information and investigation capabilities that weren't available to someone in my position, and reporting my suspicions without concrete evidence might just alert the thieves to modify their methods rather than stopping the criminal activity. Meanwhile, the medication theft was probably continuing, with controlled substances being systematically removed from our stock and used to facilitate crimes against victims throughout the local area. The pharmacy that was supposed to provide safe, regulated access to essential medications had instead become an unwitting supplier for criminal operations that used these same drugs to harm innocent people. When I tried to discuss my concerns with senior staff members, they seemed more worried about the potential impact on our pharmacy's reputation than about the implications of systematic medication theft for public safety. The suggestion that our workplace might be facilitating criminal activity was treated as a problem with my attitude rather than a serious security issue that required investigation and preventive measures. But I remain convinced that the missing medications were being used for harmful purposes, and that our inadequate inventory controls were enabling ongoing criminal activity that affected people throughout the community. Every time I processed prescriptions for the same types of medications that were being systematically stolen, I wondered whether legitimate patients were being denied access to essential treatments because their medications were being diverted to criminal use. The medication theft that had seemed like minor inventory discrepancies had revealed systematic criminal operations that used pharmacy employment and insider access to facilitate serious crimes against unsuspecting victims. But proving the connection between missing medications and criminal activity would require investigation capabilities that were beyond what I could undertake safely, especially since the people responsible had demonstrated sophisticated methods for avoiding detection while maintaining legitimate employment. The controlled substances that were designed to provide safe, effective treatment for people with legitimate medical needs were being systematically diverted to facilitate criminal activities that caused serious harm to innocent victims who never suspected that their drinks, food, or environment had been compromised. When I eventually left that job and moved to a different pharmacy, I made sure to pay careful attention to inventory procedures and security measures, hoping to work somewhere with better controls that would make systematic medication theft more difficult to conduct undetected. I should never have tried to help that woman. God knows I regret it now. Lying awake at 3:30, wondering if they're still out there, still doing what I helped them do. You hear about good deeds going unpunished, don't you? Well, that's bollocks. Sometimes trying to do the right thing is the worst mistake you can make, and I've got the sleepless nights to prove it. I keep telling myself I didn't know what would happen, that I was just trying to be decent. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right from the start. I should have trusted that feeling. I should have walked away and minded my own business. It started about 8 months ago when I was working as a cleaner at the council offices in Nottingham. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid the bills and kept me busy after my divorce. I'd always been one of those people who liked helping others, bringing in extra tea bags for the office kitchen, staying late to help colleagues with their computers, that sort of thing. My ex-wife used to say I was too trusting for my own good. Turns out she was right about that at least. The woman approached me during my lunch break one Thursday afternoon. I was sitting in the car park eating a sandwich when she knocked on my passenger window. Mid-40s, I'd guess. Nicely dressed, but with that slightly frantic look people get when they're in genuine distress. She apologized for bothering me, but explained that she desperately needed help with something computer-related. Her story seemed straightforward enough. She'd been trying to find information about her missing daughter online, but kept running into websites that required special software to access. Someone had told her these sites contained databases of missing persons that weren't available through normal search engines. She'd tried to set up the software herself, but couldn't make sense of the technical instructions. I felt sorry for her, to be honest. The thought of losing a child and not knowing where they were. It's the sort of nightmare that keeps parents awake at night. And she seemed so genuinely desperate, so grateful when I agreed to help. Said she'd pay me £50 if I could just get her access to these databases so she could search for her daughter. She gave me a memory stick with the software already downloaded and some printed instructions that looked like they'd been copied from a technical manual. The whole thing seemed legitimate enough. People use different browsers for privacy all the time, don't they? I told her I'd have a look that evening and see what I could do. Back at my flat, I installed the software on my old desktop computer. Took a while to get it working properly, but eventually I managed to access what she was looking for. The interface was different from normal websites. Everything looked a bit more basic, like the internet from about 15 years ago. I started with the obvious searches, looking for missing person databases and information exchanges. Found a few sites that seemed relevant, though most of them required registration or some sort of verification process. I made note of the web addresses and procedures, planning to pass the information back to her the next day. But I was curious about what else was available through this software. I'd heard vague stories about the dark web over the years, mostly scare stories from the newspapers about drugs and weapons, but I'd never actually seen it for myself. So I spent some time exploring, following links from one site to another. Most of it was disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy and security, online libraries with books that had been banned in various countries, even what looked like normal shopping sites, except with unusual payment methods. Nothing obviously sinister or illegal, just an alternative version of the internet that operated according to different rules. That's when I found the section that changed everything. It was tucked away on a site that looked like a community bulletin board, the sort of thing you might find in a village hall. People posting requests for help with various problems, others offering assistance in return for small favors. One post caught my attention because it mentioned missing persons databases. Someone was offering to help people search for lost relatives in exchange for small tasks. Computer-related work mostly. Simple things like setting up accounts on different websites, posting specific messages in certain online groups, even just visiting particular web addresses at specific times. It seemed like an odd arrangement, but I suppose people were willing to trade their time and computer skills for access to information they couldn't get elsewhere. The post included several testimonials from grateful users who claimed to have found information about their missing relatives through these searches. I bookmarked the site and made some notes about the services offered. The woman had seemed so desperate to find her daughter. Maybe this would give her some additional options beyond the basic databases I'd already located. When I met her the following day, she was effusive with her gratitude, paid me the £50 immediately and listened intently as I explained what I'd found. She seemed particularly interested in the community bulletin board, asking detailed questions about how it worked and what sort of tasks people were being asked to perform. I thought that would be the end of it, but she contacted me again the following week, said she'd managed to register with the bulletin board site, but was struggling with some of the technical requirements. Would I mind helping her complete a few simple tasks in exchange for access to more comprehensive search databases? The tasks seemed harmless enough. Creating accounts on various websites using names and email addresses she provided, posting specific messages in discussion groups, even just clicking on certain links at predetermined times. Nothing that took more than a few minutes, and she was paying me £20 each time. I should have asked more questions about what these tasks were actually for. Should have wondered why someone needed multiple fake accounts on dating websites and local community groups. Should have been suspicious about the carefully worded messages I was posting, all of which seemed designed to build trust and establish credibility within different online communities. But I was going through a rough patch financially, and the extra money was helpful. Besides, the woman seemed so grateful and kept me updated on her search for her daughter. She'd found some promising leads, she said, and was making progress thanks to the additional databases she could now access. The tasks gradually became more complex. Instead of just creating accounts, I was being asked to maintain them, posting regular updates, responding to messages, even arranging to meet people in real life. Always women I noticed, and always in public places like cafes or shopping centers. I started to feel uncomfortable about what I was doing, but by then I'd been paid nearly £400 and felt obligated to continue. The woman had become quite insistent about the importance of these meetings, explaining that they were part of a network of volunteers who helped each other search for missing relatives. The first meeting was in a Costa Coffee in Derby. I was supposed to approach a woman in her 30s who would be wearing a red scarf and carrying a specific magazine. The script I'd been given was simple enough. Introduce myself using a particular name. Mention that we'd been chatting online about missing persons cases and suggest we continue our conversation somewhere more private. But when I got to the coffee shop and saw the woman, she was probably someone's daughter, sitting alone and checking her phone nervously. I realized what I was actually being asked to do. This wasn't about searching for missing people. This was about creating them. I left without approaching her and went straight home to delete all the software from my computer. But I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd discovered, what I'd been unknowingly helping to facilitate. The bulletin board wasn't a community of people searching for missing relatives. It was a network of predators using volunteers like me to identify and approach potential victims. All those fake accounts I'd created, all those trust-building messages I'd posted, all that credibility I'd helped establish within local communities, it was all being used to lure women into dangerous situations. And I'd been part of it, taking money in exchange for creating the infrastructure that made it possible. I tried to convince myself that I'd stopped before anyone was actually hurt, that walking away from that meeting meant I hadn't crossed any real lines. But I kept thinking about all the other tasks I'd completed over the previous few weeks, all the other accounts and messages and arrangements I'd helped facilitate. How many other volunteers were there like me? How many other well-meaning people were being manipulated into providing technical support for something they didn't fully understand? And more importantly, how many women had been approached by predators using the credibility and trust I'd helped them establish? The worst part was realizing how carefully I'd been recruited. The story about the missing daughter, the gradual escalation of tasks, even the regular payments that made me feel invested in continuing. It had all been designed to draw me deeper into something I would never have agreed to participate in knowingly. I started checking local news websites obsessively, looking for reports of missing women or suspicious approaches. Found a few stories that might have been connected. Women who'd been approached by men claiming to be part of missing persons networks. Others who'd agreed to meet people they'd been chatting with online, only to find themselves in uncomfortable or dangerous situations. One story in particular made my stomach turn. A woman in Loughborough had been approached by someone claiming to be researching missing persons cases. He'd gained her trust through weeks of online conversation, eventually arranging to meet her to discuss her own experiences of losing touch with a family member. She'd agreed to go to his car to look at some documents, and that's when things had gone wrong. The police report was carefully worded, but it was clear that she'd barely escaped a serious assault. The man had used a false name and fake credentials, all carefully constructed through months of online activity, designed to establish his credibility within missing persons communities. I recognized the methodology. It was exactly the sort of credibility I'd been helping to build through all those fake accounts and trust-building messages. The realization that I might have played a role in what happened to that woman has haunted me ever since. I reported what I knew to the police, though I'm not sure how much good it did. Explained about the bulletin board, the network of volunteers, the way people like me were being recruited to provide technical support without understanding the real purpose. They took a statement and said they'd look into it, but I never heard anything back. The problem is that everything operates through that hidden part of the internet I'd helped the woman access. The police can't easily investigate sites they don't know how to find, and even if they could, the people running these networks are careful to stay anonymous and move their operations regularly. I moved to Manchester a few months later, telling myself it was for a fresh start, but really, because I was scared. Scared that the people behind the network might discover I'd gone to the police, scared that they might decide I knew too much to be left alone. But mostly, I was scared that they might approach me again, because despite everything I'd learned about what they were really doing, part of me was worried that I might be tempted to help again. The money had been useful, the woman had been convincing, and I'd enjoyed feeling like I was making a difference. That's the most frightening thing about what happened. Not that I was deceived, but that the deception worked so well. They understood exactly how to manipulate someone like me, someone who wanted to help, but didn't ask enough questions about what they were actually helping with. I wonder sometimes how many other people like me are out there. Well-meaning volunteers providing technical support for networks they don't understand, creating the infrastructure that makes modern predators so effective. People who think they're helping to reunite families, but are actually facilitating something much darker. I've changed my phone number twice since then, and use a different name for my online accounts. I don't help strangers with computer problems anymore. Don't offer to assist with technical tasks. Don't even like talking to people I don't know well. Because I learned that kindness can be weaponized, that the desire to help others can be turned against both the helper and the people they think they're helping. I learned that there are networks of people who have professionalized predatory behavior, turning it into a systematic operation that relies on recruiting unwitting accomplices. And I learned that once you've been part of something like that, even unknowingly, you never really stop wondering about the consequences of your actions. Every news story about a missing woman, every report of someone being approached by a stranger with a plausible story. I wonder if I played a role in making it possible. The woman with the missing daughter never contacted me again after I stopped helping her. Sometimes I wonder if she even existed, or if she was just another fake identity created to recruit volunteers like me. I suppose it doesn't matter now, but I can't stop thinking about how convincing she was, how genuine her distress seemed. It makes me question everything I thought I knew about helping people, about trusting others, about the difference between right and wrong. Because sometimes doing what feels like the right thing is actually the worst thing you could possibly do. And by the time you realize what you've been part of, it's already too late to take it back. I just hope that woman was the only one who got hurt because of what I helped them build. But deep down, I know that's probably not true, and that's something I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. I still can't quite believe how quickly things went from normal to absolutely terrifying. 2 months ago, I was just a minicab driver in Newcastle, trying to make ends meet after losing my warehouse job. Now I'm hiding in a service station near Durham, and tomorrow night I'm supposed to help transport someone to their death in a Red Room broadcast that I've been unknowingly facilitating for weeks. I've been driving for Galaxy cars for about 6 months. It's not glamorous work, late nights, drunk passengers, navigating through traffic for what works out to less than minimum wage most shifts. But after the warehouse closed down, it was the only job I could get that didn't require waiting weeks for security clearances or training courses. You just need a clean license, a reasonably decent car, and the ability to deal with difficult people. The job that changed everything started in early October. I got a call from the dispatcher about a regular booking, someone who needed transport twice a week, always the same route, always paid in cash. The customer was described as a professional gentleman who required discretion and reliability. The pay was better than usual, and regular bookings are gold dust in the minicab business. The passenger was a man in his 40s called Michael Stevens. He was always waiting outside when I arrived, always polite and professional, and never wanted to make small talk during the journey. The route was consistent: pick up from a residential address in Gosforth, drive to an industrial estate on the outskirts of the city, wait for about 2 hours, then drive him back home. Michael explained that he worked in media production and needed transport to a specialized facility where his company created content for online platforms. He said the work required unusual hours and that he preferred having a reliable driver rather than using different taxi services that might not understand his schedule. The industrial estate where I dropped Michael was one of those anonymous business parks filled with warehouses and small manufacturing units. The specific building he used was unmarked, with blackened windows and several high-end cars usually parked outside. During the 2-hour wait, I'd see other people arriving and leaving, all carrying equipment cases or technical gear. After several weeks of this routine, Michael started asking if I'd be interested in additional work. He needed someone to help with equipment transport, moving cameras, lighting gear, and computer systems between different locations. The pay was substantially better than driving, and Michael assured me the work was straightforward manual labor. I agreed to the additional work, partly for the money, and partly because I was curious about what kind of media production required such elaborate security and secrecy. Michael explained that his company created specialized content for niche audiences who paid premium rates for high-quality, authentic material. The equipment transport work involved loading and unloading professional-grade cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that seemed more advanced than anything I'd seen in normal television or film production. Everything was carefully packaged and required precise handling to avoid damage. Michael gradually introduced me to more aspects of his operation. He needed help setting up equipment in different locations, not just the industrial estate, but also residential properties and commercial spaces around Newcastle and the surrounding areas. The setups were always temporary, designed to be assembled quickly and dismantled without leaving traces. The locations varied, but they all shared certain characteristics: soundproofed rooms with controlled access, spaces that could be completely isolated from outside observation, and technical infrastructure that supported high-bandwidth internet connections. Michael explained that this variety was necessary for creating diverse content that would appeal to different audience preferences. As weeks passed, Michael began explaining more about his business model. His company produced what he called authentic interactive content for online platforms that specialized in realistic, unscripted material. Viewers paid substantial amounts for access to live streams that felt genuine rather than obviously staged or performed. The technical requirements for this content were demanding: multiple camera angles, professional lighting that could be adjusted in real time, audio systems that captured every detail, and streaming infrastructure that could handle thousands of simultaneous viewers without interruption. Michael's operation was sophisticated enough to meet these standards consistently. Michael also started discussing the importance of finding suitable performers for his content. He explained that the most valuable material featured people who provided authentic reactions to various situations. Viewers could distinguish between obvious acting and genuine responses. So his company specialized in creating scenarios that produced real emotions and reactions. About a month into the equipment work, Michael asked if I'd be interested in a different type of assignment. He needed someone to help with what he called scenario testing, essentially helping to verify that technical setups would work correctly for live broadcasts. The pay for this work was even better, and Michael assured me it was just technical verification rather than actual content creation. The scenario testing involved me spending time in the prepared spaces, while Michael operated the equipment from control rooms. He would test camera angles, audio levels, lighting configurations, and streaming quality by having me move through different positions and respond to various prompts he provided through the technical systems. Michael explained that this testing was essential because his audience expected flawless technical quality. Any problems with audio, video, or streaming could ruin the viewing experience and damage his company's reputation. The testing sessions helped ensure that everything would work perfectly during actual broadcasts. The testing became increasingly elaborate. Michael would simulate various scenarios, test my responses to different types of stimuli, and document my reactions to unexpected situations. He said this comprehensive testing helped his company understand how their technical setups would perform under the stress of live broadcasting. During these sessions, Michael would give detailed instructions about timing, positioning, and responses to different cues, follow specific movement patterns, react to various sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might behave in challenging circumstances. He claimed this testing helped optimize the technical systems for capturing authentic human responses. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Michael had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the monitors in the control room were displaying more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens showed dark web streaming platforms with view accounts, indicating thousands of people watching live feeds. Michael's media production company wasn't creating content for mainstream online platforms. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The spaces I'd been helping to set up were red rooms, and I had been unknowingly preparing them for operation, while gradually being recruited as their transport coordinator. The weeks of scenario testing had been training sessions, teaching me the locations and procedures I'd need to know as their logistics coordinator. My equipment transport and setup work had been gradually transformed into preparation for facilitating actual Red Room operations, moving victims and managing the technical infrastructure. Michael dropped all pretense when he realized I understood what was happening. He calmly explained that minicab drivers were ideal logistics coordinators for his operation. They could transport victims without raising suspicion, had legitimate reasons for visiting multiple locations, and could move equipment between sites as part of their normal work routine. The industrial estate facility was just one node in a larger operation that used multiple locations across the Northeast. Michael's company specialized in identifying and recruiting people whose jobs provided cover for the gradual conditioning process required to create authentic dark web content. My scenario testing sessions had been training me for tomorrow night's operation. I'd been learning the procedures for transporting unwilling victims, understanding the technical requirements for live broadcasts, and becoming familiar with the security protocols necessary for avoiding detection during actual Red Room events. I managed to escape while Michael was distracted with technical preparations, but I know his surveillance network extends far beyond the locations I'd visited. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements through the minicab company's GPS systems, and building detailed profiles of my personal life. Since leaving Newcastle, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to my phone despite changing numbers, people who seem to recognize me at petrol stations and service areas, evidence that my movements are being tracked through methods I don't understand. Yesterday, I received a package at the bed and breakfast where I'd been staying. A package containing a sat-nav device that showed tomorrow night's pickup location and delivery route. Michael's operation had been preparing for months, and they expected me to transport their next victim to the prepared Red Room facility. The package included detailed information about tomorrow's victim, a young woman who had been selected and prepared through their recruitment network. They knew her routines, her vulnerabilities, and exactly how to get her into my car without raising suspicion. My role was to collect her and deliver her to the broadcast location. I could go to the police, but Michael has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Galaxy Cars would have records of my regular bookings, my involvement in equipment transport, and my participation in what they would call training sessions that could be presented as voluntary preparation for criminal activity. Security cameras at the various locations would show me helping to set up equipment, following Michael's instructions, and participating in what could be characterized as preparation for facilitating kidnapping and murder. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly working as a logistics coordinator for dark web Red Room operations. Michael's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The minicab industry provides perfect cover. Drivers regularly visit unfamiliar locations, work irregular hours, and have legitimate reasons for transporting equipment and spending time in industrial areas. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch what Michael's audience has been anticipating for weeks. They've paid to see a carefully planned abduction and murder, and they expect their logistics coordinator to deliver the victim as promised. My months of unknowing preparation have led to this moment. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's one of the few places with constant lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The sat-nav device included details about tomorrow's victim and pickup location, suggesting their operation extends to surveillance and recruitment networks I never suspected. In roughly 20 hours, I'll have to decide whether to collect the victim they've assigned me or refuse to participate and face the consequences. But Michael has demonstrated that his network can track me across multiple counties, and they have evidence that could destroy my life even if I don't complete tomorrow's assignment. The most terrifying realization is that Michael's operation probably uses multiple drivers simultaneously. How many other minicab drivers might be unknowingly transporting victims to Red Room facilities? How many regular bookings might be training operations for logistics coordinators who don't understand what they're really facilitating? The transport industry provides perfect access to isolated workers who visit unfamiliar locations, handle sensitive cargo, and are expected to maintain discretion about their passengers and destinations. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Michael's technical expertise allows him to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using legitimate transport needs as cover. His business credentials provide credibility, his security requirements deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain operations across multiple locations. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as featuring a carefully orchestrated abduction using their trained logistics network. Michael's audience values the meticulous planning and professional execution that their driver coordination system enables. I never thought driving a minicab could lead to this kind of moral crisis. I thought the biggest risks were difficult passengers or road accidents. I never imagined that regular bookings could lead to becoming complicit in someone else's murder. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months learning to become an accomplice to murder without knowing what I was training for. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled Perfect Delivery. Michael's audience is expecting a flawless abduction executed by their professionally trained logistics coordinator. And an innocent woman is going to die because I helped build the system that will kill her. The driver becomes the deliverer of death to someone who has no idea what's coming. And I still don't know if I'll show up or let them destroy my life for refusing to complete the delivery. I'm still not sure I should be telling anyone this, and I keep going back and forth about whether I imagined the whole thing, or if it was as bad as I think it was. It started with an email that clearly wasn't meant for me. I work in accounts for a small manufacturing company in Preston. Nothing exciting, just processing invoices and keeping track of payments. Most of my day involves opening emails from suppliers and customers. So when I got a message with no clear sender information, I assumed it was another routine business inquiry. The email contained what appeared to be a shopping list, but not for anything you'd buy at a normal shop. I didn't recognize the clinical names of the items, the quantities seemed unusually precise, and the delivery instructions were significantly more detailed than what one would anticipate for everyday purchases. I almost deleted it, thinking it was spam or had been sent to the wrong address by mistake. But something about the precision of the list made me curious about what these items actually were and why someone needed them in such specific quantities. When I searched for some of the item names online, I found they were specialized medical supplies and pharmaceutical compounds that weren't available through normal retail channels. The sort of things that would typically require professional licensing or medical supervision to obtain legally. But the email wasn't from any medical facility or legitimate healthcare provider. The sender information was minimal, and the delivery instructions seemed designed to maintain anonymity rather than ensure proper handling of what appeared to be controlled substances. I started to suspect that I'd accidentally received someone's order for illegal drugs or medical supplies, possibly intended for activities that couldn't be conducted through legitimate channels. The responsible thing would have been to delete the email and forget about it. But I found myself researching the items more thoroughly, trying to understand what they were used for and why someone would need them outside of proper medical supervision. What I discovered made me deeply uncomfortable. Several of the compounds could be used to incapacitate people without their knowledge, while others were designed for medical procedures that would be extremely dangerous if performed by unqualified individuals. The shopping list wasn't for legitimate medical supplies. It was an order for materials that could be used to drug, restrain, or perform unauthorized medical procedures on unwilling victims. But understanding what the email contained didn't provide clear guidance about what I should do with the information. I had no way of knowing who had sent it, who was supposed to receive it, or whether anyone was in immediate danger from these materials being obtained and used. I tried to trace the email back to its source, hoping to understand more about who might be ordering these dangerous supplies and what they planned to do with them. That research led me to websites I'd never seen before, platforms that required specific access methods and seemed to exist outside normal internet browsing, places where people could order various types of restricted materials and services that weren't available through legitimate channels. The platforms contained extensive catalogs of medical supplies, pharmaceutical compounds, and equipment that could be obtained without the usual verification and oversight that legitimate suppliers would require. But mixed in with items that might have legitimate uses were products that were clearly intended for harmful purposes. Substances for incapacitating people, equipment for restraining victims, even instructional materials for performing procedures that no qualified medical professional would attempt outside proper facilities. The email I'd received wasn't an isolated transaction, but part of systematic commerce in materials that could be used to harm people in ways that would be difficult for law enforcement to detect or prosecute. The casual way these items were advertised and sold suggested that systematic harm against unwilling victims was routine business for people who understood how to access these hidden marketplaces. But the most disturbing discovery was that the platforms weren't just selling physical items. They also facilitated services where people could arrange for others to be targeted using the same dangerous materials and techniques. Clients could commission systematic drugging, restraint, or medical procedures against specific individuals. With service providers who specialized in using the ordered materials against victims who would never know they were being systematically harmed. I realized that the email I'd received might have been connected to ongoing crimes against real people, with the medical supplies being used to facilitate activities that range from systematic poisoning to unauthorized medical procedures. But proving this connection would require much more investigation than I could safely undertake, especially since the people involved had clearly developed sophisticated methods for maintaining anonymity and avoiding law enforcement detection. Meanwhile, similar orders were probably being processed regularly, with dangerous materials being distributed to people who planned to use them against unwilling victims in ways that would be extremely difficult to trace or prevent. The wrong email that had seemed like a simple delivery mistake had instead provided insight into systematic criminal commerce that facilitated ongoing harm against people who had no idea they were being targeted. But reporting what I'd discovered would require explaining how I'd learned about these illegal marketplaces, potentially making me appear complicit in criminal activities, while failing to provide specific information about individual victims or perpetrators. The email order had probably been rerouted to a different address by this point, with the dangerous materials being delivered to their intended recipient who could use them for whatever harmful purposes they'd originally planned. I never received any follow-up emails or communications related to the original message, suggesting that the sender had realized their mistake and taken steps to ensure their future orders wouldn't be misdirected to innocent recipients. But I remained disturbed by the knowledge that these marketplaces existed and were probably continuing to facilitate systematic harm against victims who would never understand what was being done to them or why they were experiencing unexplained health problems or behavioral changes. Every time I felt unwell or experienced symptoms I couldn't explain, I found myself wondering whether someone might have access to the same materials I'd seen advertised through those hidden platforms, and whether my own food, drinks, or environment might have been compromised by people who understood how to obtain and use dangerous substances without detection. The business email system that was supposed to help me process routine invoices and correspondence had instead made me aware of criminal commerce that operated parallel to legitimate business, using similar communication methods to coordinate activities that caused systematic harm to people who never knew they were being targeted. When I eventually changed jobs and moved to a different company, I made sure to use completely new email addresses and avoided any online activities that might lead me back to the platforms I discovered through that accidental message. But the knowledge that such systematic criminal commerce existed made every interaction with strangers feel potentially dangerous, knowing that people who appeared completely normal might have access to materials and services that could be used to cause harm in ways that would be nearly impossible to detect or prove. I probably shouldn't have kept that laptop. Even now, sat here in my new flat in Bristol, I can feel the weight of what I found on it pressing against my chest like a stone. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning, though I'm not sure I want to remember it all. My gran died last February. There wasn't anything particularly dramatic about it. She was 87 and had been declining for months. The funeral was small, just family, and afterwards we had the grim task of clearing out her bungalow in Colchester. You know how it is with elderly relatives. Decades of accumulated possessions that seemed important to them but mean nothing to anyone else. I was sorting through her spare bedroom when I found the laptop. It was tucked away in the wardrobe behind some old curtains, still in its original packaging from about 5 years ago. A birthday present from my uncle that she'd never bothered to set up, probably because she could barely work her mobile phone, let alone a computer. My uncle suggested I take it. He felt it was a shame to let it go to waste, as I could probably get some use out of it. My laptop had been playing up for months, randomly shutting down and taking ages to boot up. So I boxed it up with some of Gran's photo albums and a few bits of jewelry she'd left me, and forgot about it for a while. It wasn't until about a month later that I actually got round to setting the thing up. I work in museum conservation, which means I spend most of my day dealing with fragile old objects. So there's something ironic about the fact that I'm useless with modern technology. It took me the better part of an evening just to get through the initial setup process. The laptop came with all sorts of software pre-installed, including some programs I'd never heard of. Most of it looked like bloatware, trial versions of security software and productivity apps that I'd never use. But there was one program that caught my attention, partly because it had a name I didn't recognize, and partly because when I clicked on it, nothing seemed to happen. I almost deleted it, thinking it was broken or corrupted somehow. But curiosity got the better of me. I'm good at researching things. It comes with the job. So I spent some time looking up what this software actually did. Turns out it was something called a privacy browser, designed to access parts of the internet that normal browsers can't reach. Now, I'm not completely naive. I'd heard about the dark web before, mostly from crime documentaries and news reports about drug dealers and worse things. But I'd always assumed it was something only criminals and computer experts knew how to use. I had no idea you could access it with software that came pre-installed on a consumer laptop. The more I read about it, the more curious I became. I've always been interested in hidden things, not because I wanted to buy anything illegal or get involved in anything dubious. It's probably why I ended up working in museums. There's something appealing about uncovering objects and stories that have been forgotten or lost. So one evening, after a particularly tedious day spent cataloguing Victorian pottery, I decided to have a look, just to see what was there, you understand. I wasn't planning to do anything except satisfy my curiosity. The first thing that struck me was how ordinary it all looked. I'd expected something sinister and obviously criminal, but most of the sites I found seemed fairly mundane. There were message boards discussing privacy and security, online libraries with books you couldn't find elsewhere, even what looked like normal shopping sites, except with unusual payment methods. But then I started exploring more systematically, following links from one site to another. That's when I found something that made me sit back from the screen and wonder if I should close the laptop immediately. The site appeared to be a hybrid of a social media platform and a classified ad section. People posting requests for specific types of information, others offering to fulfill those requests in exchange for similar favors. Nothing obviously illegal, but something about the whole setup felt wrong. The language was too careful, too coded, like everyone was trying to say something without actually saying it. Most of the posts were incomprehensible to me, references to things I didn't understand, using terms that meant nothing. But there was one section that caught my attention because the requests were much more straightforward. People asking for information about specific individuals, full names, addresses, places of work, daily routines. At first, I assumed it was some sort of private investigation service, maybe people trying to track down old friends or investigate potential employees. But the more I read, the more uncomfortable I became. The requests were too detailed, too invasive. People wanting to know what time someone left for work, which route they took, whether they lived alone. One post in particular stuck with me. Someone had uploaded what looked like a floor plan of a house, hand-drawn, but surprisingly detailed. They were asking for information about the person who lived there, a woman in her 30s who worked as a teacher in somewhere called Melton Mowbray. The post included her full name, her school, even the make and color of her car. The comments underneath were worse than the original post. People offering additional information about this woman, where she did her weekly shopping, which gym she went to, what time she usually got home from work. One comment even included photographs of her house taken from different angles, showing all the windows and entrances. I should have closed the browser then, should have deleted the software and pretended I'd never seen any of it. But instead, I found myself scrolling through more posts, each one more invasive than the last. People sharing detailed surveillance information about complete strangers, building up comprehensive profiles of their targets' lives. What disturbed me most was how organized it all seemed. This wasn't random harassment or casual stalking. It was systematic information gathering on an industrial scale. People were trading details about their neighbors and colleagues, building a vast database of personal information about ordinary people who had no idea they were being monitored. I spent the next few evenings exploring the site, telling myself I was trying to understand how it worked and who was behind it. But really, I think I was just morbidly fascinated by the scope of it all. There were thousands of posts, tens of thousands of comments, all documenting the private lives of people across the country. Some posts focused on specific professions: teachers, nurses, social workers. Others targeted women living alone or families with young children. There were requests for information about people's work schedules, their relationships, their financial situations, all presented in the same matter-of-fact tone, as if this kind of surveillance was perfectly normal. Then I found the section that changed everything. It was called Local Collections, and it was organized by area. I clicked on the East of England section more out of idle curiosity than anything else, expecting to find the same sort of content I'd been seeing elsewhere on the site. Instead, I found a detailed profile of my gran, not just her name and address, but photographs of her bungalow taken from the street and the back garden. Details about her daily routine, what time she put her bins out, when she went to the shops, which days the home help visited. Someone had even documented her medical appointments, noting when she seemed particularly frail or confused. The post was months old, dating back to when she was still alive and living independently. Someone had been watching her, cataloguing her movements, sharing intimate details about her declining health with strangers on the internet. The comments underneath discussed how easy it would be to gain access to her house, speculating about whether she kept cash or valuables inside. My hands were shaking as I scrolled through the thread. There were dozens of photographs, taken over what looked like several weeks. My gran hanging washing on her line, struggling with her walking frame, even sitting in her front window doing crossword puzzles, all captured by someone with a long lens camera, someone who had made a project out of documenting her vulnerability. But it was the final comment in the thread that made me feel physically sick. Posted just a few days after Gran's funeral, it simply read, "Property now empty. The family continues to visit occasionally to organize their belongings. It might be opportunities for interior documentation." Someone had been monitoring the house even after she died, watching as we came and went, planning to break in and photograph the inside of her home while we were busy with the legal paperwork and funeral arrangements. I slammed the laptop shut and walked away from it. Made myself a cup of tea with hands that wouldn't stop trembling, trying to process what I'd just discovered. My Gran, who had worried about leaving her door unlocked when she popped to the corner shop, had been under surveillance by strangers who treated her life like entertainment, but I couldn't leave it alone. The next evening, I opened the laptop again and went straight back to the site. I told myself I needed to understand how widespread this was, whether other people I knew were being targeted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. The local collections section covered the entire country. Every major city, most smaller towns, even rural villages. Countless profiles exist, each meticulously detailing an individual's personal life. I recognized some of the locations, places I'd lived, areas where friends and family still lived. I started searching for people I knew. My parents in their retirement bungalow in Devon. My sister and her family in their semi-detached house in Reading. My ex-boyfriend who still lived in the flat we used to share in Cambridge. I found profiles for all of them. My parents were listed under a section for vulnerable elderly targets. Someone had documented their routine visits to the local garden centre, noted that my father had mobility issues, even identified which days they left the house empty to visit my sister. The post included photographs of them loading shopping into their car and detailed observations about their physical limitations. My sister's profile was in a section focused on family surveillance opportunities. The post included photographs of her children walking to school, details about her husband's work schedule, even floor plans of their house that someone had apparently sketched while pretending to be doing market research door to door. But it was my ex-boyfriend's profile that made me realize the true scope of what I was looking at. The post wasn't just about him. It connected to dozens of other profiles, all people who lived in the same area or worked at the same company. Someone was building a comprehensive map of an entire community, documenting the relationships between different targets, identifying vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Each profile contained hundreds of photographs and observations, stretching back months or even years. This wasn't casual surveillance. It was a systematic intelligence gathering operation targeting ordinary people. And it was being carried out by what appeared to be a network of volunteers who treated the whole thing like a hobby. I spent the next week diving deeper into the site, trying to understand how it was organized and who was behind it. The more I learned, the more frightened I became. This wasn't just about information gathering. People were using the surveillance data to plan break-ins, to identify vulnerable targets, even to coordinate harassment campaigns. There were posts discussing the best times to approach certain targets, sharing techniques for gaining access to their homes, even coordinating group activities to maximize the psychological impact on specific individuals. They all spoke in a casual, matter-of-fact manner, giving the impression that they were organizing a charity event instead of conducting stalker campaigns. The worst part was discovering how they recruited new participants. The site had a section for community outreach, where experienced members offered to train newcomers in surveillance techniques. They provided guides on camera equipment, advice on following targets without being detected, even legal advice on how to avoid prosecution if caught. They were turning voyeurism and stalking into a social activity, building a community around the violation of other people's privacy. And they were doing it all on a part of the internet that most people didn't even know existed, making them effectively immune from normal law enforcement. I found myself checking the site compulsively, looking for new posts about people I knew, trying to understand the scale of the surveillance network. It was like watching a car crash in slow motion, horrifying but impossible to look away from. That's when I started noticing changes in my own behavior. I became hyper-aware of people around me, wondering if they might be part of the surveillance network. I started varying my routes to work, checking my windows for signs of tampering, even covering my laptop camera when I wasn't using it. But the paranoia got worse when I found my own profile on the site. It wasn't comprehensive like some of the others, just a basic entry with my name, workplace, and a few photographs of me walking to the museum. But seeing my own life reduced to a surveillance target's profile made me realize that I wasn't just an observer of this network. I was also a potential victim. The post about me was recent, probably created after someone noticed me visiting the site regularly. The comments underneath discussed my search behavior and speculated about whether I might be a journalist or law enforcement officer. Someone had even identified the museum where I worked and suggested that my access to valuable objects might make me an interesting target for development. That was when I knew I had to stop. Not just stop using the site, but get rid of the laptop entirely and try to forget what I discovered. Because the longer I stayed connected to this network, the more likely I was to become a target myself. I deleted all the software from the laptop and sold it to a second-hand shop in town. Then I moved to Bristol, telling myself it was for a better job opportunity, rather than because I was running away from something I couldn't fight. But I still think about what I found on that site. All those ordinary people living their lives with no idea they're being watched, catalogued, discussed by strangers who see them as nothing more than sources of entertainment. My my parents, my sister's children, all reduced to entries in someone else's collection of surveillance data. The worst part is knowing that the network is still out there, still growing, still documenting the private lives of people who trust that their homes are safe spaces. And there's nothing I can do to stop it, because they operate in the shadows where normal rules don't apply. Sometimes I wonder if they know I found them, whether my own profile has been updated to reflect my new location, my new job, my new routines, whether someone in Bristol is already taking photographs of me walking to work, noting what time I come home, building up a comprehensive picture of my vulnerability. But I try not to think about it too much, because once you know that these networks exist and understand how systematic and organized they are, you can never really feel safe again. You just have to hope that you're not interesting enough to warrant their attention. I shouldn't have applied for that job. Christ, I should have known something was off when they offered me an interview within hours of submitting my CV. In this cramped flat, I keep going over it all in my head, jumping every time I hear footsteps in the corridor, wondering if I could have done something different, if I could have spotted the warning signs earlier. But hindsight's a cruel thing, isn't it? Decisions that seem perfectly reasonable at the time can make you feel foolish. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to know what happened, in case they come looking for me, in case I disappear like the others probably did. It was last autumn when I was desperately job hunting after being made redundant from the library service. 23 years I'd worked there, cataloguing books and helping people find what they were looking for. Then suddenly, the council decided they needed to make cutbacks. At 51, I wasn't exactly in high demand in the job market, especially not in somewhere like Swindon, where half the town seemed to be looking for work. I'd been signing on for about 3 months when I saw the advert. It wasn't on the usual job sites. I'd found it buried in the back pages of the local paper, squeezed between ads for house clearances and part-time cleaning work. The posting was vague but professional. A research company looking for people with strong organizational skills and attention to detail. Remote work available, competitive salary, immediate start for the right candidate. The whole thing seemed almost too good to be true, but I was getting desperate. My redundancy money was running low, and the job center wasn't exactly presenting me with exciting opportunities. So I sent off my CV along with a cover letter, explaining my background in information management and research. I got a response the same evening, not an automated reply, but a personal email from someone calling himself Mr. Harrison. He was impressed with my qualifications and experience, he said, and would like to arrange a telephone interview as soon as possible. Could I be available the following morning? The interview was straightforward enough. Harrison had a pleasant voice, well-educated, probably somewhere in his 40s, and asked sensible questions about my previous work experience. He explained that his company provided research services to various clients, mostly involving data collection and analysis. They needed someone who could work independently, follow detailed instructions, and maintain absolute confidentiality about their clients' projects. The pay was better than I'd expected, nearly twice what I'd been earning at the library, and the work would be entirely remote. All I needed was a reliable computer and internet connection. Harrison said he was impressed with my background and would like to offer me a trial position starting immediately. I should have asked more questions about the company, should have requested references or at least a proper contract, but I was so relieved to have found something that I accepted on the spot. Harrison said he'd email me the details and my first assignment within the hour. The setup process was more complex than I'd expected. Along with the usual employment paperwork, Harrison sent me detailed instructions for installing special software on my computer. He explained that privacy tools are used to protect our clients' sensitive information. The company took data security very seriously, and all research had to be conducted through secure channels. It took me most of the evening to get everything working properly. The software was unlike anything I'd used before. A different browser that looked oddly basic, almost like something from the early days of the internet. Harrison assured me this was normal, and that I'd get used to the interface quickly enough. My first assignment seemed simple enough. I was to compile biographical information about a list of individuals Harrison provided: names, addresses, employment history, family details, the sort of background research that lawyers or private investigators might need for various legitimate purposes. The individuals were all women, I noticed, aged between 25 and 40, most of them living alone in different towns across the Midlands. Harrison explained that they were potential witnesses in a civil case, and the client needed comprehensive background information to assess their credibility and reliability. The research took me about a week to complete. I used the special browser to access various databases and public records that weren't available through normal internet searches. Some of the information was surprisingly detailed. Employment records, financial data, even medical history in a few cases. I compiled everything into neat reports and submitted them through the secure system Harrison had set up. He was pleased with my work and immediately assigned me another project. This time, the subjects were a group of men in their 30s and 40s, all living in the southeast. The research requirements were similar, but Harrison requested additional information about their daily routines, where they worked, what time they left home, whether they had security systems or pets. I was starting to feel uncomfortable about the level of detail being requested, but Harrison explained that this was for an insurance investigation. The client suspected these individuals of benefit fraud and needed evidence of their actual circumstances and activities. The work was time-consuming but not particularly difficult. I'd always been good at research, and the special browser gave me access to databases that made the job much easier than it would have been using normal methods. I was earning good money for what essentially amounted to glorified internet searching. But it was the third assignment that made me start questioning what I was really doing. Harrison asked me to research a group of teenagers, sixth form students at various schools around Yorkshire. He wanted their home addresses, family circumstances, daily schedules, even details about their relationships with friends and family members. When I questioned the appropriateness of researching minors, Harrison became somewhat defensive. He explained that this was related to a safeguarding investigation. The local authorities needed to assess potential risks to these young people. The research I was conducting would help social services make informed decisions about protective measures. I wasn't entirely convinced, but Harrison was paying me well, and I desperately needed the income. I completed the assignment, but made sure to flag my concerns in my report. Harrison thanked me for my diligence and said the client was very pleased with the quality of my work. Over the following weeks, the assignments became more specific and invasive. Instead of general background research, Harrison began requesting detailed surveillance information. He wanted to know about security arrangements at specific addresses, the locations of spare keys, even the breeds and temperaments of family pets. The subjects were always ordinary people: office workers, shop assistants, young mothers, retired couples. Nothing about them suggested they were involved in anything that would warrant this level of investigation. When I asked Harrison for more context about the cases, he became evasive and reminded me that confidentiality was a key requirement of my employment. I started keeping copies of the assignments and my research, partly for my own records, and partly because I was beginning to suspect that something wasn't right about the whole operation. The information I was gathering wasn't the sort of thing you'd need for legitimate legal or insurance investigations. It was the kind of detailed intelligence that would be useful for stalking or planning break-ins. The breakthrough came when I recognized one of the names on a new assignment list: Sarah Mitchell, a woman in her early 30s who lived in a village just outside Bath. I knew Sarah because she'd been a regular visitor to the library where I used to work. She was a single mother, worked part-time at the local primary school, and came in most weeks to borrow books for herself and her daughter. Seeing her name on Harrison's list made everything click into place. This wasn't legitimate research. It was preparation for something much darker. I was helping to compile targeting information for people who meant these individuals harm. I spent that evening going through all the previous assignments, cross-referencing names with local news reports. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. Several of the people I'd researched had been victims of break-ins or harassment in the months following my reports. One woman in Leicester had been stalked for weeks by someone who seemed to know her daily routine intimately. A family in Coventry had their home burgled while they were away on a weekend trip that had been mentioned in their social media posts. Posts I'd included in my research. The pattern was clear once I knew what to look for. My research was being used to identify vulnerable targets and plan attacks against them. I'd been working for criminals, helping them select victims and gather the intelligence they needed to exploit those victims effectively. I tried calling the number Harrison had given me for emergencies, but it was disconnected. His email address bounced back as undeliverable. Even the company name he'd provided turned out to be fake when I tried to look it up in the business registry. I'd been completely taken in by someone who didn't exist, working for an organization that was probably nothing more than a criminal enterprise operating through the dark web. All those privacy tools and secure browsers weren't about protecting legitimate research. They were about hiding illegal surveillance and planning activities. The worst part was realizing how perfectly I'd been selected for this role. My background in library science made me ideal for research work. My redundancy situation made me desperate enough to accept vague employment terms. And my lack of technical knowledge meant I wouldn't question the unusual software requirements. I reported everything to the police, but they seemed overwhelmed by the technical aspects of the case. The detective who took my statement was honest about the challenges they faced investigating crimes that operated through hidden parts of the internet. Without being able to identify Harrison or access the systems I'd been using, there wasn't much they could do beyond adding my information to their files. I deleted all the special software from my computer and tried to put the whole experience behind me. But I couldn't stop worrying about the people I'd researched, especially Sarah Mitchell. I'd compiled detailed information about her life, her vulnerabilities, her routines. Someone out there had that information and might be planning to use it against her. I started checking the local news obsessively, looking for reports of crimes against people whose names I recognized from my research. Found several that seemed connected, break-ins that showed intimate knowledge of the victims' schedules, harassment campaigns that targeted specific vulnerabilities I'd identified, even a few cases where people had been approached by strangers who knew suspiciously personal details about their lives. Each report made me feel sicker about what I'd been part of. I thought I was doing legitimate research work, earning honest money for skills I developed over decades of professional experience. Instead, I'd been facilitating crimes against innocent people who had no idea they'd been targeted. The paranoia started about a month later. I began noticing the same faces in different places, people who seemed to be around whenever I went shopping or visited the job center, cars that appeared to follow me home from interviews or appointments, phone calls that hung up when I answered, emails from unfamiliar addresses that contained nothing but my full name and address. I told myself I was being irrational, that my guilt about the research work was making me see threats where none existed. But then I found evidence that someone had been in my flat while I was out. Nothing had been stolen, but small things had been moved. Books repositioned on shelves, papers rearranged on my desk. Even the position of ornaments on the mantelpiece subtly altered. That's when I decided to move, packed up my few belongings and relocated to Portsmouth, where I didn't know anyone and had no previous connections. Found this bedsit through a private landlord who didn't ask too many questions about references or employment history. But I don't think it's made any difference. The same cars seem to appear outside my building at odd hours. I get phone calls that ring twice and then stop, always at times when I'm likely to be alone. Someone's been through my rubbish bins. I can tell because the bags have been retied differently from how I left them. Maybe Harrison's people have decided I know too much about their operation. Maybe they're worried I'll identify more of their victims or provide additional information to the police. Or maybe they just don't like loose ends, people who might be able to connect their crimes to the research that made them possible. I keep thinking about all those detailed reports I compiled, all the personal information I gathered about ordinary people who were just going about their lives. How many of them are still being watched? How many are still at risk because of intelligence I helped provide? The police told me to contact them if I noticed any direct threats or evidence of ongoing harassment. But how do you prove that someone's watching you when they're careful not to leave obvious evidence? How do you explain that you feel like prey without sounding paranoid or delusional? I suppose that's the perfect crime, really. Recruiting people to do your research for you, then discarding them when they become inconvenient. The victims never know they've been targeted until it's too late, and the researchers never realize what they're really doing until they're too compromised to be credible witnesses. Sometimes I wonder how many other people like me are out there. Unemployed professionals desperate for work, recruited by criminals who understand exactly how to exploit their skills and circumstances. People who think they're doing legitimate research, but are actually helping to facilitate crimes against innocent victims. I keep hoping the police will make some progress with their investigation, that they'll track down Harrison and shut down whatever operation he was running. But realistically, I know that's unlikely. These people are careful, anonymous, and operating through systems designed to hide their activities. All I can do now is try to stay safe and hope they decide I'm not worth the trouble. Try to blend in, avoid establishing routines that might make me predictable, and resist the urge to help when strangers approach me with offers that seem too good to be true, because I learned that desperation makes you vulnerable in ways you don't expect, that the skills you're proud of can be turned against innocent people, and that the internet has created opportunities for criminals that we're only just beginning to understand. I just hope Sarah Mitchell and the others are okay, that they've stayed safe despite the information I helped compile about them. That's the thought that keeps me awake at night. Not fear for my own safety, but guilt about the role I played in putting other people at risk. I always thought people who stumbled onto terrible things were careless or unlucky. Now I know better. Sometimes all it takes is one wrong click, one moment of misplaced curiosity. I'm not writing this from my flat in Bristol anymore. I'm in a budget hotel somewhere along the M4, using public Wi-Fi through multiple proxies. Not that it matters. They've proven they can find me regardless of what technical precautions I take. I have approximately 36 hours before the event they've scheduled, before I become the star of my own horror show. My life was ordinary before all this. I worked as a research assistant at a digital crime unit attached to the University of West England. Nothing glamorous, mostly compiling statistics on cyber fraud and organizing case studies for academics to analyze. I was studying for my master's in digital forensics, hoping to eventually work with the Serious Crime Directorate. The irony isn't lost on me. It started 3 months ago when I was gathering data for a paper on digital black markets. My supervisor had the proper clearances, so I had access to archives of seized dark web marketplaces. These were sanitized versions, of course, with the most disturbing content removed. I was only meant to be documenting transaction patterns for illegal goods, counterfeit currency, prescription medications, fraudulent documents, standard stuff, nothing that would give you nightmares. I noticed something odd in the data, transaction patterns that didn't match the documented goods. Large cryptocurrency transfers happening at scheduled times with no corresponding product listings. Just numbered slots and user counts, sometimes reaching into the thousands. The records were fragmentary since most had been redacted, but there was a pattern if you knew what to look for. My job was pattern recognition, after all. I made the mistake of asking my supervisor about these anomalies. His reaction was odd, dismissive at first, then strangely concerned. He took my notes, told me to focus on the established parameters of the research, and said he'd look into it. That should have been my first warning. The second came a week later when I found my database. Access had been quietly restricted. Curiosity is a powerful motivator, especially when combined with wounded professional pride. If I'd been sensible, I would have left it alone. Instead, I began using my personal laptop after hours, accessing Tor networks through my home internet. My reasoning was sound. How could I properly study digital black markets if I was only seeing the sanitized version? How could I contribute meaningfully to research if I didn't understand what was being hidden? I wasn't looking for anything horrible. I was looking for answers to academic questions. That's what I told myself. The dark web itself wasn't particularly shocking. Most of it was just forums and marketplaces with clunky interfaces that looked like websites from the early 2000s. What was interesting were the patterns, how users communicated, how trust was established, how transactions were verified. I created a throwaway account to observe these spaces without participating. I never bought anything, never engaged with anyone, just mapped the networks, documented the patterns, convinced myself this was still research. After weeks of observation, I began noticing references to private broadcasts and interactive experiences. These were always accompanied by significant cryptocurrency requirements and complex verification processes. Most users dismissed them as scams or urban legends. The few who claimed to have participated were vague about details, but emphatic about the authenticity of the experience. I might have left it at that if I hadn't received an unexpected email to my university account. The subject line contained a string of numbers that matched one of the transaction patterns I documented. The body contained only a .onion URL and the words, "Observer application pending." I should have reported it immediately, should have forwarded it to my supervisor and university IT security. Instead, I copied the URL to my personal laptop and accessed it that evening from home. Academic curiosity, I told myself. Need to understand the full scope of what I was researching. The site was minimalist, black background with a simple form requesting verification. I didn't enter anything, just observed. At the bottom was a counter showing 8,731. As I watched, it ticked up to 8,732. Active viewers, I assumed. For what, I wasn't yet sure. I closed the browser and shut down my laptop, suddenly uncomfortable. The next morning, I had another email, this time to my personal account. Same subject line of numbers, but this time the message read, "Observer status approved. Verification waived. Orientation, Tuesday, 2200 hours GMT." I hadn't entered any information, hadn't provided my personal email. The rational explanation was that the university system had been compromised and someone had connected my research queries to my personal information. I changed all my passwords, ran malware scans, and resolved to report the security breach in the morning. That night, my laptop turned itself on at precisely 10 p.m. The screen showed a loading page, then resolved to a video feed of a room. Concrete walls, harsh lighting, a metal table in the center. The video quality was poor, but clear enough to see that the room was empty except for various implements arranged on the table. In the corner of the screen was that counter again, now showing 12,416 and steadily increasing. A chat window opened on the right side of the screen. Messages scrolled by too quickly to read, but I caught phrases like "waiting for subject" and "bidding opens at acquisition." The terminology was clinical, detached. Then a message appeared, highlighted in red. "New observer identified. Location, Bristol, BS16. Confirmation required." I slammed the laptop shut and unplugged it. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. I considered destroying it right then, but I needed evidence of what I'd seen. Instead, I put it in a drawer and spent the night at a friend's flat, claiming a power outage at mine. In the morning, I went straight to my supervisor's office. He wasn't there. His assistant said he'd taken unexpected leave and wouldn't return for several weeks. I tried explaining the situation to the department head, but without my supervisor to confirm my research parameters, it sounded like I'd been accessing dark websites for personal reasons. I was told to take a week off and that there would be a review of my research activities. When I returned to my flat that evening, my laptop was sitting open on my desk. I'd left it in a drawer. On the screen was an image of me, taken through my own webcam, sleeping in my bed from 2 nights before. Below it was text: observer status revoked, participant status pending approval, current bids 23 inches. I grabbed essential documents and left immediately, checked into a hotel on the outskirts of the city, used cash, called in sick to both work and my classes, used the hotel business center to email my resignation from the research position, citing personal reasons. I spent the next 3 days moving between hotels, trying to understand what was happening. I bought a burner phone, contacted a friend who worked in cybersecurity. He agreed to meet me in a public place, a busy cafe in the city center. I arrived early, chose a table with a view of both entrances. He never showed. Instead, I received a text on my new phone, which I'd given to no one except him. Meeting cancelled. Observer count 31,842. Role reassignment complete. I left my half-finished tea on the table and walked out, fighting panic. In the reflection of a shop window across the street, I noticed someone photographing me with a professional camera. When I turned to look, they were gone. That night, I dreamed of a concrete room and woke to find an envelope had been slid under my hotel room door. Inside was a plastic key card and a note with an address in Cardiff and a time: 2000 hours tomorrow. Transport provided if required. Non-attendance will result in collection. I checked out immediately and took the first train to Edinburgh. Paid cash for another hotel. That afternoon, while walking through Princes Street Gardens, a well-dressed woman sat next to me on a bench. She placed a manila envelope between us and walked away before I could speak. Inside was a printout of my current location, timestamped from 10 minutes earlier, and a revised schedule. Procedure delayed due to travel. New time, 2000 hours, Thursday. Viewer count, 47,103. Premium access sold out. I'm not writing this from Edinburgh. I moved again after that. I've been moving constantly, staying one step ahead, but they always find me. The most terrifying part is that I've never seen the same person twice. Different people leave messages, take photos, deliver reminders. It's as if there's an invisible network of watchers, all connected to whatever this is. I've pieced together what I believe is happening. The Red Rooms aren't urban legends. They're real, but not in the way most people imagine. They're not hosted on shadowy servers by mysterious organizations. They're crowd-sourced horror, orchestrated through distributed networks of participants who are both observers and facilitators. Regular people who participate in the surveillance, the planning, the execution, each doing one small part, none having to bear the full moral weight of what they're contributing to. The broadcasts are carefully planned events where someone transitions from observer to subject. Sometimes it's punishment for breaking rules. Sometimes it's random selection. Sometimes it's based on viewer voting. I don't know which category I fall into. Yesterday, I received a final notification, not through email or text, but written on my bathroom mirror when I returned from getting breakfast. Broadcast scheduled. Participants en route. View account 58,904. I left immediately, bringing only what I could carry in my pockets. No phone, no laptop, nothing that could be tracked. Yet somehow they keep finding me. I've switched hotels twice since then. Each time I find evidence that they've been in my room. Small things moved, messages left, a countdown to my scheduled broadcast. I've considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'm being hunted by an invisible network of people coordinating through the dark web? That thousands of people are waiting to watch whatever happens to me at 8 p.m. tomorrow? I have no evidence except the messages, which could easily have been self-manufactured. No witnesses. No credibility after resigning from my research position under suspicious circumstances. This morning, I found a key card in my coat pocket that I never put there. It matches the one from the envelope days ago. There was also a business card for a taxi company and a time. I think about the concrete room, the metal table, the implements. I think about the 58,904 people waiting to watch. I wonder how many of them I've passed on the street, sat next to on trains. How many hotel clerks, baristas, shop assistants are part of this network? Are they paid to participate, or do they do it for entertainment, for the thrill of being part of something secret and terrible? I keep thinking about the pattern I first noticed in those transaction records, the numbered slots, the user counts. Was I documenting my own future without realizing it? The most disturbing realization is that this system relies on ordinary people choosing to participate. Each person does one small thing, takes a photo, delivers a message, leaves a key card. None of them has to consider themselves responsible for the ultimate outcome. They're just following instructions from an app or a message board, earning cryptocurrency or credits or whatever motivates them. The horror is in the mundanity of it. I'm writing this now as a warning. I don't know if I'll be able to avoid what's scheduled for tomorrow night. I don't know if this invisible network can be evaded indefinitely. They seem to anticipate every move, have access to every system. If you're reading this and you've been researching similar topics, stop now. If you've received unexpected messages about observer status or seen unexplained counters on websites you've visited, you're already in the system. If strangers seem to know things about you they shouldn't, if you feel watched, if small objects in your home are moved when you return, run. Keep running. Trust no one. I have to move again now. The hotel clerk just called to tell me there's a package waiting at reception. I didn't order anything. Didn't tell anyone where I am. The countdown shows 26 hours remaining, almost 60,000 people waiting, and somewhere, a concrete room is being prepared. I never should have kept those photographs. Christ knows why I thought it was a good idea at the time. Some misguided notion about evidence, I suppose, or maybe just morbid fascination. Sitting here in this travelogue in Grimsby, 3 weeks after I packed up and left everything behind, I still can't shake the image of what I found in that house. I keep telling myself I was just doing my job, that I couldn't have known what I'd stumble into. But the truth is, I should have walked away the moment I realized something wasn't right. Should have minded my own business and left well enough alone. Now I'm looking over my shoulder every time I leave this room, wondering if they know what I saw, if they're coming for me next. I work as a house clearance specialist. Worked, I should say, since I doubt I'll be going back to that line of business anytime soon. It's not glamorous work, clearing out the homes of people who've died with no family to deal with their possessions. Mostly, it's just sad. Rooms full of things that meant everything to someone and nothing to anyone else. But it paid well enough, especially when you factored in the occasional valuable item that the executors had missed. The call came through my usual contact at the probate office in Sheffield. Elderly gentleman had passed away, no next of kin. Fairly standard situation. The house was a Victorian terrace in Rotherham. Nothing special from the outside, but probably worth a fair bit, once it was cleared and renovated. I was to remove all personal effects and furniture, leaving the property ready for sale. I'd done dozens of similar jobs over the years, so I didn't expect anything unusual when I collected the keys and let myself into the house that Tuesday morning. Standard layout for that type of property. Narrow hallway, front room, kitchen extension at the back, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. The deceased gentleman had clearly lived alone for some time, judging by the layer of dust on everything and the general air of neglect. The downstairs was straightforward enough. The furniture was mainly comprised of inexpensive pieces that weren't worth rescuing. Kitchen cupboards full of tinned food that had expired years ago, a few pieces of old china that might fetch a few pounds at auction. There was nothing to suggest that the occupant had been anything other than an ordinary pensioner living quietly by himself. It was when I went upstairs that I started to notice things didn't quite add up. The main bedroom was sparse, just a single bed, a wardrobe with a few old clothes, and a bedside table with some reading glasses and a packet of paracetamol. But the second bedroom was different, much different. For one thing, it was clean. Not just tidy, but properly clean in a way that the rest of the house wasn't. The windows had been recently washed. The carpet looked like it had been professionally cleaned, and there wasn't a speck of dust anywhere. The room was almost entirely empty, except for a desk against one wall and a filing cabinet in the corner. The desk had obviously been used regularly. There were wear marks on the surface, and the chair was positioned as if someone had just stepped away from it. But there was nothing on the desk itself. No computer or paperwork or personal items. Just a clean surface and a drawer that was locked. I should have left it alone. I should have included the room in my report and allowed the estate agents to handle the contents. But curiosity got the better of me, and it wasn't difficult to force the drawer open with a screwdriver from my toolkit. Inside were 3 things: a set of car keys, a mobile phone that looked fairly new, and a memory stick. The keys were for a Ford, though I hadn't seen any car parked outside the house. The phone was switched off and needed a PIN to access. But the memory stick, well, that was what changed everything. I plugged it into my laptop, telling myself I was just checking if it contained anything relevant to the estate. Maybe financial records or important documents that the executors needed to see. What I found instead were photographs, hundreds of them, all stored in carefully organized folders. At first glance, they looked like the sort of pictures anyone might take. Houses, streets, people going about their daily business. But as I scrolled through them, I started to notice disturbing patterns. The same individuals appeared in multiple photographs taken over extended periods. The same houses were documented from different angles and at different times of day. This wasn't casual photography. It was systematic surveillance. Someone had been watching specific people and properties, documenting their routines and activities with methodical precision. The folders were labeled with initials and postcodes, suggesting a filing system that covered a wide geographical area. One folder in particular caught my attention because it was labeled with a postcode I recognized, the area where I lived in Sheffield. When I opened it, my blood went cold. There were photographs of my own street, my own house, even pictures of me loading equipment into my van on what must have been recent jobs. The surveillance wasn't random. I was one of dozens of people who had been systematically observed and catalogued. The photographs showed intimate details of my daily routine, when I left for work, what time I returned home, even which neighbors I spoke to regularly. But it was the final folder that made me understand the true scope of what I was looking at. It was simply labeled completed and contained photographs of houses I'd cleared over the past 2 years. Not just exterior shots, but interior photographs taken after I'd finished my work. Someone had been following up on every job I'd done, documenting the empty properties I'd left behind. The implications were terrifying. This wasn't just surveillance, it was preparation. Someone had been using my work schedule to identify properties that would be empty and vulnerable. They knew which houses had been cleared, which ones had no family checking on them, which ones were sitting empty, waiting to be sold. I spent the rest of that day going through every file on the memory stick, trying to understand the scope of the surveillance operation. There were photographs of dozens of people across South Yorkshire and beyond. Families, elderly individuals, young professionals, all documented with the same systematic attention to detail. Some files included additional information, work schedules, holiday plans, even details about security systems and spare key locations. It was like looking at a criminal intelligence database. Except the targets were all ordinary people, living normal lives. The most disturbing discovery was a section of files that contained what looked like floor plans and property layouts. These weren't professional architectural drawings, but hand-sketched maps showing room layouts, entry points, and security vulnerabilities. Many of them corresponded to houses I recognized from the surveillance photographs. I tried to convince myself there might be an innocent explanation for what I'd found. Maybe the old man had been some sort of private investigator, or perhaps he'd worked for an insurance company doing legitimate surveillance work. But the more I examined the files, the more obvious it became that this was something much darker. The photographs were taken covertly, often through windows or from concealed positions. The subjects clearly had no idea they were being watched, and the level of detail about their personal lives went far beyond anything that would be necessary for legitimate investigation work. I decided to take the memory stick to the police, but first I wanted to copy the files as backup evidence. That's when I made the mistake of accessing the internet to upload the photographs to cloud storage. The laptop connected to an unusual network, one that required special software to access. Out of curiosity, I explored some of the websites available through this network. What I found made me realize that the surveillance operation was much larger than just one person's obsession. There were entire communities dedicated to sharing intelligence about potential targets, coordinating surveillance activities, and planning break-ins. The photographs from the memory stick weren't just evidence of one person's criminal activity. They were part of a collaborative effort involving dozens of people across different regions. The surveillance subjects had been chosen systematically, with different individuals responsible for monitoring specific areas and target types. I found discussion boards where people shared techniques for following targets without being detected, advice on photographing properties from concealed positions, even guides for identifying vulnerable individuals who lived alone or had predictable routines. But most disturbing of all were the sections dedicated to completed operations. Detailed accounts of break-ins and burglaries that had been planned using surveillance intelligence. The perpetrators treated these crimes like collaborative projects, sharing photographs of stolen items and comparing the accuracy of their intelligence gathering. I recognized several of the properties from local news reports about burglaries over the past few months. Elderly residents who'd been targeted while they were at medical appointments. Families whose homes had been ransacked while they were on holiday. Even a few cases where people had been followed home and robbed in their driveways. The network wasn't just facilitating burglaries. They were also sharing information for stalking and harassment campaigns. I found files documenting systematic intimidation of individuals who had apparently done nothing more than catch the attention of someone in the surveillance network. One case file made me physically sick. A young mother in Barnsley had been subjected to months of harassment after someone in the network had identified her as a target. They documented her children's school schedules, her work routine, even the times when she was alone in the house. The harassment had escalated from anonymous phone calls to someone breaking into her garden and leaving threatening messages. The police investigation into her case had apparently stalled because the perpetrators were careful not to leave physical evidence. Everything was coordinated through the hidden network, making it almost impossible for traditional investigative methods to identify the people responsible. I realized I was looking at a new type of organized crime, one that used collaborative surveillance and online coordination to identify and exploit vulnerable targets. The old man whose house I was clearing hadn't been working alone. He'd been part of a distributed network that treated crime like a collaborative hobby. The worst part was understanding how I'd been used. My work clearing deceased persons' properties had made me an unwitting intelligence asset for the network. They'd been following my movements, documenting my jobs, using my work schedule to identify empty properties that could be targeted with minimal risk. Every house I'd cleared had potentially become a target for burglary or worse. Every family I'd helped by clearing their deceased relative's property had unknowingly been added to a surveillance database. I'd been facilitating crimes without even knowing it. I tried calling the police that evening, but explaining what I'd found was more complicated than I'd expected. The investigating officer seemed overwhelmed by the technical aspects of the hidden network and uncertain about how to proceed with evidence that had been gathered through what might be considered unauthorized access to computer systems. They took the memory stick and promised to investigate, but I got the impression that this was beyond their usual expertise. Cybercrime involving hidden networks wasn't something the local police were equipped to handle effectively. That's when I started noticing I was being watched. Cars that seemed to follow me between job sites, people who appeared in different locations but always seemed to be observing me from a distance. My house was photographed again. I found the images on the same hidden network sites I'd discovered earlier, but this time the surveillance felt different, more focused and threatening. The new photographs included close-ups of my front door, my car registration, even shots taken through my kitchen window. Someone had also accessed my personal information and posted it alongside speculation about what I might have discovered in the old man's house. The network had identified me as a threat and was now treating me as a target. Discussion threads speculated about whether I'd copied their files, whether I'd contacted the police, even whether I might need to be dealt with to prevent further exposure of their activities. I lasted 3 more days before I decided to run, packed a bag, withdrew what cash I could from my accounts, and drove to this seaside town where I hoped I could disappear for a while. Left my house, my business, even my cat with a neighbor who thinks I've gone away on holiday. But I don't think distance is going to protect me from people who've made surveillance and coordination their specialty. They've had weeks to document my habits, my relationships, my vulnerabilities. They probably know more about my life than I do. The police haven't contacted me since I gave them the memory stick, and I'm not sure they're equipped to shut down a network that operates entirely through hidden parts of the internet. These people have created a system that allows them to commit crimes with almost complete impunity, protected by technology that most law enforcement agencies don't understand. I keep thinking about all the people in those surveillance files, all the ordinary individuals who have no idea they're being watched and catalogued by criminals. Families going about their daily lives while strangers document their routines and plan ways to exploit their vulnerabilities. The old man is dead, but his network is still active, still watching, still planning, still treating other people's lives like a game where privacy doesn't matter and everyone else exists only as potential targets. Sometimes I wonder if I should have kept quiet, should have left the memory stick in that drawer and walked away from the whole thing. Maybe I'd still have my normal life, my business, my sense of security. But then I think about that young mother in Barnsley, about all the people who've been targeted because someone decided their privacy was worth less than criminal entertainment. And I know I couldn't have lived with myself if I'd done nothing. I just hope the police can make sense of what I gave them before this network claims any more victims, before they decide I'm too much of a risk to leave alone. I shouldn't be telling you this, really. Part of me wishes I'd never gone looking in the first place, but curiosity has always been my weakness. I suppose that's why I ended up in marketing, rather than something sensible like accounting. Always poking at things better left alone. It started about 18 months ago, when I was living in that bedsit in Hackney. It was a seriously grim place. Damp creeping up the walls, heating that worked when it fancied, and a landlord who responded to maintenance requests about as often as England win the World Cup. However, it was the only option I could afford given my salary, and the Wi-Fi quality was good enough. I've been having trouble sleeping. Nothing dramatic, just lying there scrolling through my phone until 3 in the morning. Reading the same news articles over and over. You know how it is when your brain won't switch off. One night, probably around 2:30, I found myself reading about the dark web. Not because I was particularly interested, mind you. It was just one of those rabbit holes you fall down when you're bored and tired. Most of it was the usual sensationalist nonsense from journalists who clearly didn't know what they were talking about. Hitmen for hire, illegal organ markets, that sort of tabloid fodder. But there was one article, buried in some obscure tech blog, that mentioned something called neighborhood watch sites, places where people could share information about their local areas that they couldn't post anywhere else. The article was vague, deliberately so, but it suggested these sites contain things like CCTV footage from private cameras, details about residents' daily routines, even photos taken through windows. All completely illegal, obviously, but the authorities couldn't do much about it because of how these sites operated. I should have closed my laptop and gone to sleep. Instead, I spent the next week teaching myself how to access these hidden parts of the internet. It's not as complicated as people make out. Mostly just downloading different software and following instructions you can find anywhere online. The hard part is knowing where to look once you're there. It took me nearly a fortnight to find one of these neighborhood watch sites. They're not advertised, obviously. You have to know someone who knows someone, or stumble across a link in some forgotten corner of a message board. When I finally found one, I almost backed out immediately. The whole thing felt grubby, voyeuristic in the worst possible way. But I was curious about my own area. Hackney's not exactly leafy Surrey. There's always something happening. Police sirens most nights, the occasional bit of excitement. I wondered what secrets my neighbors might be keeping, what the people in the flats above and below got up to when they thought nobody was watching. The site was surprisingly professional looking. Clean white background, simple navigation, no pop-up adverts or flashing graphics. It could have been a local council website except for the content. There were sections for different London boroughs, then subsections for specific areas. I clicked on Hackney, then narrowed it down to my postcode. The first few posts were fairly mundane. Someone had uploaded photos of teenagers hanging about outside the chicken shop on my road, claiming they were dealing drugs. Another post showed a man in his 50s walking his dog at unusual hours, with speculation about what he might be up to. Petty neighborhood paranoia, the sort of thing you'd expect from curtain twitchers with too much time on their hands. Then I saw my building. It was just a photograph at first, taken from across the street at night. My bedsit was on the first floor, and you could see the blue glow from my laptop screen through the thin curtains. The image quality was surprisingly good. Someone had used a proper camera with a decent lens. The timestamp showed it had been taken 3 days earlier, around the time I'd been researching these very websites. The post didn't mention me specifically, but the comments underneath were unsettling. People discussing which flat was which, what times the lights went on and off, who had visitors and when. Someone had even worked out roughly how many people lived in each unit based on the different types of curtains and the patterns of activity they'd observed. I should have logged off then, deleted the software, forgotten the whole thing, but something made me keep scrolling. Maybe it was the realization that I'd been watched without knowing it. Or maybe I just wanted to understand how deep this surveillance went. The next post made my stomach drop. It was a collection of photographs taken from the alleyway behind my building. The back windows of the ground floor flats were clearly visible, and someone had catalogued which rooms were bedrooms, which were kitchens, even which tenants appeared to live alone. The photos had been taken over several weeks, building up a comprehensive picture of everyone's routines. But it was the final image in that post that made me close my laptop and walk away from the desk. It showed the back of my building at night, but this time there was a figure visible in one of the windows, a silhouette of someone standing very still, looking out into the darkness. The timestamp was from the previous evening. I'd been out that night, at my mate Dave's birthday drinks in Shoreditch. My flat should have been empty. I told myself it must have been a reflection, or maybe the image had been taken on a different night, and the timestamp was wrong. But when I checked my building the next morning, I noticed something I'd never paid attention to before. The fire escape at the back led directly past my kitchen window, and the lock on the back door looked like it had been tampered with. That evening, I moved my desk away from the front window and started keeping the curtains closed. I also began checking the dark website more regularly, telling myself it was just sensible precaution. If someone was watching my building, I wanted to know about it. The post continued. More photographs, more detailed observations about the residents' habits. Someone had even uploaded footage from what looked like a security camera, showing people coming and going from the front entrance. I recognized several of my neighbors, including the woman from the flat below, who always seemed to be arguing with someone on her phone. Then the post started getting more specific. Someone uploaded a close-up photograph of my kitchen window, taken from the fire escape. You could see right inside, my dirty dishes in the sink, a shopping list stuck to the fridge, even the corner of my sofa visible through the doorway. The photo was time-stamped from the previous afternoon when I'd been at work. The comments under that post were worse than the image itself. People discussing the best times to access the fire escape, speculating about whether I had any security cameras, even debating whether I kept my spare key hidden somewhere outside. One comment mentioned that I appeared to live alone and suggested this made me an easier target. I started coming home from work different ways each day, checking the alleyway before entering my building. I bought a cheap security camera for my kitchen window, though I wasn't sure it would do much good. Mostly, I tried to convince myself this was all just internet weirdos playing at being spies, harmless voyeurs with nothing better to do. But the photographs kept coming. Someone had taken pictures of me through my bathroom window. Just my silhouette, thankfully, but clear enough to identify me. Another post showed my morning routine, captured through the gap in my bedroom curtains. Times when I left for work, what I wore, which direction I walked to the tube station. The worst part wasn't the invasion of privacy, though that was horrible enough. It was the realization that multiple people were involved. The photographs came from different angles, different cameras, different times of day. This wasn't one obsessed stalker. It was a group of people, possibly several dozen, all systematically documenting the lives of everyone in my area. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd found illegal surveillance photographs while browsing illegal websites. That strangers on the internet were taking pictures of my building. They'd either think I was paranoid or ask uncomfortable questions about how I discovered the images in the first place. Instead, I started looking at other areas on the site. Maybe this was just something that happened in my particular corner of Hackney, an unfortunate coincidence of geography and opportunity. But no, there were sections for Islington, Camden, Southwark, even some of the posher areas like Kensington and Chelsea. Thousands of photographs, hundreds of posts, all documenting the private lives of ordinary people who had no idea they were being watched. Some of the posts were worse than others. I found images of children playing in their gardens, elderly people getting undressed with their curtains open, couples having arguments in their kitchens, all uploaded without consent, shared between strangers, commented on like they were characters in some twisted reality show. The site had a section for requests too, people asking for specific information about particular addresses, offering to trade photographs of their own neighborhoods in exchange for surveillance from other areas. Some of the requests were chillingly specific, asking for details about women living alone or wanting to know the routines of families with young children. I found myself checking the site obsessively, looking for new posts about my building. Part of me hoped the interest would move elsewhere, that whoever was taking these photographs would get bored and focus on someone else. But the posts kept coming, getting more detailed and invasive each time. One morning, I woke up to find a new photograph that made me physically sick. It showed my bedroom window from outside, taken sometime during the night while I was sleeping. But this image wasn't taken from ground level or even from another building. The angle suggested someone had been on the fire escape right outside my window, close enough to see inside despite the curtains being mostly closed. The timestamp showed 3 a.m. I'd been asleep, completely vulnerable, while someone had climbed the fire escape and stood just meters away from where I lay. The thought of it made my hands shake as I scrolled through the comments underneath. People discussing how easy it would be to force the window, speculating about whether I kept anything valuable in my bedroom, even suggesting what they might do if they could get inside. That's when I knew I had to move, not just to a different flat, but out of London entirely. These people, whoever they were, had turned surveillance into a hobby. They were organized, systematic, and apparently untouchable. The police couldn't stop them because they operated in the shadows of the internet, sharing information through channels most people didn't even know existed. I handed in my notice at work the following week and moved back in with my parents in Gloucestershire. Told them I needed a change of scene, wanted to save some money, that sort of thing. They didn't ask too many questions, which I was grateful for. How do you explain that you've discovered an entire community of people dedicated to watching strangers through their windows? But even now, 6 months later, and nearly 200 miles away, I still check that website sometimes. I tell myself it's just to make sure they're not still posting about my old building. But really, it's become a compulsion. I need to know how bad it's getting, how many more people they're watching. The site's grown since I left London. New sections for other cities, more sophisticated organization, better cameras and clearer images. They've started using drones too. I've seen aerial photographs of people in their gardens who clearly have no idea they're being watched from above. Sometimes I wonder if they know I used to look at their site, whether they've somehow tracked me down to this small market town where nothing interesting ever happens. I keep the curtains closed most of the time now, even during the day. I've started checking the locks twice before bed and looking over my shoulder when I walk down quiet streets. Because the thing that really bothers me, the thing that keeps me awake at night, is how ordinary these watchers seem to be. They're not criminal masterminds or dangerous extremists. They're just people who've discovered they can spy on their neighbors with almost complete impunity, and they've decided that other people's privacy doesn't matter as much as their own entertainment. They could be anywhere. Your neighbor's the person sitting across from you on the bus. Someone walking their dog past your house every evening. All it takes is a decent camera, a willingness to ignore basic human decency, and access to a website that the authorities can't seem to shut down. I still get nightmares about that silhouette in my kitchen window, the one from that first photograph. Someone standing in my flat while I was out, going through my things, maybe even waiting for me to come home. I never did work out who it was or how they got in. But sometimes, in the small hours of the morning when sleep won't come, I wonder if they're still out there, still watching, still waiting, just not from inside my flat anymore. My neighbor asked me to help find her missing cat, but when I started looking into where lost pets actually end up, I discovered a trade that made me wish I just minded my own business. Mrs. Henderson from 3 doors down knocked on my door on a rainy Thursday morning, clearly distraught about her tabby cat Jasper, who hadn't come home for 2 days. She'd already put up posters around our neighborhood and called the local animal shelters, but wanted to try online searches as well, since she wasn't comfortable with computers. It seemed like a simple favor. Help an elderly neighbor search Facebook, lost pet groups, and maybe browse some classified sites to see if anyone had found a cat matching Jasper's description. I've always been fond of cats myself, and Mrs. Henderson had been nothing but kind since I'd moved into the street 18 months earlier. We started with the obvious places: local Facebook groups, Gumtree, the usual spots where people post about found animals. No luck with Jasper specifically, but I was struck by how many cats went missing in our area. There were numerous messages from anxious pet owners featuring images of cherished animals that had mysteriously disappeared. Mrs. Henderson mentioned that several other cats in the neighborhood had disappeared over the past few months, which I'd noticed but hadn't thought much about. Cats wander off sometimes, get hit by cars, or find new homes where they prefer the food. It happens, but the sheer volume of missing cat posts made me curious about what actually happens to pets that disappear. I started following links from pet recovery websites, hoping to understand the process better and maybe find more effective ways to track down Jasper. That's when I stumbled across classified advertisements that made my stomach turn. Some people sell cats and dogs without asking questions about their origins, often using hastily taken photos and deliberately vague descriptions of the animals' backgrounds. Some ads were clearly legitimate, people rehoming pets due to allergies or housing changes, but others had a different quality that made me suspicious. Multiple animals listed by the same sellers, prices that seemed either suspiciously low or unexpectedly high, and pickup arrangements that avoided normal pet ownership verification. By following these advertisements, I was able to delve deeper into online marketplaces that were not easily accessible through traditional search engines. Sites where animals were traded with even less oversight and documentation than the questionable classified ads I'd already found. The deeper I went, the more disturbing the trade became. Animals being sold for purposes that clearly weren't legitimate pet ownership. Research laboratories that operated outside normal ethical guidelines. Individuals who wanted animals for activities they couldn't discuss openly, and what appeared to be systematic collection and redistribution of pets that had been taken from their original homes. I realized that missing pets weren't just wandering off or meeting unfortunate accidents. Many were being systematically stolen and funneled into underground markets, where they were sold for purposes their original owners would never have consented to. The neighborhood cat disappearances that Mrs. Henderson had mentioned weren't coincidences. Someone was deliberately targeting our area, taking pets that were then sold through networks that operated with minimal oversight or accountability. But understanding what was happening to missing cats didn't immediately help me find Jasper or provide useful information to share with Mrs. Henderson without explaining how I'd discovered these disturbing markets. I tried to research whether law enforcement was aware of systematic pet theft operations, hoping to find legitimate channels for reporting what I'd discovered without having to admit to browsing illegal animal trading platforms. What I found was that pet theft was increasingly common but difficult to prosecute, since proving that animals had been stolen rather than simply lost required evidence that was rarely available when pets disappeared from familiar neighborhoods. The underground animal trade operated with sophisticated methods for avoiding detection, using the natural mobility of pets and the emotional distress of their owners to mask systematic criminal operations that generated substantial profits through exploitation of the human-animal bond. But most disturbing was discovering that the pet trade was just one part of larger networks that specialized in acquiring and redistributing living creatures for various illegal purposes, with cats and dogs being treated as renewable resources that could be systematically harvested from residential areas. The casual way these markets operated suggested that pet theft was routine business, with professional networks that understood how to identify vulnerable targets, execute efficient collection operations, and distribute animals through channels that avoided law enforcement detection. Meanwhile, Mrs. Henderson was probably continuing to search for Jasper through conventional methods, unaware that her beloved pet might have been deliberately taken and sold to people whose intentions she couldn't have imagined. The neighborhood cats that had disappeared over recent months had probably followed similar paths, ending up in situations that their original families would never discover and couldn't have prevented without understanding the systematic nature of the threat. But reporting what I'd learned would require explaining how I'd accessed these underground markets, potentially making me appear complicit in illegal activities while failing to provide actionable intelligence that could help recover specific missing animals. The pet theft operations were probably continuing to target our neighborhood and others, with new animals being taken regularly while maintaining the appearance that pets were simply wandering off or meeting accidental fates. I eventually told Mrs. Henderson that my online searches hadn't found any traces of Jasper, which was technically true since I discovered the probable fate of missing cats without finding specific evidence of what had happened to her pet. But I also quietly started keeping my own cat indoors permanently and mentioned to other neighbors that they might want to be more careful about letting their pets roam freely, without explaining the specific reasons for my increased caution. The missing cat search that was supposed to help a neighbor had instead revealed systematic criminal operations that made the entire neighborhood feel less safe, not just for pets, but for anyone who could be systematically targeted by people who understood how to identify and exploit vulnerabilities. Mrs. Henderson never found Jasper, and over the following months, several more cats disappeared from our street, despite increased vigilance from owners who were becoming aware that something more than natural wandering was affecting the local pet population. But the underground markets I discovered were probably still operating, continuing to facilitate the trade in stolen animals while maintaining the anonymity and discretion that allowed them to function without interference from law enforcement or animal welfare organizations. Every time I saw a new missing pet poster in the neighborhood, I wondered whether the owner would ever discover what had really happened to their beloved companion, or whether they'd simply join the growing number of people who had lost pets to criminal operations they never knew existed. The human mind has a terrible habit of wandering into places it shouldn't go. Mine certainly did. 78 days ago, I was just another burned-out journalism student at the University of Manchester, drowning in student debt and desperate for a dissertation that might actually matter. Now I'm writing this from a service station somewhere in Wales, looking over my shoulder every 30 seconds, convinced that thousands of invisible eyes are tracking my every move. And the worst part? I brought this all on myself with nothing more than curiosity and an investigation into internet urban legends that turned out to be horrifyingly real. I work at a small online news outlet in Leeds. Nothing special, just writing clickbait articles and repackaging trending stories when I'm not working on my dissertation about the dark corners of internet culture. The job barely paid the rent for my dingy flat in Headingley, which is probably why I developed an obsession with investigating internet urban legends for my dissertation. I wanted a breakthrough story, something that would get me noticed. My girlfriend used to warn me about going too deep into those rabbit holes before she moved to Edinburgh for her dream job. Now it's just me, my research notes, and too much time on my hands. The first time I accessed the dark web, it was underwhelming. Most of the sites were just marketplaces for drugs or counterfeit goods, nothing you wouldn't expect. Forums discussing privacy rights, whistleblower platforms. I was specifically researching the myth of red rooms for my thesis, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even influence. Every expert I'd interviewed insisted they were just urban legends, no actual evidence of their existence. The ultimate internet boogeyman story. For 3 months I just observed, following forum threads and communicating with anonymous sources who claimed to have witnessed these broadcasts. Most were obviously lying, embellishing stories they'd heard elsewhere. I created a detailed map of these claims, tracking patterns and inconsistencies, looking for anything that might suggest truth behind the myths. I never participated in anything illegal. I just watched, collected testimonies, told myself it was all for academic research and journalism. That's when I found the first breadcrumb. It wasn't even from the dark web, but from a message board dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. A user with no posting history had responded to a thread debunking red rooms. The post contained nothing but a string of characters that looked like an encryption key. Others in the thread dismissed it as trolling, but something about it caught my attention. The format was unlike anything I'd seen before. Not a standard URL or a simple cipher. I should have left it alone. I know that now. But at the time, I convinced myself that following this lead was important for my thesis, for exposing the truth about internet urban legends. So I copied the string and spent about a week analyzing it, eventually determining it was a complex access token for a hidden service. When I finally used the key, it brought me to what looked like a waiting room, just a black page with a counter showing 9,412 and slowly ticking up. No other information, no links, no way to interact with it. I observed it for days, watching the number climb to just over 10,000 before the page suddenly changed. The new page contained only a message: observer status granted. Below it was a countdown timer set to 72 hours and a Bitcoin wallet address. The message explained that to maintain observer status, a contribution of 0.05 Bitcoin was required before the timer expired. Not a huge amount, about $1,800 at the time, but not insignificant either. I almost closed the window right then. This was clearly heading into territory I didn't want to be involved with, but a part of me, the part that couldn't stop wondering what was behind all these layers, kept the tab open. I didn't send any Bitcoin, obviously. I just watched the timer count down, curious about what would happen when it reached zero. Nothing happened when the timer expired. The page simply refreshed to show the same waiting room with the counter I'd seen before, now at around 11,000. I figured that was it. I'd been denied access for not paying and was bumped back to the beginning. Fine by me. I actually felt relieved and went to bed resolving to drop this whole exploration. The next morning, I woke up to an email from an address consisting of random characters. No subject line. The body contained only the same Bitcoin wallet address from the website and the words, "Final notice, 24 hours." I hadn't given my email to anyone. I hadn't logged into anything. There was no way they should have been able to connect my browsing to my personal email. I checked my system for malware, ran multiple scans, reviewed my network logs. Nothing unusual appeared. I changed all my passwords, enabled two-factor authentication everywhere it wasn't already active, and even reformatted my main computer. The email bothered me more than I wanted to admit, not because of the implied threat, but because it meant my security had been compromised somehow. That evening, I received a text message from an unknown number. It consisted of 5 words: "We see you, observer." I blocked the number immediately, then spent hours checking my apartment for hidden cameras or signs of intrusion. Finding nothing, I convinced myself it was just an intimidation tactic, probably automated to scare people into paying. I didn't sleep well that night, or the night after. By the 3rd day, when the 24 hours had long expired, I started to relax slightly. Nothing had happened. No more messages. I went to work, came home, ordered takeout. Normal life resumed. Until I received a package. It arrived on my doorstep with no postage or shipping label. Just a small brown box sealed with clear packing tape. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note with 7 words. From one observer to another. Your choice. I didn't plug in the drive. I'm not an idiot. Instead, I used an old air-gapped laptop to safely examine its contents. The drive contained a single video file, about 3 minutes long. The thumbnail showed what looked like a poorly lit room. I hesitated before playing it. Everything in me said not to look, but curiosity. That same damn curiosity that had started this whole thing, won out. The video showed a room with concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor, and a person, I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, sitting in a metal chair in the center. They wore a black hood over their head and their hands were bound behind them. In the corner of the frame was a timestamp from 2 days earlier and a view counter that showed 16. In the bottom right corner was a chat window with messages scrolling by, usernames obscured. As I continued watching, frozen in horror, a figure in a featureless white mask entered the frame. They carried what looked like medical instruments on a small tray. The bound person began struggling against their restraints. The masked figure set down the tray and held up what appeared to be a scalpel to the camera, as if displaying it for the viewers. The chat window erupted with activity. The masked figure approached the bound person slowly, methodically. They placed the scalpel against the person's exposed forearm, causing them to flinch. The figure looked directly at the camera, head tilted questioningly. Then the chat window changed. A single message appeared in red text. Shallow cut, 200 USD. I stopped the video, my stomach heaving. I destroyed the laptop and the USB drive, smashed them both with a hammer, then disposed of the pieces in different dumpsters across the city. I reported the package to the police anonymously, but without more information about where it came from. I knew they couldn't do much. For weeks afterward, I lived in constant anxiety. I changed my phone number, created new email addresses, even considered moving. But nothing else happened. No more messages, no more packages. Eventually, the fear began to subside, replaced by a persistent low-grade dread that I tried to ignore. Then, about 2 months later, I noticed something unusual on my network traffic monitor, a tool I'd been running obsessively since the incident. An unknown device was connecting to my Wi-Fi for brief periods, usually late at night. The MAC address didn't match any of my devices. I changed my network password immediately, but the device connected again the next night. I set up additional monitoring tools, trying to identify what this device was and what it was doing on my network. All I could determine was that it was accessing my network storage, specifically folders containing personal photos and documents. The next day, I came home from work to find my apartment exactly as I'd left it, except for one detail. My laptop was open. I always close it before leaving. On the screen was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed, taken the night before. In the corner of the image was that same counter I'd seen on the website months ago, now well over 20,000, and a chat window with messages I couldn't read. At the bottom of the screen, a single line of text, subject acquisition pending, vote now. I packed a bag and left immediately, checked into a Travelodge under a false name, paid in cash. I called in sick to work for the next week. I considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd stumbled across something on the dark web, and now unknown people were watching me sleep? That they'd somehow compromised my devices despite all my security precautions? They'd either think I was paranoid or involved in something illegal myself. In the hotel, I spent hours researching how to disappear completely, how to create a new identity, how to live off the grid. I withdrew most of my savings in cash, bought a pay-as-you-go mobile, and started making plans to leave the country. The night before I planned to leave, I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of my hotel room door opening. I'd engaged the safety latch before sleeping, so the door only opened a few inches before catching. Through the gap, I could see a figure standing in the hallway. They stood there for several long seconds, not moving, not trying to force the door further. Then they slipped a piece of paper through the gap and left. I waited, heart pounding. for nearly an hour before I worked up the courage to retrieve the paper. On it was printed a QR code and 3 words: "Your audience awaits." I didn't scan the code. Instead, I left immediately, abandoning most of my belongings in the hotel room. I drove non-stop for several hours, eventually reaching a small village in the Scottish Highlands where I knew no one. I paid 3 months' rent in advance for a cottage outside the village, using a different name. The place had no internet connection, which was exactly what I wanted. For the first month, I jumped at every sound. I kept the curtains drawn at all times and rarely ventured into the village. But as weeks passed, with no sign of being followed, I began to relax slightly. Maybe they'd lost interest. Maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. I found work at a local hardware shop, kept to myself, started building a new life. I bought a basic mobile but used it only for calls to work. No internet, no social media, no digital footprint. I convinced myself I was safe. Until last night. I was restocking shelves at the shop when a customer approached. A man I'd never seen before in a village where I recognized most faces by now. He asked for help finding Ethernet cables, of all things. As I led him to the correct aisle, he mentioned offhandedly that he was setting up a new security system. Something about the way he said it made me uneasy. The word security system hung in the air between us. I tried to maintain my composure, asking what kind of system he was installing. He examined a package of cables, turning it over in his hands. His eyes never left the packaging as he spoke about being fascinated by observation, seeing without being seen, how some people never realize how visible they really are. I mumbled something about checking the stockroom and retreated to the back room, heart racing. It could have been an innocent conversation. It probably was. But the word choice, observation, hit too close to home. When I returned, the man was gone. In his place, on the shelf where the router cables were displayed, was a small piece of paper. On it was written a number, 57,249. Below the number was a date, 3 days from now, and the word scheduled. The counter, their audience had grown. I'm writing this now from a library computer 2 counties away. I left Scotland immediately after my shift ended yesterday. I haven't been back to the cottage. I left everything behind again. I know what you're thinking, that I'm being paranoid, seeing connections where there are none. Maybe you're right. Maybe that man was just a customer making conversation, and the paper with the number was unrelated. Maybe the entire thing, the website, the USB drive, the hotel visitor, has a rational explanation that doesn't involve what I fear it does. But I've seen the reality of what I once thought was just an urban legend. I've seen a person bound to a chair while anonymous viewers bid on what would happen to them next. I've seen how the torturer looked at the camera, waiting for instructions. I've seen my own face displayed with a scheduled date. I can feel eyes on me constantly now. I notice security cameras tracking my movements. I see people looking at their phones when I walk by, as if they're checking something, confirming something. I don't know if they're still watching because I found something I shouldn't have, or if I've become the next scheduled broadcast, the victim rather than the observer. But I know I can't keep running forever. Resources are limited. Vigilance fades. Mistakes happen. Sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I see that counter ticking upward. I wonder how many are watching at any given moment. I wonder what they're waiting to see. I wonder what amounts they'll bid to decide my fate. I never sent that Bitcoin payment. Never officially subscribed to whatever service I'd stumbled across. But I'm starting to think that doesn't matter. That maybe the payment was never the point. Maybe the real currency is attention. views, engagement. The thrill of watching someone who doesn't know they're being watched until they do. I'm going to post this as a warning. Don't go looking for red rooms. Don't convince yourself it's just research or morbid curiosity. Some things once seen can't be unseen. And some things, once they see you, never look away. If you're reading this and you recognize the patterns I've described, the counters, the observer status, any of it, then you're already on their radar. And I'm sorry, I truly am, because I don't know how to make them stop watching. I'm leaving this library now. I won't say where I'm going next. I probably shouldn't have written this at all, but someone needs to know what's out there, what's happening. If you ever receive a package with no return address, or find your devices behaving strangely, or notice someone watching you just a little too intently, remember my story and start running. The counter never stops. The observation never ends. And I'm afraid that eventually they'll want more than just to watch. In 3 days, I fear 57,249 people will be tuning in to see exactly what happens to me. I keep telling myself I should have just thrown that photo album away the moment I realized the pictures weren't from any holiday I'd ever taken. My mum died suddenly last March, and I've been slowly working through the process of sorting her belongings from the house in Blackpool, where she'd lived alone for the past decade. Most of it has been straightforward, if emotionally difficult. Clothes for charity shops, furniture that relatives might want, the usual accumulation of a lifetime that needs to be dealt with when someone passes away. But tucked away in a drawer in her bedroom, I found a photo album I'd never seen before. It was the old-fashioned kind with sticky pages and plastic covers, filled with what appeared to be holiday photographs from various trips and outings. At first glance, the photos seemed normal enough. Pictures of tourist attractions, countryside views, seaside promenades, the sort of snapshots that any pensioner might take during day trips or holidays. But as I looked more carefully, I started noticing details that didn't make sense. The photos showed places I recognized: York Minster, the Lake District, Brighton Pier. But they also showed me in these locations, apparently taken during visits I'd never made. There I was, standing in front of landmarks I'd never seen, wearing clothes I didn't remember owning, sometimes with people I didn't recognize. The strangest part was how natural and unposed I looked in these photographs, not like someone who was aware they were being photographed, but like candid shots taken during genuine leisure activities. But I had no memory of being in any of these places or doing the activities the photos showed. Initially, I wondered if I was looking at pictures of someone who resembled me closely. Maybe Mum had befriended someone who looked similar. Or perhaps there were family members I didn't know about who shared physical characteristics. But the person in the photographs was definitely me. Same height, same build, same distinctive scar on my left hand from a childhood accident. These weren't pictures of someone who looked like me. They were pictures of me in places I'd never been. I tried to think of rational explanations. Maybe I'd forgotten about family trips from years ago, or perhaps these were photos from events I'd attended but hadn't paid much attention to. Memory can be unreliable, especially when it comes to routine outings that didn't seem significant at the time. But some of the photographs showed me in recent clothing and with a hairstyle I'd only adopted within the past 2 years. These weren't forgotten memories from decades past. They were apparently recent photos of activities I should definitely remember participating in. The implications were deeply unsettling. Either I was experiencing serious memory problems that were affecting my ability to recall significant portions of my recent life, or someone had been systematically photographing me without my knowledge during activities I wasn't aware I was participating in. I decided to research the locations shown in the photographs, hoping to find some trigger that might help me remember when and why I might have visited these places. When I started looking into some of the more distinctive backgrounds visible in the photos, I found references to locations that were connected to websites and services I'd never encountered before. Following these connections led me to platforms that seemed to exist outside normal internet browsing, places where people shared and traded photographs that appeared to have been taken without the subject's knowledge or consent. The platforms contained thousands of images showing ordinary people in various locations and activities, with detailed information about when and where the photographs had been taken. Most disturbing was that many subjects appeared to be unaware they were being photographed, captured during routine activities they probably assumed were private. Some photos were clearly taken from significant distances using telephoto lenses, while others appeared to have been captured during social situations where the subjects might have expected to be photographed but weren't aware of the specific images being taken. But what made me feel sick was finding additional photographs of myself among these collections. Images that weren't in Mum's album, but showed me during routine daily activities around my home area in Lancaster. Pictures of me walking to work, shopping for groceries, even sitting in my garden reading a book. All taken without my knowledge, from positions where the photographer would have been invisible to me, while I was going about my normal business. I realized that someone had been systematically surveilling and photographing me for an extended period, documenting both my routine activities and what appeared to be staged situations where I'd been unknowingly directed to specific locations for more elaborate photography sessions. The holiday photos in Mum's album weren't documenting trips I'd forgotten about. They were evidence that I'd been deliberately taken to various locations while unconscious or otherwise unaware, then photographed in ways that made these situations appear to be normal leisure activities. But understanding what had happened didn't immediately clarify who had been responsible or what methods they'd used to transport me to these locations without my knowledge or memory. The sophistication required to drug someone repeatedly, transport them to distant locations, photograph them in apparently natural poses, and return them home without leaving any conscious memory of these events suggested professional-level planning and resources. When I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar systematic photography and memory loss, I found scattered reports of individuals who'd discovered photographs of themselves in locations they couldn't remember visiting. Most had initially assumed they were experiencing memory problems or psychological issues, but investigation eventually revealed that they'd been targeted by operations that specialized in systematic surveillance and manipulation for purposes that weren't immediately clear to the victims. The operations seemed to focus on creating comprehensive photographic records of people's lives, including both routine activities and staged situations that required sophisticated planning and execution. But the most disturbing aspect was that many victims never discovered the full extent of their surveillance, only becoming aware when they accidentally encountered photographs that had been taken without their knowledge. The hidden platforms where these photos were traded contained much larger collections than what individual victims had discovered, suggesting that systematic surveillance and photography was happening to many more people than realized they were being documented. I was probably just one of many people who were being systematically photographed and surveilled, with most never becoming aware of the extent to which their lives were being documented and distributed through networks they couldn't access or monitor. The photo album I'd found in Mum's belongings had probably been placed there deliberately, possibly as part of whatever psychological manipulation was being conducted against me through this systematic surveillance. but proving what was happening would require evidence that was difficult to gather safely, since the people responsible had clearly demonstrated sophisticated capabilities for conducting surveillance while avoiding detection. Meanwhile, the photography and surveillance was probably continuing, with new images being captured regularly and added to collections that were traded through platforms designed to maintain anonymity and avoid law enforcement oversight. I never found any explanation for how Mum had obtained the photo album, or whether she'd been aware of the surveillance operation that was apparently targeting me. But I remained constantly aware that my daily activities were probably being photographed and documented by people whose purposes I couldn't understand and whose methods I couldn't detect or prevent. Every routine activity now felt potentially dangerous, knowing that people with sophisticated surveillance capabilities were systematically documenting my life while maintaining the ability to manipulate my memory and consciousness in ways that left no trace I could reliably detect. The photo album that was supposed to provide memories of Mum's life had instead revealed that my own life was being systematically documented and manipulated by people whose identity and motivations remained completely unknown to me. I probably should have minded my own business when I noticed that our bin collection was happening on the wrong day. But once you start questioning things like that, you end up discovering answers you really didn't want to know. It was a Tuesday morning in November when I spotted the bin lorry working its way down our street. Nothing unusual about that, except our bins are normally collected on Thursdays, and had been for the 3 years I'd lived in this house. I only noticed because I'd forgotten to put mine out and was annoyed with myself for missing collection day. But when I looked outside, all the bins were still there from Monday night, exactly where people had left them. The lorry wasn't collecting refuse at all. The crew were photographing the contents of each bin, taking detailed pictures of what people had thrown away before moving on to the next house. I watched from my kitchen window as they worked systematically down the street, spending several minutes at each property documenting whatever was visible in the bins. They had proper equipment for the job, high-quality cameras, clipboards for notes, even what looked like evidence bags for collecting specific items. At first, I assumed this was some kind of council initiative. Maybe they were conducting waste audits to improve recycling rates, or gathering data about household disposal habits for environmental planning. Local authorities do all sorts of surveys that residents never hear about until the results are published. But something about the way they worked seemed too thorough and secretive for routine council business. They were careful to avoid being seen by residents, working quickly when people appeared at windows, and clearly trying to complete their documentation without attracting attention. When I tried calling the council to ask about waste monitoring programs in our area, they had no knowledge of any surveys being conducted and seemed confused about why someone would be photographing bin contents without notifying residents. That made me start paying closer attention to what was happening during our supposed bin collections, and I began noticing details that definitely weren't part of normal refuse service. The crew were collecting specific items from certain bins, placing them in separate containers rather than the main body of the lorry. They seemed to know exactly which houses to target and what they were looking for, suggesting this wasn't random sampling, but systematic collection based on prior intelligence. Most concerning was that they were taking items that clearly had personal significance. Photographs, documents, even clothing that people had discarded. The sort of things that could provide detailed information about household occupants and their personal circumstances. I realized that our weekly bin collection was being used as cover for systematic intelligence gathering about local residents. with discarded personal items being harvested for purposes that had nothing to do with waste management. But understanding what was happening didn't immediately clarify who was behind this operation or what they planned to do with the personal information they were collecting from people's rubbish. I started researching whether other areas had experienced similar fake bin collections, hoping to understand the scope of what appeared to be systematic surveillance disguised as routine municipal services. What I found led me to websites that specialized in providing intelligence gathering services for various clients who needed detailed information about specific individuals or communities. The sites offered comprehensive profiling services based on analysis of discarded materials with detailed breakdowns of what could be learned about people's lives, relationships, financial circumstances, and personal habits through systematic examination of their household waste. But these weren't legitimate investigation services working for law enforcement or established institutions. The platforms operated through hidden channels that avoided normal regulatory oversight, providing intelligence to clients who couldn't obtain this information through legal methods. The fake bin collection service was apparently one method among many for gathering personal intelligence that could be sold to people who wanted detailed information about specific individuals for purposes ranging from stalking to financial fraud. Discarded mail, photographs, personal documents, and even food packaging could offer detailed information about people's daily routines, relationships, health conditions, and vulnerabilities that could be exploited by clients with various criminal intentions. But the most disturbing aspect was that this intelligence gathering was being conducted under perfect cover, using municipal services that residents expected and trusted to facilitate systematic invasion of privacy that would be nearly impossible to detect or prevent. People were unknowingly providing detailed information about their personal lives every week when they put their bins out for collection, never realizing that their discarded materials were being systematically harvested and analyzed by people who specialized in using this intelligence for harmful purposes. The fake refuse collection was probably just one part of larger operations that used various municipal and commercial services as cover for intelligence gathering that facilitated systematic targeting of residents for criminal purposes. But proving what was happening would require evidence that would be difficult to gather safely, since the people responsible had clearly developed sophisticated methods for conducting surveillance while maintaining the appearance of legitimate municipal services. Meanwhile, the intelligence gathering was probably continuing throughout the area, with new personal information being collected weekly from residents who remained unaware that their discarded materials were being systematically harvested and analyzed. I started being much more careful about what I put in my household bins, shredding documents that contain personal information, and disposing of sensitive materials through other methods that wouldn't make them available for collection by unauthorized individuals. But I also realized that most residents would never become aware of the systematic intelligence gathering that was being conducted through their weekly refuse collection, continuing to discard personal materials without understanding that they were providing detailed information about their lives to people who specialized in exploiting such intelligence. The bin collection that was supposed to be a routine municipal service had instead become a systematic method for gathering personal intelligence that could be used to facilitate various types of criminal targeting against residents who had no idea their privacy was being systematically violated. When I tried to warn neighbors about the fake refuse collections, most seemed skeptical about the possibility that such systematic surveillance could be conducted without official knowledge or authorization. The idea that municipal services could be infiltrated or impersonated for criminal intelligence gathering seemed too sophisticated and organized for most people to accept as a realistic threat to their personal privacy and security. But the intelligence gathering was probably continuing regardless of whether residents believed it was happening, with comprehensive personal profiles being built from discarded materials that people assumed would be safely destroyed through normal waste processing. Every week, when I saw the bins being collected, I wondered whether other residents were starting to notice the unusual attention their refuse was receiving, or whether the systematic intelligence gathering would continue indefinitely without detection. The refuse lorry that appeared on our street each Tuesday looked exactly like legitimate council vehicles, staffed by people who appeared to be normal municipal workers conducting routine collection services that residents had no reason to question or examine closely. You know how sometimes you're so desperate for something to change in your life that you'll ignore obvious red flags? That's basically how I ended up volunteering for what I thought was legitimate mental health research, but turned out to be something much worse. This was about 2 years ago, when I was completely stuck. 27 years old, living in Manchester, working as a teaching assistant, because I couldn't get a proper counselling job, despite having a psychology degree. I was sending out applications constantly, getting nowhere, watching my university friends build actual careers, while I helped teenagers with their homework. So when I saw this advert for volunteer research positions with something called MindBridge Research, it felt like exactly what I needed. Mental health charity, looking for people with psychology backgrounds, the sort of experience that might finally make employers take my CV seriously. I should have realized something was off when they got back to me so quickly. Their website said they had a 6-month waiting list for volunteer positions, but I heard back within 3 days. They said my qualifications were particularly suitable for their current research needs. The charity operated from a converted office building near the university, focusing on what they described as innovative approaches to understanding psychological trauma and developing new therapeutic interventions. During my initial interview, they explained that their current project involves studying how people cope with exposure to disturbing content online, particularly the psychological mechanisms that allow some individuals to process traumatic material without developing lasting mental health problems. The research was important because increasing numbers of people were encountering violent or disturbing content through social media and news platforms, but traditional psychology had limited understanding of how this exposure affected mental well-being or how resilience could be built. They needed volunteers with counseling backgrounds to help analyze and document psychological responses to various types of challenging material, contributing to research that could eventually help develop better support systems for people who experience trauma through digital media. The work would involve reviewing disturbing content and providing professional analysis of its psychological impact, using my training to identify potential therapeutic interventions that might help others who encountered similar material accidentally. They emphasized that all content would be legal and ethically sourced, obtained through partnerships with law enforcement agencies and academic institutions that needed psychological expertise to understand the effects of material they encountered during their own work. The project offered a small stipend plus comprehensive professional development that would enhance my qualifications for future counseling positions, making it an opportunity that could significantly advance my career while contributing to important research. I agreed to participate and was given access to their research platform, which required special software to protect the sensitive nature of the material being studied and ensure that research content didn't become accidentally accessible to people who weren't trained to process it appropriately. The initial content was challenging but manageable: crime scene footage, interview recordings with trauma survivors, and documentation of various incidents that demonstrated the range of disturbing material that people might encounter through normal internet use. My role was to analyze the psychological impact of each piece of content, identifying elements that were particularly traumatic and suggesting therapeutic approaches that might help people process similar experiences. The research team was impressed with my analysis and gradually provided access to more complex material that required deeper psychological expertise to understand and document appropriately. Some content came from international sources and depicted cultural practices or legal systems that were different from UK standards, requiring careful analysis to separate genuine psychological insights from personal cultural reactions. But as I progressed through the research materials, I started encountering content that seemed to go beyond what legitimate academic or law enforcement research would require. Material that was clearly designed to cause maximum psychological distress rather than serve educational or investigative purposes, created specifically to traumatize viewers rather than document real events for legitimate analysis. Some content appeared to be produced recently rather than historical documentation, suggesting ongoing activities rather than archived materials being studied for academic purposes. When I raised concerns about the source and purpose of some materials, the research supervisors explained that understanding artificially created trauma content was essential for developing effective interventions, as increasing numbers of people were being deliberately exposed to psychological manipulation through various online platforms. The content I was analyzing represented the sort of material that was being used to cause psychological harm to vulnerable individuals, making it crucial to understand how these materials worked so that appropriate therapeutic responses could be developed. They assured me that all materials were obtained through legitimate channels and that my analysis was contributing to protective research rather than harmful activities. But I also started noticing that the research platform provided access to materials that weren't part of my assigned analysis, suggesting a broader collection of disturbing content that went beyond what would be necessary for the psychological research project I'd agreed to participate in. Some of this additional material appeared to be organized by psychological impact rather than academic category, with content grouped according to the type of trauma it was designed to create rather than its source or legal status. The organization suggested systematic study of psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate research into trauma recovery, with materials selected specifically for their ability to cause particular types of mental distress. I realized that MindBridge research might not be the legitimate academic charity I'd assumed, but an organization that collected and studied traumatic material for purposes that weren't related to therapeutic development. I tried to research the charity more thoroughly, looking for independent verification of their academic credentials and connections to legitimate mental health organizations. What I discovered was disturbing. MindBridge research had minimal presence in academic psychology communities, no published research that could be verified through normal scholarly channels, and funding sources that weren't transparent through standard charity oversight mechanisms. Their office building housed multiple organizations with similarly vague purposes, all focused on research projects that required access to sensitive or disturbing materials for reasons that weren't clearly documented in public records. I started investigating the special software they'd provided for accessing research materials, trying to understand what kind of network I'd been given access to through my volunteer work. The software connected to parts of the internet that weren't accessible through normal browsing. Communities where people shared and discussed the same types of disturbing content I'd been analyzing for the research project. These communities weren't focused on academic research or therapeutic development, but on collecting and consuming traumatic material for entertainment purposes, with participants rating content based on its psychological impact and requesting specific types of disturbing material. My analysis work for Mindbridge Research had apparently been contributing to these communities, providing professional psychological assessment that helped them understand and improve the traumatic effectiveness of content they were collecting and sharing. The research project wasn't studying trauma to develop therapeutic interventions, but to enhance the psychological impact of material being distributed to people who consume traumatic content as a form of entertainment. My counseling expertise had been used to make disturbing material more effective at causing psychological harm, rather than helping people recover from trauma exposure. I tried to stop participating in the research project, but discovered that my volunteer agreement included clauses about completing assigned work and maintaining confidentiality about materials I'd accessed during the research period. The charity's legal department contacted me when I attempted to withdraw, explaining that premature termination of my volunteer commitment could result in legal consequences related to breach of confidentiality agreements and misuse of sensitive research materials. They suggested that completing the remaining research assignments would be considerably less complicated than attempting to withdraw from commitments I'd already undertaken through signed agreements. The legal pressure was subtle but effective, making it clear that continued participation was considerably safer than attempting to expose what I'd discovered about the true nature of their research activities. Over the next few weeks, I continued analyzing disturbing content while understanding that my professional expertise was being used to enhance psychological manipulation techniques rather than develop therapeutic interventions. The materials became increasingly extreme, clearly designed to cause maximum psychological trauma to viewers who encountered them through the hidden internet communities that were using my analysis to improve their content effectiveness. Some content appeared to be produced specifically for psychological research purposes, created with systematic attention to elements that my analysis had identified as particularly traumatic or disturbing. I realized that my research contributions weren't just helping existing content become more harmful, but were being used to guide the creation of new material designed specifically to cause psychological damage to vulnerable people. The research project had evolved from studying trauma to actively participating in its creation, with my professional expertise being used to develop increasingly effective methods for causing psychological harm through carefully designed disturbing content. About 3 months into my volunteer work, I received additional responsibilities that made the true scope of their activities clear. Rather than just analyzing existing content, I was asked to help identify individuals who might be suitable targets for psychological manipulation, using my counseling background to profile people who would be particularly vulnerable to specific types of traumatic content. The targeting research involved analyzing social media profiles, online behavior patterns, and communication styles to identify individuals who showed signs of existing psychological vulnerability that could be exploited through exposure to carefully selected disturbing material. My analysis was being used to help the hidden communities identify and target specific individuals for systematic psychological harassment, using content that had been optimized for maximum traumatic impact based on their personal psychological vulnerabilities. The volunteer work had evolved from studying trauma recovery to actively participating in targeted psychological warfare against vulnerable individuals who had been selected based on their susceptibility to particular types of mental health manipulation. I should have reported everything to appropriate authorities, but the legal agreements I'd signed made it clear that exposing their activities would result in serious consequences that could destroy my career prospects and financial stability. The charity had been careful to structure their volunteer program in ways that protected their activities, while ensuring that participants became legally complicit in their operations, making exposure extremely risky for anyone who discovered the true nature of their work. I completed my volunteer commitment and received the professional development credentials they promised, but understood that my counseling expertise had been used to facilitate systematic psychological abuse of vulnerable individuals through carefully designed traumatic content. Mindbridge Research continues to recruit volunteers with mental health backgrounds, offering career development opportunities to people who need professional experience and don't realize they're contributing to psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate therapeutic research. The hidden internet communities continue to use professional psychological analysis to improve their content effectiveness, targeting vulnerable individuals with traumatic material that has been optimized for maximum psychological impact based on expert assessment of trauma mechanisms. I still work as a teaching assistant, still apply for counseling positions, still wonder whether my professional credentials are connected to activities that use mental health expertise to cause psychological harm, rather than provide therapeutic support. I keep wondering if I should have reported what I found at the pharmacy, but then I remember how normal everything looked on the surface, and I start doubting myself all over again. I work as a dispensary assistant at a small independent pharmacy in Stoke-on-Trent. Nothing glamorous, just checking prescriptions and helping customers find what they need. Been there about 2 years now, since I needed something steady after my last job at the call center fell through. Most days are routine, processing NHS prescriptions, answering questions about over-the-counter medicines, the usual mix of elderly regulars and parents with poorly children. But last month, I started noticing discrepancies in our stock levels that didn't match up with what we'd dispensed according to our computer system. Nothing dramatic, just small quantities of various medications that seemed to be missing without any record of where they'd gone. At first, I assumed it was just accounting errors, or maybe items that had been damaged and written off without proper documentation. Pharmacies handle hundreds of different products, and with multiple staff members processing orders throughout the week, occasional inventory mistakes are inevitable. But when I started paying closer attention to which specific medications were going missing, I noticed they were all items that could be dangerous if used incorrectly or by people who hadn't been prescribed them. Sedatives, painkillers, even some antipsychotic medications that required careful monitoring by qualified medical professionals. The missing quantities were always small, just a few tablets or capsules from larger containers, but the pattern was consistent enough that it couldn't be explained by normal dispensing errors or accidental damage. Someone was systematically taking small amounts of various controlled medications, probably hoping that the theft would go undetected among normal inventory fluctuations. I tried to research what these specific medications could be used for when combined or administered to people who hadn't been prescribed them, and what I discovered made me deeply uncomfortable. Most could be used to incapacitate people without their knowledge, while others were designed to cause specific behavioral or cognitive changes that would make victims more compliant or less able to resist suggestion. The medication theft wasn't random pilfering by staff members with personal addiction problems. Someone was systematically collecting materials that could be used to drug unsuspecting victims for purposes that ranged from robbery to much more serious crimes. But understanding what was probably happening didn't immediately help me identify who was responsible or provide clear evidence that would be useful for reporting the theft to management or police. The missing medications could have been taken by any staff member with access to the dispensary, and proving systematic theft would require surveillance or investigation that was beyond my authority as a dispensary assistant. When I tried to research whether similar medication theft was happening at other pharmacies, I found myself following links to websites that specialized in providing information about using pharmaceutical drugs for criminal purposes. The platforms contained detailed guides for administering various medications to unwilling victims, with specific information about dosages, timing, and combinations that would produce desired effects while minimizing the risk of detection. But these weren't theoretical academic discussions about pharmacology. They were practical instruction manuals for people who planned to use stolen medications to incapacitate victims for robbery, sexual assault, or other serious crimes. The casual way these techniques were discussed suggested that systematic medication theft from pharmacies was routine practice for people who needed access to controlled substances for criminal activities. The missing medications from our pharmacy were probably being used to facilitate ongoing crimes against innocent victims who would never understand why they'd experienced unexplained drowsiness, memory problems, or behavioral changes in situations where they should have felt safe. But the most disturbing discovery was that the theft wasn't being conducted by individual criminals acting alone, but was apparently part of organized operations that systematically targeted multiple pharmacies to gather materials needed for various types of criminal activity. The platforms I'd found contained detailed information about which pharmacies were easiest to steal from, which staff members were most likely to notice inventory discrepancies, and even specific techniques for gaining employment at pharmacies to facilitate ongoing theft of controlled medications. I realized that our pharmacy had probably been targeted specifically because our inventory tracking systems were less sophisticated than larger chain operations, making systematic theft more likely to go undetected. But proving this would require access to information and investigation capabilities that weren't available to someone in my position, and reporting my suspicions without concrete evidence might just alert the thieves to modify their methods rather than stopping the criminal activity. Meanwhile, the medication theft was probably continuing, with controlled substances being systematically removed from our stock and used to facilitate crimes against victims throughout the local area. The pharmacy, meant to provide safe and regulated access to essential medications, instead became an unwitting supplier for criminal operations that use these same drugs to harm innocent people. When I tried to discuss my concerns with senior staff members, they seemed more worried about the potential impact on our pharmacy's reputation than about the implications of systematic medication theft for public safety. The suggestion that our workplace might be facilitating criminal activity was treated as a problem with my attitude rather than a serious security issue that required investigation and preventive measures. But I remained convinced that the missing medications were being used for harmful purposes, and that our inadequate inventory controls were enabling ongoing criminal activity that affected people throughout the community. Every time I processed prescriptions for the same types of medications that were being systematically stolen, I wondered whether legitimate patients were being denied access to essential treatments because their medications were being diverted to criminal use. The theft of medication, which initially appeared to be minor inventory discrepancies, revealed systematic criminal operations that exploited pharmacy employment and insider access to commit serious crimes against unsuspecting victims. But proving the connection between missing medications and criminal activity would require investigation capabilities that were beyond what I could undertake safely, especially since the people responsible had demonstrated sophisticated methods for avoiding detection while maintaining legitimate employment. The controlled substances that were designed to provide safe, effective treatment for people with legitimate medical needs were being systematically diverted to facilitate criminal activities that cause serious harm to innocent victims who never suspected that their drinks, food, or environment had been compromised. When I eventually left that job and moved to a different pharmacy, I made sure to pay careful attention to inventory procedures and security measures, hoping to work somewhere with better controls that would make systematic medication theft more difficult to conduct undetected. If someone told you they'd found a perfect job that paid 3 times your current salary for half the hours, you'd probably assume there was something seriously wrong with it. But desperation has a way of making obvious red flags look like minor inconveniences you can work around. I was 29 and completely broke in Sheffield, trying to make freelance copywriting work while my savings dwindled, and my landlord started leaving increasingly pointed messages about late rent payments. The gig economy had turned out to be considerably less flexible and lucrative than advertised, leaving me scrambling for any work that might pay actual money instead of exposure and experience. That's when I saw the job listing that seemed too good to be true. Content writer for a digital marketing company, remote work, $30,000 a year for 20 hours a week. The only requirements were strong writing skills and what they called comfort with unconventional subject matter. The company was called Meridian Content Solutions, which sounded professional enough, and their website showcased previous work for various corporate clients. Nothing spectacular, but legitimate-looking marketing copy for businesses I'd never heard of, but which seemed real enough. I applied immediately, sending samples of my best copywriting along with a cover letter that probably sounded more desperate than professional. Within hours, I received a response asking if I was available for a phone interview the following morning. The interview went better than expected. The hiring manager was professional but friendly, asking standard questions about my experience and writing process. She seemed impressed by my portfolio and explained that they needed writers who could adapt to different client requirements without getting overwhelmed by unusual content requests. Some clients wanted marketing copy for products or services that existed in legal grey areas, she explained, requiring writers who could focus on technical accuracy and persuasive language without worrying too much about the ethical implications of what they were promoting. The work would involve creating content for various digital platforms, including some that weren't accessible through mainstream internet channels. Clients in these specialized markets were willing to pay premium rates for quality writing, which explained the generous salary for part-time work. She offered me the position on the spot, sending contracts and payment information that looked legitimate and professional. The salary would be paid monthly into my bank account, with no complex freelancer tax arrangements or delayed payment terms. I accepted immediately, reasoning that even if the work turned out to be questionable, the income would solve my immediate financial problems and give me breathing room to find something more conventional. My first assignment was writing product descriptions for what appeared to be a high-end security consultation service. The copy needed to emphasize discretion, expertise, and results, while avoiding specific details about methodology or client outcomes. The writing challenge was interesting, creating marketing materials that sounded impressive and professional, while remaining deliberately vague about actual services provided. It required the sort of creative ambiguity that demonstrated genuine copywriting skill. The client feedback was positive, and I quickly received additional assignments for similar security and privacy-focused businesses. The work was challenging but engaging, requiring me to research unfamiliar industries while maintaining the professional tone that luxury service providers expected. After about a month of steady work, I was assigned to create content for clients who operated through what my manager called alternative digital platforms. The copy would be published on websites that required special access methods, targeting audiences who weren't reached through conventional marketing channels. The technical requirements were more complex than anything I'd worked with before, involving software that connected to parts of the internet I'd never encountered. But the pay rate was even higher, and the writing challenges were genuinely stimulating. The first alternative platform assignment was creating promotional materials for a private investigation service that specialized in what they called deep background research. The copy needed to appeal to clients who required information that wasn't available through conventional investigative methods. The writing required balancing professionalism with hints about capabilities that couldn't be advertised openly, creating marketing materials that communicated expertise without making specific claims about illegal or unethical research methods. As I worked on more assignments for alternative platform clients, I started understanding that these businesses operated in areas where traditional advertising wasn't possible or effective. They needed marketing copy that could communicate their value to sophisticated audiences while maintaining plausible deniability about activities that might not be entirely legal. The writing challenges were intellectually engaging, requiring research into complex subjects and careful language choices that could imply capabilities without stating them directly. It was the sort of copywriting that demanded genuine skill and creativity. But I also started noticing that some assignments involved creating content for services that seemed to go beyond legal grey areas into activities that were clearly harmful to other people. One project required marketing materials for what was described as a social influence consulting service that helped clients manipulate online discussions and reputation management through coordinated harassment and misinformation campaigns. Another assignment involved promotional copy for a service that provided competitive intelligence through systematic surveillance and invasion of privacy targeting business rivals or personal enemies. The clients weren't just operating in legal grey areas, but were actively engaged in systematic harm to other individuals, using professional marketing copy to make their harmful services seem legitimate and appealing to potential customers. When I expressed concern about creating marketing materials for services that seemed designed to cause harm, my manager explained that all clients had been vetted for legitimacy and legal compliance. My role was to provide professional writing services, not to evaluate the ethics of client business models. She reminded me that copywriters regularly created marketing materials for industries they might personally find objectionable: tobacco, alcohol, gambling, even political campaigns. Professional writers focused on technical quality rather than moral judgment about client activities. The rationalization made sense from a business perspective, and the income was solving problems that had been causing genuine stress about housing and financial stability. I continued working on assignments while trying to focus on writing quality, rather than thinking too carefully about how my copy was being used. But as I created more marketing materials for alternative platform clients, I started recognizing that some services were targeting activities in Yorkshire, including Sheffield, and surrounding areas where I lived and worked. The competitive intelligence services I was writing for weren't abstractly harmful businesses operating in distant locations, but were actively targeting people in my own community for surveillance and harassment. Some marketing copy I'd written was being used to promote services that were probably causing genuine harm to neighbors and strangers who lived in the same city, where I was earning money by helping their tormentors market professional harassment services. I realized that my copywriting skills weren't just being used to promote questionable services, but were actively contributing to systematic harm affecting real people in my immediate geographic area. The marketing materials I created were helping harmful services seem professional and legitimate, making it easier for them to recruit clients who wanted to cause problems for specific individuals in Sheffield and surrounding areas. My writing was providing the professional credibility that made systematic harassment look like legitimate business services rather than criminal activity, helping harmful actors present their activities as technical consulting rather than organized cruelty. I tried to research Meridian Content Solutions more thoroughly, looking for verification that the company was legitimate and that my concerns about client activities were unfounded. What I discovered was disturbing. Meridian Content Solutions appeared to be a front company that existed primarily to recruit writers for creating marketing materials that made illegal or unethical services appear professional and legitimate. The company's business model was providing marketing support to harmful services that operated through hidden internet platforms, helping them recruit clients by presenting criminal activities as technical consulting or professional services. My writing skills weren't being used for legitimate digital marketing, but were essential infrastructure for helping harmful actors market their services to potential clients who might be deterred if they understood they were hiring criminals rather than professional consultants. The generous salary and flexible work arrangements had been designed to recruit writers who had financial pressures that would make them willing to overlook ethical concerns about client activities in exchange for steady income. I'd been targeted specifically because my freelancer financial struggles made me vulnerable to recruitment for activities that I might normally find morally unacceptable, but which could be rationalized through professional distance and economic necessity. The job listing hadn't been posted widely, but had been carefully placed where struggling freelance writers would find it, targeting people whose financial situations made them more likely to accept work without asking too many questions about client business models. When I tried to quit and report what I discovered about Meridian Content Solutions, I found that my employment contract included clauses about confidentiality and non-disclosure that made exposing their activities potentially expensive and legally complicated. The professional-looking contract I'd signed without reading carefully had included terms that protected the company from employee reporting of client activities, making it risky for me to expose harmful services I'd helped market. More concerning was discovering that some of the marketing materials I'd written had been successful enough that the harmful services were expanding their operations, using my professional copy to recruit additional clients for systematic harassment targeting Sheffield area residents. My writing had been effective enough at making harmful services seem legitimate that they were able to grow their operations and cause more extensive harm to more people in my own community. The marketing copy I'd created was continuing to generate business for services that specialized in causing psychological and professional harm to specific individuals, with my professional writing skills being used to expand the reach and effectiveness of organized harassment campaigns. I never found a safe method for extracting myself from involvement with Meridian Content Solutions, and the marketing materials I'd created continued being used to promote harmful services that were expanding their operations throughout Yorkshire. Some of the harassment services I'd helped market were probably still causing problems for people I encountered during daily activities in Sheffield, using professional marketing copy I'd written to present systematic cruelty as legitimate technical consulting. I eventually found other copywriting work through more conventional channels, but the income was considerably lower and less stable than what Meridian had provided, making it difficult to maintain the financial stability I'd achieved through writing marketing materials for harmful services. The alternative platform clients continue operating. The systematic harassment services continue expanding their operations, and people continue experiencing professionally marketed harm that's disguised as legitimate business consulting through marketing copy, written by freelancers who need the income more than they need clear consciences. I still work as a freelance copywriter, still live in Sheffield, still wonder whether some of the financial and personal problems experienced by people around me might be caused by services I help to market to clients who were looking for professional ways to cause harm to specific individuals. But I'm also aware that financial desperation can be systematically exploited by people who understand that struggling freelancers will write marketing copy for almost anything if the money is good enough, and the moral implications are presented as someone else's responsibility. The perfect job that paid 3 times my previous salary turned out to be writing professional marketing materials for systematic harassment services, with my copywriting skills being used to help criminal activities seem like legitimate business consulting to clients who wanted to cause harm, but preferred to think of themselves as hiring technical experts rather than criminal services. The marketing copy I wrote continues helping harmful services recruit clients and expand their operations, while the financial stability I achieved through that work makes it difficult to report activities that I help facilitate through professional writing that made organized cruelty look like respectable business services. Picture this. You're scrolling through your emails one morning and find an invitation to an exclusive event. Premium location, limited attendance, significant financial reward for participation. The kind of opportunity that seems too good to be true, but legitimate enough that you don't immediately delete it. Now picture discovering that the event isn't what you thought it was, and by the time you realize what you've agreed to, it's far too late to back out. I work in market research for a consultancy firm in Leeds. Nothing glamorous. Consumer surveys, focus groups, the occasional product launch analysis. The pay is decent enough, but it's the kind of job where you're always looking for ways to supplement your income. Freelance work, weekend surveys, anything that might add a few £100 to your monthly earnings. That's why the email caught my attention. It arrived on a Tuesday morning, mixed in with the usual spam and work correspondence. The subject line was simple enough. Research opportunity, exclusive participation required. The sender was someone called Dr. Sarah Chen from something called the Institute for Behavioral Studies. The email was professionally written, explaining that they were conducting a specialized research project on group dynamics and social behavior. They needed participants with specific qualifications, university educated, working in research or analysis, comfortable with technology and unconventional research methods. The compensation was substantial. £500 for a single evening's participation, with the possibility of ongoing work for suitable candidates. I looked up the Institute for Behavioral Studies online. They had a legitimate-looking website, published research papers, even a few academic staff profiles. Dr. Chen appeared to be a real person with proper credentials from Manchester University. Everything seemed above board, if a bit vague about the actual nature of the research. The application process was straightforward. Basic personal information, employment history, some questions about my comfort level with technology, and unusual research scenarios. They asked about my experience with online platforms, whether I'd used secure communication tools, how I felt about observing human behavior in controlled environments. Within a week, I received confirmation that I'd been selected for the study. The details were sparse but intriguing. I would need to attend a briefing session in Manchester, followed by the main research event later that evening. All travel expenses would be covered, plus the £500 participation fee. The only requirement was that I sign a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement before the briefing. The location was a serviced office building near Manchester city centre. Nothing unusual about that. Lots of research companies rent temporary spaces for focus groups and studies. I arrived on the specified date to find about 20 other people in the waiting area, all roughly my age and background, all looking slightly puzzled about what they'd signed up for. Dr. Chen turned out to be exactly as advertised. A professional academic in her 40s, well-spoken and authoritative. She explained that we would be participating in a study of group behavior and decision-making in high-pressure situations. The research involved observing and interacting with subjects in a controlled environment, measuring our responses to various scenarios. The technology component, she explained, was necessary for participant privacy and research integrity. We would be accessing the observation environment through a secure network, using encrypted connections to ensure anonymity. Each participant would be given a laptop with pre-installed software for the session. We were led to individual workstations in a larger room, each with a laptop and a set of instructions. The software we needed to use was something called Tor browser, which Dr. Chen explained was standard for research requiring participant anonymity. We would be accessing a private research platform that could only be reached through this secure network. The initial briefing made it sound like a sophisticated version of reality television. We would be observing people in various scenarios and making decisions about how situations should develop. Our choices would be aggregated with other participants to determine the direction of the research. It was described as a study of collective decision-making and moral reasoning under pressure. The platform, when we accessed it, looked professional enough. Clean interface, clear instructions, participant guidelines. We were told we would be observing subjects who had volunteered for a separate study and consented to being filmed. Our role was to vote on various scenarios and observe how different situations affected group dynamics. The first session seemed innocuous. We were watching what appeared to be a focus group. 8 people sitting around a table discussing consumer preferences. Our job was to vote on which topics the moderator should introduce next, how the discussion should be guided, what questions would be most revealing about group behavior. It felt like legitimate research, the kind of thing you might see in any market research facility across the country. The participants seemed natural, unaware they were being observed by external researchers. We made our votes through the platform interface, and the focus group moderator would adjust their questioning accordingly. After about an hour, Dr. Chen explained that the next phase would be more intensive. The subjects would be moved to individual observation rooms, where we could study their behavior in isolation. This was where the real research would begin, understanding how people behaved when they thought they were alone, versus how they acted in groups. The individual observation sessions were more uncomfortable. We were watching people in what looked like small windowless rooms, apparently unaware they were being filmed. The platform allowed us to vote on various environmental changes, adjusting lighting, temperature, introducing background noises. The idea was to measure stress responses and coping mechanisms. I started to feel uneasy about the whole thing. The people we were observing seemed genuinely distressed by some of the environmental changes. When we voted to increase the room temperature, we could see them becoming visibly uncomfortable. When background noise was introduced, they showed clear signs of agitation and confusion. Dr. Chen explained that this was normal for behavioral research. The subjects had consented to psychological stress testing as part of their participation agreement. What we were seeing was valuable data about human resilience and adaptation. The distress was temporary and carefully controlled to avoid lasting harm. But as the evening progressed, the scenarios became more extreme. We were voting on whether to restrict access to water, whether to introduce disturbing sounds, whether to dim the lights to near darkness. The people we were observing were showing increasing signs of panic and distress. The platform interface had evolved too. Instead of simple voting options, we were now bidding on scenarios using virtual credits. The higher the bid, the more likely our chosen option would be implemented. It had turned into a kind of auction system, with participants competing to direct the action. Some of the other participants seemed to be enjoying it. I could hear suppressed laughter from nearby workstations when particularly distressing scenarios were implemented. People were bidding aggressively on options that would cause maximum psychological pressure on the subjects. I tried to bid on less harmful options to counteract what the others were doing, but I quickly realized that some people were bidding with what seemed like unlimited virtual credits. Whatever system was in place, some participants had far more influence than others. The worst part was watching the subject's deterioration. What had started as mild discomfort had escalated to genuine terror. These people were trapped in small rooms, subjected to psychological pressure that was clearly beyond anything they could have consented to. And we were the ones directing it, voting on new ways to torment them. I tried to close the laptop and leave, but Dr. Chen approached my workstation. She explained quietly that participants were required to complete the full session to receive payment. More importantly, the non-disclosure agreement I'd signed included specific penalties for early withdrawal or breach of confidentiality. The penalties were substantial. Several £1,000s in compensation for disrupted research. So I stayed. I watched as the scenarios became increasingly extreme, as the subjects were pushed beyond psychological breaking points. I made token bids on harmless options while others seemed to compete for the most creative forms of torment. By the end of the session, several of the subjects had suffered what appeared to be complete psychological breakdowns. They were catatonic, unresponsive, clearly traumatized by whatever they'd experienced in those rooms. The platform recorded our collective decisions and thanked us for our participation in the research study. Dr. Chen provided payment as promised, along with contact information for future research opportunities. She reminded us of our confidentiality obligations and the legal consequences of discussing the research with anyone outside the authorized team. I left Manchester that night feeling sick about what I'd witnessed and participated in. But I also had £500 in my account and the promise of more work if I was interested. The money was more than I made in a week at my regular job. Over the following days, I tried to research the Institute for Behavioral Studies more thoroughly. The website was still there, but when I looked more carefully, the academic papers seemed to be fake. The staff profiles used stock photos, and the university affiliations couldn't be verified. I also started to doubt whether what I'd witnessed was actually research at all. The whole setup felt more like entertainment than academic study. The bidding system, the competitive element, the focus on causing distress rather than understanding behavior, it all suggested something much darker than legitimate research. But I couldn't report it without implicating myself. I'd signed legal documents, participated willingly, even made decisions that contributed to whatever those people had suffered. Any investigation would reveal my involvement and potentially lead to the legal consequences Dr. Chen had warned about. 2 weeks later, I received another invitation. Same format, same professional presentation, but this time the compensation was higher, £1,000 for participation. The email mentioned that I'd been selected for a premium research program based on my previous contributions. I should have deleted it immediately, should have blocked the sender and tried to forget the whole thing had ever happened. But £1,000 was substantial money, and I told myself that maybe I could participate without actively contributing to harm. Maybe I could bid on harmless options, try to protect the subjects rather than torment them. The second session was worse, much worse. The subjects weren't just being psychologically pressured, they were being physically harmed, not severely, but deliberately and systematically. Small injuries, controlled pain, careful degradation designed to break them down completely. And the other participants were enthusiastic about it. They were bidding enormous amounts on scenarios that would cause maximum suffering. The virtual credit system had been replaced with what looked like real money, pounds sterling being transferred in real time to implement specific forms of torture. I realized I wasn't participating in research at all. I was part of an audience paying to watch and direct real torture, broadcast live through the dark web to paying customers around the world. The professional presentation, the academic credentials, the research terminology, it was all camouflage for something much more sinister. The subjects weren't volunteers who had consented to psychological testing. They were victims, probably kidnapped or coerced, being tortured for the entertainment of people wealthy enough to pay premium prices for customized suffering. And I was one of them. By participating, by staying silent, by accepting payment for my involvement, I'd become part of a network that treated human torture as interactive entertainment. The sessions continued monthly. Each time, the compensation increased and the scenarios became more extreme. I told myself I was trying to minimize harm by bidding on less severe options, but I knew I was just rationalizing my continued participation. The money was addictive. Thousands of pounds for a few hours of watching screens and clicking buttons. More than I made in months at my regular job. It let me move to a better flat, buy things I'd never been able to afford, live a lifestyle that would have been impossible on my normal salary. But I also knew that every session I attended meant more people were being tortured for entertainment. Real people suffering real pain, while audiences around the world paid to watch and participate in their degradation. The network was vast. What I thought was a small research study was actually one node in a global system. There were hundreds of these sessions running simultaneously, different themes and scenarios for different audiences. The technology allowed real-time interaction between viewers and victims, turning torture into a personalized entertainment service. The worst part was realizing how many people were involved. The sessions I attended had dozens of participants, each paying substantial amounts for the privilege of directing human suffering. Multiply that across hundreds of simultaneous sessions, and you're looking at thousands of people who treat torture as entertainment. These weren't criminals or social outcasts. They were people with professional jobs, disposable income, the technical knowledge to access dark web platforms. They were probably colleagues, neighbors, maybe even friends and family members. Normal people who had found a way to pay for something monstrous, while maintaining plausible deniability about their involvement. I still receive invitations to new sessions, premium events, exclusive content, opportunities to direct increasingly extreme scenarios. The compensation offers have reached amounts that would change my life permanently. Enough money to quit my job, buy a house, never worry about financial security again. And I'm tempted. Not because I enjoy watching people suffer, but because the money would solve every problem I have. Because it's easy to rationalize participation when the alternative is returning to financial stress and career uncertainty. The invitations come from different sources now, but they're clearly part of the same network. Academic institutions, research organizations, market research companies, all fronts for the same underlying system. They've probably identified thousands of potential participants, people with the right combination of financial need and moral flexibility to become part of their audience. The person sitting next to you at work might have attended one of these sessions last night. Your university lecturer, your doctor, your neighbor, any of them could be supplementing their income by paying to watch and direct real torture. And the victims could be anyone. People who responded to job advertisements, answered research invitations, trusted professional-looking organizations, people like me, who thought they were participating in legitimate work until it was too late to back out. The next time you see a research invitation with unusually high compensation, or a job opportunity that seems too good to be true, remember that some offers are designed to compromise you gradually, to make you complicit in something horrible through small steps and financial incentives. You might already be on their lists. They might already know exactly what compensation amount would be enough to make you consider participating. What professional presentation would convince you it was legitimate? And once you've attended one session, once you've accepted payment for your participation, you're part of the network whether you want to be or not, because they know that most people, faced with the choice between exposing themselves or staying silent, will choose to protect their own interests, just like I did. The link had been sitting in my inbox for 3 days before I opened it, mostly because I get so many random messages from anonymous users that I've learned to ignore most of them until I'm properly bored. I was 22 and working in the stockroom at a Sainsbury's in Preston, spending 8 hours a day moving boxes around and trying not to think too much about how this wasn't exactly where I'd imagined myself ending up after college. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the work was mind-numbing in ways that made every shift feel like it lasted twice as long as it actually did. Most of my mental stimulation came from browsing message boards during breaks and lunch, anonymous forums where people shared interesting content, discussed topics that were too controversial for mainstream social media, posted things they'd discovered in the darker corners of the internet. I wasn't looking for anything particularly extreme, just wanted to read something more engaging than the usual social media nonsense that everyone else seemed satisfied with. Real discussions about real topics by people who weren't trying to maintain personal brands or worry about what their employers might think. The message boards I frequented attracted people who'd been banned from regular platforms or preferred not to use their real names when discussing sensitive subjects. Not necessarily criminals or extremists, just individuals who valued privacy and authentic conversation over performative social interaction. One board I visited regularly had a section for sharing unusual content that people had discovered during their online wanderings. Leaked documents, underground media, historical footage that had been suppressed or forgotten. The sort of material that demonstrated there was always more happening in the world than mainstream news sources bothered to report. The link had come through a private message from a stranger who claimed to have found something that would interest anyone serious about documenting authentic, extreme content. They'd noticed my posts in discussions about banned media and thought I might appreciate access to material that most people would never encounter. I'd received similar messages before from people wanting to share shocking videos or disturbing images they'd found somewhere online. Most turned out to be obviously fake content or things I'd already seen posted elsewhere. But the stranger's message was different, more measured, more focused on the documentary value of what they were offering rather than its shock potential. They explained that the link led to a streaming site that hosted live content from various hidden locations. Not recorded material, but real-time feeds showing events as they happened. The sort of authentic documentation that serious researchers valued for its immediacy and unfiltered nature. I should have been more suspicious about why someone would share access to exclusive streaming content with a random person from a message board. But I was curious. and my job gave me plenty of time to explore whatever caught my interest without worrying about productivity or professional consequences. The link led to a site with a basic interface showing multiple video feeds from different locations. Most were static or showed empty rooms, but a few had obvious activity suggesting they were genuinely live rather than pre-recorded loops. The video quality was better than I'd expected for streaming content, and the feeds updated regularly in ways that confirmed they were showing real-time events rather than edited footage. Professional equipment and reliable internet connections rather than amateur recordings from phone cameras. One feed showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space with someone restrained in the center of the frame. The timestamp indicated it was happening live, and occasionally I could see movement that confirmed the person was conscious and aware of their situation. I watched for about 20 minutes during my lunch break, telling myself I was documenting whether this type of content actually existed rather than just consuming it for entertainment. The academic approach that people on the message boards always claim to take when discussing extreme material. Around the edges of the video feed, I could see interface elements that suggested this was part of a larger streaming platform. Chat functions, viewer counters, menu options that implied there were additional feeds available to people with appropriate access levels. The chat showed comments from maybe 30 other viewers discussing what they were seeing with the clinical detachment of people analyzing documentary footage. No obvious excitement about violence, just matter-of-fact observations about technical aspects of the setup. What made me pay closer attention was a detail in the background of the main feed. On the wall behind the restrained figure was a poster that looked familiar, a local council notice about planning applications that I'd seen around Preston. The format and official logos were definitely from Preston City Council, the sort of bureaucratic signage you see in public buildings and commercial properties throughout the area, which suggested this feed was showing events happening locally rather than in some distant foreign location. Over the next few days, I found myself checking the streaming site regularly to see if the feeds had changed or if new content was available. The interface seemed to update on an irregular schedule, with different rooms becoming active at different times. Most of the locations looked similar. Basement or garage spaces with concrete walls and industrial lighting, but the background details varied enough to suggest they were different physical locations rather than the same room filmed from different angles. I started paying attention to these background details, looking for clues about where the feeds might be originating. Council notices, business signage, architectural features that might indicate specific geographic areas. Several feeds showed details that suggested UK locations, electrical fittings, building materials, even glimpses of packaging that looked typically British. But one feed in particular kept showing elements that seemed specifically local to the Preston area. Not just the council poster, but other details that I recognized from around town. A particular type of street lighting visible through a small window, road markings that matched local standards, even background sounds that seemed consistent with urban Lancashire rather than anywhere foreign. The possibility that live violent content was being streamed from locations near where I lived and worked made everything feel more immediate and disturbing. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in the Sainsbury's stockroom. I started researching whether there had been any local missing person reports that might correspond to people I'd seen in the feeds. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in an area the size of Preston. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person had last been seen in an area I knew well. They'd disappeared after leaving work at a retail park about 10 minutes from where I worked, and despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. The timing roughly corresponded to when I'd first started accessing the streaming site, and the physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the feeds. The connection was too vague to be certain, but disturbing enough to make me wonder if other viewers had noticed similar patterns. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Supermarket worker claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while browsing anonymous message boards during lunch breaks. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone was connecting their content to real-world missing person cases. I'd been accessing their site regularly for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. The stranger had warned me that accessing hidden streaming content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. About a month after first accessing the streaming site, I received another message from the stranger asking whether I'd found the content educational and if I was interested in additional material that wasn't available to general viewers. Their tone was friendly but felt more personal than our previous communication, as if they knew something about my response to the content that they hadn't mentioned before, or had been monitoring my viewing patterns more closely than I'd realized. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain access while expressing some reservations about the content. Their response came back within hours, which suggested they'd been online waiting for my reply, rather than just checking messages occasionally. They said they understood my concerns, but reminded me that serious documentation sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. They offered to provide access to additional feeds that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of how such content was created and distributed. Something about the way they phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my continued viewing was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing content that was clearly illegal and potentially connected to local criminal activity. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or lack of appreciation for the exclusive access I'd been granted. The next day at work, I noticed someone I didn't recognize hanging around the car park during my lunch break. Nothing obviously suspicious, just someone who seemed to be waiting for something or observing the area more carefully than you'd expect from casual visitors. They were positioned where they could see the staff entrance but weren't obviously watching it. The sort of surveillance that would be easy to dismiss as coincidence unless you were already paranoid about being monitored. I mentioned it to one of my colleagues, who said they'd noticed the same person on previous days but assumed they were waiting for someone or had legitimate business in the area. The sort of explanation that made perfect sense unless you had reasons to be concerned about unwanted attention. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds outside my door that could have been coincidence but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking from my flat to the bus stop, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything obviously suspicious. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Interesting viewing habits. No signature, no return address. Just those 3 words that made it obvious someone knew about my access to the streaming site and had been monitoring my activities as a result. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger in the supermarket felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I stopped accessing the streaming site and tried to focus on normal work and social activities. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd seen, or the fear that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than casual browsing of extreme content. The person I'd noticed in the car park disappeared around the same time I stopped visiting the site. Either they'd found what they were looking for, or whoever was behind the surveillance had decided I was no longer worth monitoring. But I still think about those feeds, and the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as if it were documentary footage rather than live criminal activity. How many other people might be accessing similar content without understanding the risks involved in connecting it to real-world events? And I think about the stranger and whether they were genuinely sharing interesting content with fellow researchers or deliberately drawing people into situations they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if receiving that link was as random as it seemed, or if someone had been monitoring the message boards long enough to identify people who might be curious about extreme content, but naive about the consequences of accessing it. The link is still in my message history, though I've never tried to access it again. Sometimes I'm tempted to see if the site is still active, if the same feeds are running, if other people are still watching and commenting as if real violence were just another form of online entertainment. But mostly, I try to pretend I never saw it, never accessed those feeds, never connected what I was watching to missing people from my own area. Because acknowledging what I know would mean accepting that some of the most disturbing content online isn't created in distant countries by foreign criminals, but by people who might live in the same town, shop in the same places, walk the same streets as everyone else. The strangest thing about finding yourself in the middle of a horror story is how ordinary everything feels right up until it doesn't. I'm a freelance graphic designer, nothing special, living in a cramped flat above a chip shop in Hackney. The kind of person who orders too much takeaway and falls asleep watching Netflix documentaries. Not exactly the sort you'd expect to stumble into something that would change everything. It started because of Danny, my flatmate's younger brother. He'd been staying with us for a few weeks after dropping out of university, much to his parents' horror. Danny was one of those lads who thought he knew everything about computers, but really just knew how to download things he shouldn't, and act smug about it. The kind who'd lecture you about privacy whilst posting every meal on Instagram. One evening in March, I came home to find Danny hunched over his laptop at the kitchen table, looking pale as milk. He quickly shut the screen when I walked in, but not before I caught a glimpse of what looked like a chat room with dozens of messages scrolling past. Nothing unusual there, except Danny looked genuinely shaken, which was odd for someone who spent most of his time arguing with strangers online. Over the next few days, I noticed changes in him. He'd always been a bit of a night owl, but now he was staying up until dawn, emerging from his room only to grab food or use the bathroom. The bags under his eyes grew darker, and he jumped at every small noise. When I asked if he was all right, he just mumbled something about a project he was working on. The following week, Danny disappeared. Not dramatically, just packed his things whilst we were out, and left a note saying he'd decided to go travelling. His brother seemed relieved, honestly. Danny had been getting stranger by the day, barely speaking and spending all his time online. We assumed he'd finally sorted himself out and moved on. 3 months later, I was clearing out the spare room when I found Danny's old external hard drive wedged behind the radiator. Curiosity got the better of me. Most of it was the usual rubbish you'd expect from a 20-year-old, but buried in a folder labeled uni stuff were dozens of screenshots that made my stomach turn. The images showed what appeared to be a streaming interface, dark and minimal, with a video player displaying various rooms. Some looked like basements or warehouses, others like normal bedrooms or kitchens. Each stream had a viewer count and a chat sidebar filled with usernames I couldn't pronounce. The screenshots captured moments that looked disturbingly real. People in distress, sometimes alone, sometimes not. At first, I thought it might be some kind of elaborate horror game or interactive fiction, but the timestamps on the files suggested Danny had been accessing these streams regularly over several weeks. The final screenshot was dated just 2 days before he'd left, showing a room I recognized. It was his bedroom, taken from the angle of his webcam, but the image showed him sleeping, whilst the chat beside it was filled with messages about him. I should have deleted everything and forgotten about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Danny might be in trouble. After some research, I learned about the dark web and how to access it safely. I'm no computer expert, but I'm not completely hopeless either, and the instructions weren't as complicated as I'd expected. Finding the site again took weeks of searching through hidden forums and following cryptic links. When I finally located it, the interface was exactly as Danny's screenshots had shown. A grid of streams, each showing different locations, some with people, others empty. The viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The chat moved too quickly to read properly, a constant scroll of messages in multiple languages. I watched for hours, trying to understand what I was seeing. Most streams seemed to show people going about normal activities, unaware they were being watched. Cooking, reading, sleeping. It felt voyeuristic, but not necessarily sinister. Then I found the premium section. The premium streams required some form of verification I couldn't work out, but the preview thumbnails were enough to make me feel sick. These weren't people living their normal lives. These were deliberate performances, and not the kind anyone would volunteer for. One stream caught my attention because the location looked familiar. The room was sparse, with concrete walls and a single window set high up. It reminded me of the basement storage areas in council housing blocks, the kind where residents keep their Christmas decorations and broken furniture. As I watched, someone entered the frame, but the image quality was too poor to make out details. The chat beside this stream was different from the others. Instead of random messages, users seemed to be making requests or suggestions. I watched in horrifying fascination as these instructions appeared to be followed. The person in the room would move or act according to what the viewers demanded. Over the following weeks, I found myself drawn back to the site regularly. I told myself I was looking for clues about Danny, but really, I think I was just fascinated by the grotesque spectacle of it all. The streams never seemed to end, cycling through different locations and different people. Some faces appeared regularly, others only once. I started recognizing patterns. Certain usernames appeared in multiple chats, seeming to have influence over what happened. Some streams would suddenly cut to black, only to resume hours or days later with new occupants. The premium section grew, offering more extreme content for users who could prove their commitment to the community. The breakthrough came when I spotted Danny in one of the regular streams. He wasn't a victim, he was working behind the camera. I caught glimpses of him adjusting equipment, checking messages, sometimes speaking to people off-screen. He looked different, thinner and more focused, but it was definitely him. The realization that my flatmate's brother wasn't missing, but was actively involved in running these streams changed everything. I started paying closer attention to the technical side, trying to work out how the operation functioned. The streams appeared to be broadcast from multiple locations across the UK, possibly Europe, with sophisticated systems for avoiding detection. More disturbing was the discovery that many viewers weren't just passive observers. They were paying for influence, contributing resources, even providing locations and equipment. The whole thing operated like a twisted social network, with users building reputations and gaining access to more extreme content. I began documenting everything, taking screenshots and notes, thinking I might eventually take it to the police. But the more I learned, the more I realized how difficult that would be. The site was designed to be untraceable, the users anonymous, the evidence ephemeral. Even if authorities could locate the servers, they'd find nothing but empty rooms and abandoned equipment. Then one evening, whilst watching a stream from what looked like an abandoned warehouse in East London, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In the background, barely visible through a grimy window, was the distinctive tower block where I lived. The camera angle suggested the warehouse was less than half a mile from my flat. I spent the next day walking around the industrial estate near my building, looking for anything that matched what I'd seen on screen. Most of the warehouses were still in use or had been converted to flats. But one building at the end of a dead-end road stood empty, its windows boarded up. That night, I watched the stream more carefully, looking for any details that might confirm the location. During a quiet moment, I heard something that made my chest tighten. Through the audio feed came the distant sound of the Northern Line trains pulling into the nearby station, the same sound I heard from my bedroom window every night. The warehouse was practically on my doorstep, and I'd been watching people being held there for weeks without realizing it. I should have called the police immediately, but something held me back. What if I was wrong? What if it was just coincidence? The streams operated on such a scale that surely law enforcement already knew about them. Maybe this was all part of some larger investigation I'd stumble into and compromise. Instead, I decided to take a closer look myself. Just to confirm the location, I told myself. Nothing more than that. The next evening, I walked past the warehouse several times, trying to look casual. The building appeared genuinely abandoned, with no signs of activity. But as I lingered near the entrance, I noticed something odd. Despite the boarded windows and general air of dereliction, there were fresh tire marks in the dirt near the loading bay. I was about to leave when I heard voices coming from inside the building. Low, conversational tones, too muffled to make out words, but definitely present. As I moved closer to try to hear better, my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had sent me a private message on the streaming site. I'd never interacted with anyone there, never even created a proper account, so receiving direct contact was impossible. Yet there it was, a simple message that made my knees weak. The message contained just my full name and address, followed by a single line. "We appreciate dedicated viewers. Please step away from the building." I ran home faster than I'd moved since school sports day, my mind racing with questions about how they'd identified me, how long they'd known I was watching, what else they might have discovered about my life. Back in my flat, I immediately tried to access the streaming site again, but the link no longer worked. Every saved bookmark, every cached page, everything had vanished, as if it had never existed. Even Danny's screenshots from the hard drive were gone, leaving only empty folders. For days afterwards, I barely left the flat. Every noise in the hallway made me jump. Every unfamiliar face on the street seemed suspicious. I kept checking my phone for more messages, my laptop for signs of intrusion, but nothing came. Weeks passed, and gradually, I began to convince myself that I'd overreacted. Maybe the message had been a prank, or a coincidence, or even something I'd imagined in my paranoid state. The warehouse remained abandoned, with no signs of the activity I thought I'd witnessed. But then Danny came back. He appeared at our door one rainy Tuesday morning, looking exactly as he had when he'd left months earlier. Same clothes, same rucksack, even the same cocky smile. His brother welcomed him back without question, and life resumed as if nothing had happened. Except Danny was different now. He moved with purpose, carried himself with confidence, and seemed to know things he shouldn't. He'd ask about my work before I mentioned any projects, reference conversations I'd had with people he'd never met, make casual observations about my routines that felt too specific to be guesses. Most unsettling was the way he'd look at me sometimes, with expression that suggested he knew exactly what I'd been doing during his absence. Not accusatory, just aware, like we shared a secret neither of us would ever discuss. The warehouse at the end of the dead-end road was demolished last month, replaced by a small block of expensive flats. I walk past the construction site regularly, but there's no trace of what might have been there before. The workers I've spoken to say they found nothing unusual when they cleared the building, just the usual debris you'd expect from an abandoned property. Danny still lives with us, still spends hours on his laptop, still emerges from his room at odd hours, looking like he hasn't slept. But now, when I pass him in the hallway, he nods at me with something that might be respect, or acknowledgement, or warning. I never found another working link to the streaming site, though I suspect it's still out there, operating under different names, different systems, different faces. Sometimes, late at night, when the trains have stopped running and the chip shop below has closed, I think I can hear voices through the walls. Quiet conversations, muffled instructions, the soft hum of electronic equipment. But that might just be my imagination, shaped by weeks of watching things I should never have seen. The mind has a way of creating patterns where none exist, finding connections that aren't really there. At least, that's what I tell myself when I wake up at 3 a.m, convinced someone's been in my room whilst I was sleeping. The advert was tucked between job listings for cleaners and gardeners, written in the same mundane language you'd expect for any domestic service. Discreet home monitoring while away, professional, reliable, competitive rates, references provided only after service completion. It was that last phrase that felt slightly off. Most services provide references beforehand, not after. but I was desperate to sort out security for my Victorian terrace in Sheffield before my holiday to Greece. Break-ins weren't rare in my area, and period locks wouldn't deter anyone determined enough to try. I called the number that afternoon. The voice was polite and businesslike, explaining temporary monitoring equipment during client absence, cameras and sensors, remote observation, response to issues, considerably cheaper than house sitting. They could assess the property that evening and provide a quote. The consultant, who arrived at 7:30, looked exactly right. Well-dressed, professional tablet, sensible questions about access points and valuables. He walked through systematically, noting camera positions and vulnerable areas, made casual conversation about the house's period features, admired the original cornicing, asked about the basement access. His assessment was thorough without being intrusive. He explained which rooms would need monitoring, how equipment would be positioned to avoid being obvious to potential intruders, what kind of response they could provide if problems were detected. Everything sounded reasonable, professional, legitimate. The quote was fair for 2 weeks of monitoring. They were available for my exact dates. I agreed to installation the day before departure. Payment on completion, as their advert had specified. Installation day arrived with unseasonable rain that made the house feel smaller, more enclosed. 2 technicians worked efficiently through the morning, drilling discrete holes, running thin cables, positioning small cameras in corners where they'd be invisible to casual observation. They tested each component carefully, ensuring clear video quality and reliable transmission. They explained the monitoring process. Continuous but passive observation, immediate contact if anything concerning was detected, coordination with local police if necessary. In case of emergency, they had my mobile number and hotel details, professional, thorough, reassuring. I left for Greece feeling confident that competent people were protecting my property. The holiday was exactly what I'd needed. 2 weeks of sun, decent food, relaxation that comes from knowing responsibilities are handled by professionals. I received 3 routine updates during my absence. Brief texts confirming normal activity, no security concerns, all systems functioning properly. The sort of communication that justified the expense and validated my decision to hire them. When I returned, the house felt exactly as I'd left it. All monitoring equipment had been removed so thoroughly there was no obvious evidence it had ever been installed. A brief report waited on my kitchen table, summarizing 2 weeks of observation with professional efficiency. According to the report, there had been no security incidents, no attempted break-ins, no unusual activity around the property. A few routine visits from postal workers and delivery drivers, but nothing requiring intervention. The service had been invisible, effective, exactly what I'd paid for. I was impressed enough to recommend them to neighbors who'd expressed similar concerns about leaving properties unattended. Mrs. Patterson from 3 doors down used them for her Lake District trip in October. Mr. Chen across the street hired them for his business travel in November. The Johnsons at number 47 booked them for their Christmas cruise. All reported the same professional service, the same invisible efficiency, the same peace of mind that comes from knowing your home is being properly monitored. The problem started subtly, about 6 weeks after my return. 2 days after what should have been the end of all monitoring, I noticed the bathroom light was on when I came home from work. I always switched it off, always checked before leaving. Standing in the hallway, I caught a faint smell I couldn't place, like bleach mixed with something metallic, sharp and wrong. It stayed there for hours, stubborn as though it had been worked into the air. I checked the house thoroughly, but found nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed. Just that persistent feeling that someone else had been moving through my space, touching my belongings, breathing my air. Then the targeted advertising started. Emails about specific cleaning supplies for Victorian properties, repair services for damp issues I'd never mentioned to anyone, security equipment for period features only I would know needed attention, phone calls offering solutions to maintenance problems they couldn't possibly know about. The precision was unsettling. Companies contacting me about the loose floorboard in the back bedroom, the crack in the basement wall I'd been meaning to fix, even the specific brand of paint I'd need to touch up the kitchen skirting. Knowledge that could only come from someone who'd been inside my house, observing details I'd never shared with anyone. Mrs. Patterson mentioned she was having similar experiences. Targeted recommendations since her monitoring service. Companies knowing details about her Victorian conversion that she'd never discussed online. Mr. Chen had received calls about his boiler efficiency and garden drainage, problems he'd been researching privately. The Johnsons were getting quotes for roof repairs and double glazing replacement, work they'd been considering but hadn't mentioned to anyone except each other. All of us using the same monitoring service. All of us feeling like our privacy had been compromised in ways we couldn't articulate or prove. I tried calling their number. Generic voicemail promising return calls that never came. Email bounced back as undeliverable. The professional website I'd found originally no longer existed. The company had either ceased operating or made themselves deliberately unreachable once their services were complete. That's when I started wondering what they'd actually monitored during my holiday, and whether the surveillance had ended when their equipment was supposedly removed. The question nagged at me for weeks. I'd assumed the monitoring was straightforward security observation. Cameras watching for intruders, sensors detecting unauthorized entry, professional staff responding to genuine emergencies. But the targeted marketing suggested they'd gathered considerably more information than necessary for basic home protection. I researched methods for detecting hidden surveillance equipment, purchased radio frequency detectors, infrared scanners, devices designed to locate concealed cameras and listening devices. Found nothing obvious, but the targeted advertising continued with increasing specificity and accuracy. Companies were contacting me about problems I'd only just discovered myself. A blocked drain in the utility room, condensation issues in the loft, even wear patterns on carpets that would only be visible to someone conducting detailed interior surveys. It was during this research that I stumbled across something that changed my understanding entirely. I was looking into home security options online, trying to find legitimate alternatives to the service I'd used, when a search led me to areas of the internet I'd never encountered before. Hidden services that required special software to access, communities operating outside normal oversight and regulation. One site, reached through several layers of anonymity, hosted what appeared to be live feeds from residential properties, real-time surveillance of people in their own homes, completely unaware they were being observed by strangers online. The interface was professional despite its hidden nature. Multiple video feeds showing different locations, chat functions allowing viewers to communicate, even rating systems for different streams based on content quality and viewer engagement. Most feeds showed empty rooms or routine domestic activity. People cooking, watching television, going about normal daily routines, while cameras documented their every movement. Dozens of properties, hundreds of viewers, a thriving community built around watching strangers live their private lives. I scrolled through available feeds with mounting horror, recognizing the violation these people were experiencing without their knowledge or consent. Then I saw something that made my blood turn to ice water. One feed showed my living room. I couldn't process what I was seeing at first. Cold spread through my chest as I stared at the screen. My coffee mug on the side table where I'd left it an hour ago. Afternoon light falling through windows at exactly the right angle. The book I'd been reading still open on the sofa, reading glasses beside it where I'd placed them before going to make tea. I watched the timestamp update in real time, while someone in the chat commented about my choice of evening reading. Another viewer making predictions about what I'd do when I returned from the kitchen. This wasn't archive footage from my holiday monitoring. This was happening now, in real time, while I sat at my laptop in the very room being broadcast to anonymous strangers online. The realization hit me with physical force. The monitoring service hadn't removed all their equipment when I returned from Greece. They'd left cameras running, streaming my daily life to paying audiences who treated my private moments as entertainment. I slammed the laptop shut and sat in darkness, trying to process the violation I discovered. Then I reopened it and forced myself to keep watching, needing to understand the full scope of what was happening. The chat was active with viewers discussing my routine, making observations about my habits, even placing bets on my behavior patterns. They knew when I usually went to bed, what I typically watched on television, how long I spent reading before sleep. Intimate knowledge of my private life gathered through weeks or months of continuous observation. Some comments suggested viewers had been watching since shortly after my return from holiday. Others referenced changes in my routine, expressing disappointment when I'd altered patterns they'd grown accustomed to following. I was living entertainment for strangers who'd been studying my life with the dedication of researchers, analyzing my behavior, predicting my choices, treating my existence as a performance staged for their amusement. Over the next few hours, I searched every room systematically, behind mirrors, inside light fittings, around door frames, anywhere cameras could be concealed. I kept thinking about that smell, the way it had clung to the air like evidence, the bathroom light that had been left on, the subtle signs of intrusion I dismissed as paranoia. I hired a professional security consultant to sweep the property. They found nothing obvious, suggested monitoring might use methods that weren't physically present in the house. Remote access through existing devices, exploitation of smart systems, surveillance through infrastructure I wasn't aware of. But I didn't have smart home technology, and the feeds were showing angles that couldn't be captured through televisions or computers. Someone had installed professional surveillance equipment that was sophisticated enough to avoid detection by standard sweeping procedures. The feeds continued showing perfect coverage of my daily routine from multiple angles, suggesting a comprehensive system rather than occasional monitoring. I started covering mirrors with towels, unplugging every electrical device, even dismantling the smoke alarm and peeling back wallpaper to check for hidden wiring. The feed quality never diminished. Anonymous viewers discussed my increasing paranoia as entertainment. One commenting, "He's taking apart the kitchen radio now, lol," while another typed, "Bet he checks the fridge next. They always do." Complete. Perfect. Every move I made to reclaim privacy was exactly the content they wanted. My desperate attempts to locate surveillance equipment had become part of the show, providing viewers with drama and unpredictability that enhanced their entertainment experience. They were watching me search for them, commenting on my methods, laughing at my futile efforts to regain control of my own home. I checked the other feeds on the site and recognized several properties from my neighborhood. Mrs. Patterson's front room, Mr. Chen's kitchen, even the Johnsons' bedroom where they were sleeping peacefully, while strangers watched and commented on their unconscious movements. All of us who'd used the same monitoring service. All of us now providing ongoing entertainment for audiences who'd paid for permanent access to our private lives. The scope was larger than I'd initially understood. This wasn't just about my house, but about an entire network of residential surveillance disguised as legitimate security services. Professional installation during supposed holiday monitoring, equipment left behind to provide continuous streaming content. I researched the site structure and found hundreds of residential feeds from across the UK. Victorian terraces, modern developments, converted flats, a comprehensive collection of homes where owners had unknowingly become performers in an ongoing reality show. The business model was sophisticated. Customers paid for access to different tiers of content, with premium subscriptions providing high-definition feeds and interactive features. Popular streams generated additional revenue through viewer donations and special requests. My house appeared to be performing well in their metrics. High viewer engagement, consistent audience, positive ratings for content quality and entertainment value. I was a successful performer in a show I'd never auditioned for, generating income for people who'd converted my home into a broadcast studio. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, 2 months after I discovered the feeds. Professional letterhead, quality paper, polite language thanking me for previous use of their monitoring service. An offer for enhanced lifestyle documentation at significantly reduced rates, with detailed information about comprehensive surveillance that would cover all aspects of daily routine and personal habits. But it was the personal touches that made my hands shake. References to my recent home improvement research and interesting reading choices, mentioning specific book titles I'd been browsing online that morning. Casual observations about my evolving sleep patterns and dietary preferences. Knowledge that could only come from continuous, detailed observation. The final paragraph dropped all pretense of professional courtesy, a suggestion that clients who appreciated comprehensive monitoring consistently had positive experiences, while those who failed to understand the benefits often found themselves experiencing unfortunate incidents, equipment malfunctions, security breaches, even accidents around the home. The threat was wrapped in corporate language, but it was unmistakably there. Accept the surveillance as an ongoing service, or risk consequences that could affect my safety, security, and well-being. I never responded to the letter, but the message was clear. I'd become part of their business whether I'd consented to ongoing monitoring or not. The feeds remained active. Anonymous viewers continued discussing my routines, making predictions about my behavior, treating my private life as interactive entertainment. Sometimes I found myself performing for cameras I couldn't locate, wondering if compliance might offer some protection from whatever threats they'd implied. But mostly, I tried to maintain normal routines while knowing that dozens of strangers were watching me eat breakfast, read books, fall asleep in front of the television. The psychological impact was cumulative. Every private moment felt observed, every personal habit subject to analysis by anonymous audiences. I couldn't relax in my own home, couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, judged, discussed by people who knew intimate details of my life, while remaining completely hidden themselves. Last week, I found something on my kitchen counter that made my hands shake. A tiny ceramic house, perfect miniature of my own terrace, positioned exactly where cameras would capture it clearly. Even the small chip in the front step was there, damage I'd noticed just 3 days ago when the postman stumbled. When I checked the feed, viewers were discussing their housewarming gift, debating whether I understood the message. It wasn't just any figurine. It was my house, recreated in porcelain by people who could enter whenever they chose, study architectural details, reproduce them with perfect accuracy, then leave tokens to prove their complete access and control. They weren't just watching anymore. They were inside, moving through my home while I slept, studying every detail, leaving evidence of their presence for both me and their online audience to discover. The ceramic house sat on my counter for 3 days before I finally moved it. During those 3 days, viewer comments speculated about my psychological state, analyzed my reluctance to disturb their gift, discussed whether my eventual response would meet their expectations for dramatic content. When I finally picked it up, my hands were trembling. The ceramic was warm, as if it had been recently handled. Underneath, someone had carved a tiny message into my kitchen counter. "Thank you for the show." I never meant to find anything illegal. I'm just a research assistant at the University of Durham with a mediocre salary and a small flat in an unfashionable part of town. My job involves digitizing old manuscripts and helping doctoral students find obscure references. Hardly the sort of person who stumbles onto something dangerous, or at least that's what I thought. It started when I was helping Dr. Hargreaves with his research on digital privacy. He's been studying how technology has changed concepts of privacy since the 1990s. Most of his work involves surveys and interviews, but he was curious about the dark web, how anonymous spaces function, what sort of information gets shared there. Being twice my age and barely able to manage his university email, he asked me to help with the technical aspects. I should mention I'm not a computer expert by any stretch. I can navigate basic systems and know how to digitize documents properly, but that's about it. Still, compared to Dr. Hargreaves, I might as well have been a hacker. He gave me some search parameters and asked me to document what I found, all very academic, very above board. We had ethics approval and everything. I was to look for discussion forums, marketplaces, anything that might give insight into how people behave when they think no one's watching. But absolutely nothing illegal. Dr. Hargreaves was very clear about that. So I installed Tor and started exploring. Most of what I found was exactly what you'd expect. Drug markets, forums for people with extreme political views, sites selling counterfeit goods. Nothing particularly shocking if you spend any time reading about the dark web. After a couple weeks of this rather dull research, I stumbled onto a forum where people were discussing something called the archive. The way they talked about it was strange, deliberately vague, using what seemed like code words. They mentioned donations and submissions and viewing privileges. One user asked how to get an invitation, and someone replied that invitations were closed, but occasionally opened when a curator vouched for someone. I probably would have moved on, but someone mentioned that the archive had material relevant to the University of Durham. That caught my attention. What could a seemingly secretive dark website have to do with my university? I created an account on the forum and asked about the archive's connection to Durham. I claimed to be a student interested in digital archives. A user with the handle Curator17 sent me a private message almost immediately. They asked specific questions about the university that only someone familiar with the campus would know. I answered truthfully, thinking this was just verification that I was actually from Durham. After a few exchanges, Curator 17 seemed satisfied and sent me a link, explaining it was a temporary invitation to the archive's waiting room. They said the full site required membership, but the waiting room would give me an idea of what the archive contained. The link led to a minimalist page with a black background and white text. There was a brief description explaining that the archive was a collection of authentic human experiences, captured through direct observation. Below that was a preview section with thumbnail images, each labeled with a date and location. The first thumbnail I clicked showed a grainy image of what looked like a basement room. The caption noted it was from 3 months ago in Newcastle. I clicked to view it, expecting perhaps some kind of art project or documentary footage. What loaded instead made my stomach drop. It was a video of a person bound to a chair in a sparse room. Their face was obscured, but they were clearly in distress. A figure in a dark mask stood nearby, adjusting what looked like camera equipment. Text at the bottom indicated this was a preview only, and that full access requires membership verification and £5,000 initial donation. I closed the browser immediately, feeling physically ill. This had to be fake, right? One of those staged horror scenarios that people create for shock value. But something about the person's movements, the muffled sounds they made, it didn't seem like acting. I tried to convince myself it was just an elaborate hoax, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next day, I went back to the forum to see if there were any indications it wasn't real. I found a conversation where users were discussing recent additions to the archive. They talked about them like collectors discussing rare items, commenting on quality, uniqueness, production value. One comment in particular chilled me. A user complained that a recent subject from Leeds had expired too quickly, making the session disappointingly short. Another replied that the lead subject had a previously undisclosed heart condition and that they had improved their screening process since then. These people were talking about actual torture, possibly murder, and they were treating it like entertainment. I should have gone to the police immediately. That would have been the sensible thing to do. But I was worried about having accessed the site in the first place, even though I'd done so as part of approved research. And frankly, I wasn't sure the police would take it seriously. They'd probably assume it was fake, like most people would. Instead, I decided to gather more information first. I messaged Curator 17 again, pretending to be interested in gaining full access. I asked what the membership process involved. Their response was disturbingly professional. They explained that the archive operated on a tiered membership system. Basic access cost £5,000 annually, which allowed viewing of existing content. For £25,000, members could attend live streams and participate in voting on session parameters. For £100,000, members could submit subject recommendations and receive exclusive content. They then asked if I had experience with content creation, or if I was interested solely in viewing. I didn't know what to say, so I claimed I was just curious about viewing for now. They seemed disappointed, but said they could still process my application if I provided proof of funds and passed their verification process. I stopped responding after that. The whole thing felt too real, too organized to be some elaborate prank. I decided I needed to tell someone, but wasn't sure who. Going to my department head seemed risky. What if they questioned why I'd continued engaging after finding something clearly illegal? The police still seemed like they might not take it seriously without more evidence. That evening, I noticed a car parked across from my flat that I didn't recognize. A dark sedan with tinted windows. Probably nothing. There were often visitors to the building next door, but it made me uneasy. The next day at work, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply, "The Archive." The message contained just one line. "We notice you haven't completed your application." I immediately checked the email headers. It had been sent to my personal email, not my university address. I'd never shared that email on the forum or with Curator 17. That night, the car was outside my building again. Same spot, same tinted windows. I drew my curtains and tried to convince myself I was being paranoid. The following morning, I arrived at my office to find Dr. Hargreaves waiting for me. He seemed agitated and asked if I'd made contact with anyone unusual during my research. Before I could answer, he handed me a printout of my conversation with Curator 17. Someone had sent it to his university email. I tried to explain that I'd been gathering information to determine if it was something we should report. He didn't seem angry, just deeply concerned. He said he'd received a phone call that morning from someone claiming to be with the university's cybersecurity team, asking about our research and specifically about me. When he'd asked for credentials, the caller had hung up. We agreed to go to the police together that afternoon. I felt relieved finally having someone else who understood the severity of what I'd found. Dr. Hargreaves said he needed to teach a morning lecture, but would meet me at the campus cafe at noon. He never showed up. After waiting 45 minutes, I called his office. His assistant said he'd cancelled his lecture due to illness and hadn't been seen on campus all day. I tried his mobile but got no answer. That's when I noticed a new email on my phone. Another message from the same unknown address as before. This time it contained an attachment, a photo of Dr. Hargreaves entering his house that morning, taken from what appeared to be a car parked across the street. The message read, "Your professor seems unwell. Perhaps you should check on him." I called the police immediately. They took my report but didn't seem particularly alarmed. They said they'd send someone to check on Dr. Hargreaves and took my contact information. I didn't go home that night. I stayed with a friend from another department, someone completely unconnected to the research. I didn't tell them why I needed a place to stay, just that there was a problem with my heating. The police called the next morning. They'd found Dr. Hargreaves at home, perfectly fine. According to the officer, he seemed confused about why they were checking on him and denied cancelling his lecture or planning to meet me. He apparently told them I'd been acting strangely lately and might be under too much stress. That made no sense. I'd spoken to him just the day before. He'd shown me the printout, expressed concern about the strange call. Why would he deny it all, unless he hadn't been given a choice? I went to the university library and used a public computer to check the news. No reports of anything unusual happening at the university or involving Dr. Hargreaves. I tried to access the dark web forum again, but found it had been taken offline. The link to the archive's waiting room now led to a 404 error. As I was leaving the library, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered without speaking. It was Dr. Hargreaves. His voice sounded strained, unnatural. He said he was concerned about my mental health and thought I should take some time off. Said he'd never shown me any printout or agreed to go to the police. Suggested perhaps I'd been spending too much time on the dark web and it was affecting my perception of reality. Before I could respond, he added that some colleagues from another university were interested in my research and would like to meet me. They could come to my flat that evening to discuss it. He ended the call before I could say anything. I didn't go home. I went to the train station and bought a ticket to London with cash. Once there, I checked into a small hotel in Paddington, also paying cash. I bought a new prepaid phone and turned off my regular one. That was 3 days ago. I've been moving between budget hotels since then, never staying more than one night. I've been checking the news obsessively for any mention of Dr. Hargreaves or anything unusual at Durham. Nothing so far. Yesterday, I worked up the courage to call Dr. Hargreaves' home number from my new phone. A woman answered, his wife. I asked to speak with him, not identifying myself. She said he was away at a conference in Amsterdam and wouldn't be back until next week. But I know for a fact he had no conference scheduled. I'd helped him with his calendar just last month. I don't know what to do now. Going to the police seems pointless. They already think I'm unstable based on whatever Dr. Hargreaves told them. I have no evidence. The forum is gone, the waiting room link dead. All I have is a story that sounds like paranoid delusion. I keep thinking about those thumbnail images, about the casual way the forum users discuss people's suffering, about how organized it all seemed, the tears, the verification process, the careful screening. And I keep wondering about that connection to Durham. Was it just a coincidence that the archive had material related to my university? Or was there some deeper connection that I stumbled upon without realizing it? Sometimes I consider trying to find the archive again, to gather actual evidence. But then I remember the car outside my flat, the email with Dr. Hargreaves' photo, the strange phone call. I check the news every few hours, dreading seeing a missing person report for Dr. Hargreaves, or worse, for myself. I've started looking at flights to other countries. Maybe getting far away is my only option now. The most disturbing thought is that the archive might be more than just a hidden corner of the dark web. What if it has connections to people with real influence? People who can make a police report disappear, or convince a respected academic to suddenly change his story. I don't know how long I can keep moving around like this. My savings won't last forever. Eventually, I'll have to stop running and face whatever is coming for me. But when I close my eyes at night, all I can see are those thumbnails. All I can think about are the people in those videos and how no one knows what happened to them. No one except the viewers who pay to watch. I never thought I'd be the type of person to get mixed up in something like this. Most people wouldn't. That's the thing about curiosity. It starts innocently enough. A random link shared in a forum. A passing comment about the dark web that piques your interest. For me, it began with an article I read about internet privacy and security. The author mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing almost as an afterthought. I didn't even know what those things were at the time. I'm a network engineer by trade. My days revolve around making sure corporate systems stay operational, patching vulnerabilities, monitoring traffic patterns. Nothing extraordinary. Just another tech guy with a modest apartment, a decent salary, and too much free time on his hands. Maybe that's why I installed the Tor browser that night. Professional development, I told myself. Good to understand how these things work. The first few days exploring the dark web were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things I had no interest in, dead links, slow loading times. It was like visiting the internet of the early 2000s, minus the charm. I was about to uninstall the whole thing when I stumbled across a thread discussing something called Red Rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streaming platforms where viewers could watch and even direct acts of violence against unwilling participants. Urban legends, I thought. Internet boogeyman stories to scare the uninitiated. Most people in the thread seemed to agree. They were myths, impossible to operate given bandwidth limitations and the technical difficulties of secure streaming. A few individuals insisted they existed, but provided no evidence, no links. Then someone posted coordinates. Not a web address, but a string of characters, numbers, and symbols that meant nothing to me. Someone else responded with a single word. The thread went quiet after that. I copied the string. I shouldn't have done that. Everything would be different if I had just closed the browser right then. It took me 3 days to figure out what to do with those characters. The solution came from an obscure subforum where users discuss cryptographic methods. The string was a key of sorts, one that had to be entered into a specific field on a specific site at a specific time. The kind of complexity that made me think there really was something to hide. I found the site. A blank page with a single input field. Nothing to indicate what it was for. No text, no images. Just an empty box waiting to be filled. I hesitated before pasting in the string. This was the moment I should have walked away. Something about the sterility of that page felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The cursor blinked rhythmically in the empty field. Patient, expectant, waiting for me to make a mistake I couldn't undo. The first sign that I had done something irreversible was the sudden change in my network traffic. I monitor my home network obsessively. Occupational habit. The data pattern shifted, connections multiplying through nodes I couldn't identify. This wasn't normal Tor behavior. My system was being mapped, examined, catalogued by something on the other end. Each packet of data felt like fingers probing through my digital walls, searching for weaknesses, memorizing the layout of my network, of my life. Then the page changed, a loading icon, a countdown timer set to 20 minutes. Nothing else. I waited, telling myself I could close the browser at any time. I didn't. The seconds ticked away, each one dragging longer than the last. My mouth went dry, sweat beaded along my hairline. Still, I waited. Some terrible gravity held me there, unable or unwilling to turn away from what was coming. When the timer reached 0, the stream began. The video quality was surprisingly good. High definition, minimal latency. The room shown was simple. White walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center. A single chair bolted to the floor, empty, waiting. The emptiness of that room hummed with potential violence. The drain in the floor promised the necessity of easy cleaning. The bolted chair spoke of resistance that needed to be overcome. A chat window appeared beside the video feed. Users with alphanumeric names filled the space with scrolling text. I didn't participate, just watched the conversations scroll by. They discussed preferences, made requests. Some offered payment in cryptocurrency. Others seemed to have credit of some kind already established. The casual nature of their communications made my skin crawl. The banality of their anticipation, the everyday commerce of atrocity. I should have left then, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching. In my defense, part of me still believed this was elaborate theater. Dark web performance art designed to shock and disturb. It couldn't be real. The alternative was too monstrous to contemplate. A door opened somewhere off camera. A figure entered the frame, face obscured by a featureless white mask. They wore simple clothes, black pants, grey shirt, latex gloves. Nothing remarkable or identifiable. They looked directly at the camera and held up a piece of paper with a string of characters, a verification code of some kind. Proof that this was happening now, not pre-recorded. The blank mask stared into the camera, into my eyes, as if the person behind it could see me watching, could identify me through the screen. The chat erupted with activity. The masked figure put the paper down and left the frame briefly, returning with someone else. A person with a hood over their head, hands bound behind their back. They were guided to the chair, secured with restraints at the ankles, wrists, and across the torso. The hood remained. The chat began specifying activities. I won't detail what was requested. I won't detail what happened next. I closed the stream after 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Not nearly fast enough. I uninstalled Tor, ran security sweeps on my system, and tried to convince myself I had witnessed an elaborate hoax. But the sound stayed with me, the movements, the knowledge that somewhere, in some hidden corner of the world, that room existed, that chair, that drain. 3 days later, I noticed something unusual about my home network. New devices connecting briefly, then disappearing. Strange traffic patterns in the early morning hours, when I should have been the only one active. Someone had compromised my security. Someone had access. The intrusion felt intimate, violating in ways I couldn't fully process. My private space, my data, my life, all exposed to unknown observers. I changed all my passwords, reconfigured my router, installed new firewalls. The intrusions continued, more sophisticated now, avoiding the measures I put in place. Whoever it was had considerable skill, or resources, or both. Each time I implemented a new security measure, they adapted, evolved, found new pathways into my systems. It became a game of chess where I could only see my own pieces, never my opponent's. A week after viewing the stream, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same verification code I had seen on the piece of paper in the video. The body of the email contained a single line about viewers becoming participants eventually. I deleted the email, reported it as phishing, told myself it was automated, sent to everyone who had accessed the stream. Nothing personal, nothing targeted. But my hand shook as I clicked the delete button. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I knew. Some part of me already knew. Then the real messages started arriving. Direct messages to accounts I hadn't shared with anyone. My private phone number, my work email. All with the same theme. They knew who I was. They knew where I lived. They knew my routines. Each message included proof. A photo of my apartment building taken that day, a screenshot of my calendar, a list of my recent purchases. The level of detail grew more invasive with each communication. What I ate for breakfast, which route I took to work, how long I spent in the shower. The final message came with an attachment, a floor plan of my apartment with an X marked beside my bed. The message informed me that my stream would begin soon, and participants were already bidding. The clinical precision of the threat made it worse somehow. No emotion, no sadness, just process, procedure, industry. I went to the police, tried to explain without incriminating myself. They took notes, offered to send a patrol car by my building, suggested I was being targeted by standard identity thieves. They didn't understand, couldn't understand without seeing what I had seen. The bored expressions on their faces as I tried to convey the danger made me realize how alone I truly was. I stayed in a hotel that night, paid in cash, used a fake name, didn't bring any devices with me, just sat in the room with the chain on the door, watching the parking lot through a gap in the curtains. Nothing happened. No one came. Hours stretched into eternity as I waited for a threat that never materialized. Sleep came in brief, restless intervals, interrupted by the slightest sounds from neighboring rooms or the hallway outside. I returned home the next day, convinced I had overreacted. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. No signs of entry, no disturbance. I ran more security scans, changed the locks, installed a camera system. Life began to feel normal again as days passed without incident, but the normalcy felt thin, fragile, like ice forming over a dark lake. I went through the motions of my routine while constantly looking over my shoulder, checking reflections in windows, scanning crowds for watching eyes. 2 weeks later, as I was falling asleep, I heard a notification sound from my phone. A new email, the verification code as the subject line again. The body contained a link and words about my viewership making something possible. I didn't click the link, deleted the email immediately, blocked the sender, tried to go back to sleep. The darkness of my bedroom seemed deeper somehow, the shadows more substantial. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, too loud, too fast. Sleep retreated beyond my reach. That's when I heard the knock at my door. Not a pounding or frantic banging, just 3 measured, deliberate knocks. Professional, patient. The sound cut through the silence of my apartment with surgical precision. My entire body went rigid, paralyzed by the confirmation of my worst fears. I checked the camera feed on my phone. No one appeared on the screen, just an empty hallway. The emptiness seemed wrong somehow, unnatural, as if the space itself had been hollowed out. Reality thinned to allow something through. Another knock, same pattern, same deliberate pacing. The sound seemed to reverberate through my bones, setting my teeth on edge. The empty hallway on my phone screen made no sense. The knocking made no sense. Nothing made sense anymore. I called the police, whispering my address, explaining there was someone at my door. They promised to send someone, asked if I could stay on the line. I agreed, keeping my voice low. The dispatcher's voice in my ear provided a tenuous connection to normality, to safety. I clung to it even as another set of knocks came. The knocking came a 3rd time. I moved as quietly as I could to the door, looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, not just unoccupied, but empty in a way that defied explanation. The familiar corridor seemed distorted, stretched, as if viewed through warped glass. And still, no one visible who could be causing the sound. A 4th knock, right in front of me. Impossible, with no one there. The sound now originating centimeters from my face. I could feel the vibration of it through the door, against my forehead pressed to the peephole. A knock from nothing, from nowhere, from no one. I backed away from the door, explained to the dispatcher what was happening. They asked me to verify my address again, told me units were 3 minutes away. Their voice sounded distant now, underwater, unreachable. The connection failing as reality unraveled around me. The knocking stopped. My phone chimed with a new notification. A text message from my own number informing me they were already inside. The words glowed on the screen. Impossible, yet undeniable. The air in the apartment changed, grew heavier, charged with presence. No longer alone, no longer safe, never safe again. The police arrived 8 minutes later. They found the door locked, chained from the inside. When no one answered their knocks, they broke the door down. The apartment was empty, no signs of struggle, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. Just my phone on the floor, screen shattered, and a piece of paper beside it with that same verification code. The police report noted nothing unusual beyond an abandoned residence, a missing person case with no leads, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Just another digital ghost, forgotten as screens scroll to the next distraction. I'm told they're still looking for me, friends, family, co-workers. They've all received messages from my accounts saying I needed some time away, that I'd be back soon. The messages include details only I would know, use phrases and expressions specific to me. Perfect digital forgeries maintaining the illusion that I still exist in the world I once knew. They aren't from me. I don't know where I am. The room has white walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center, a single chair that I'm secured to. There's a camera mounted in the corner, its red light constantly on. watching, streaming. The light never blinks, never wavers. A mechanical eye broadcasting my existence to unseen watchers. Sometimes I hear notifications through the walls. Sounds like bids being placed. Sounds like viewers making requests. The same commerce I once witnessed now cycles back to me. The drain in the floor waits patiently. The restraints hold firm. The door remains closed but will open soon. I know what's coming. I've seen this stream before. The other side of the screen now. The other side of the mask. Participant, no longer viewer. If you're reading this, it's because someone wants my story shared. A warning, perhaps. Or an advertisement. The truth doesn't matter anymore. Only the stream matters. Only the viewers matter. Be careful what you look for online. Be careful what you allow yourself to witness. The line between viewer and participant is thinner than you think. A membrane easily punctured. A boundary easily crossed. And if you hear that measured knock at your door someday, don't answer. I wasn't looking for anything specific that night. I couldn't sleep, and I'd already burned through the usual distractions, Netflix, Reddit, old messages I shouldn't have reread. That kind of night. You're not tired, just restless. Everything's quiet, but your head won't shut up. I ended up back on the dark web. I'd messed around with it before, mostly out of curiosity. Never bought anything, never went deep. But that night, I felt pulled toward it, like I was itching for something I couldn't name. They always say you should stop scrolling when your hands start to shake, or when you feel the temperature change in the room, or when the silence becomes too loud. It's one of those internet urban legends people share to scare each other off the deep end of the web. I used to think that was all drama. Just horror fanfare for people who wanted to feel edgy. Now I think those warnings exist for a reason. It started with insomnia, that kind of mindless, late-night restlessness where nothing feels real and the smallest click can lead to hours vanishing. I was going through a rough patch, jobless, between apartments, staying in my older brother's spare room and trying to keep out of the way. My days had no structure, and my nights were filled with screen glow and silence. I had gone through every surface web rabbit hole I could find, creepy forums, niche subreddits, amateur surveillance camera archives. At some point, I started getting bored with the usual stuff. It didn't hit the same. I wasn't looking for horror exactly. I just wanted to feel something. Anything. That's when I remembered the dark web. I'd heard all the stories, fake red rooms, black market hoaxes, the usual dramatic stuff. But I also knew the tech. I knew how to navigate it safely. Or at least, I thought I did. I spun up Tails OS on an old laptop, routed through Tor, and kept my identity clean. For a while, it was just curiosity. Old message boards, empty markets, strange listings with broken links. It was like walking through an abandoned shopping mall, but with the lingering smell of something rotting just out of sight. But one thread kept coming back. It was buried inside a defunct forum with barely any traffic, mostly dead links and gibberish posts. But one thread, titled simply "Windowless," had recent activity. A few users kept responding to each other in single words, like coded check-ins. I didn't understand what they were saying, but something about how quiet the rest of the forum was made that thread feel alive, like it was pulsing just under the surface. I watched it for days before someone posted something new. They dropped a link, no fanfare, just a bare hyperlink with a timestamp and the words "real feed." It led to a login screen. I didn't have credentials, obviously, but I took a screenshot out of habit. A few minutes later, a second post appeared with a new link. This one had a different domain. I clicked it without really thinking. It brought me to a countdown. 1 minute 44 seconds. There was no text, no branding, just the timer and a black video window below it. I stared at it, trying to guess what it might be. The chat was open, but it was locked. I couldn't post. Only watch. The numbers ticked down. I almost closed the tab, but something made me wait. Maybe it was the way the screen made everything around me feel darker. Or maybe I was just curious in a way I didn't want to admit. The hum of the air conditioning sounded distant, like I was sinking below something. When the timer hit 0, the feed activated. The screen lit up with a dim, grainy video of a room. Small, concrete, a single metal chair bolted to the floor, a chain on the back wall. Nothing else. At first it was empty. I thought maybe it was a hoax, another ARG, something theatrical. But then a figure stepped into frame. Not the person I expected. It was a man in dark clothes, face obscured. He looked into the camera briefly, then left the frame. A few seconds later, he returned dragging someone. The person's face was hidden, but they were conscious, struggling weakly, hands tied. They were shoved into the chair and strapped in. The chat exploded. Lines of text flew by. Most of it was incomprehensible. Users bidding, commenting, laughing. Some posted emojis. Others just spammed numbers. There was a list forming on the right. Usernames next to dollar amounts. And at the top of the list was a name I recognized. Mine. It didn't make sense. I hadn't logged in. I hadn't made an account. But there it was. My username from an old game account I hadn't used in years, spelled exactly the same. And next to it, a bid, £8,300. I felt something drop in my chest. My hands were sweating. I reached for the mouse, but it lagged. The screen flickered. The video kept going. The person in the chair looked up. Even with the resolution as bad as it was, I could see the fear in their face. They were crying, muffled. Their eyes scanned the room like they were looking for a way out, and for some awful reason, I felt like they could see me. Like I wasn't just watching, like I was part of it. The camera zoomed in slightly. More bids came in. More usernames I didn't recognize, but mine stayed near the top. Then the figure came back, holding something. A blunt object. The way he moved was calm, mechanical. And just before the feed cut out, he looked directly at the camera. The screen went black. The chat froze. Then the browser closed itself. I sat there staring at my desktop, heart racing. I hadn't done anything. I hadn't clicked anything except the link. How did it know my name? That night, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that man's face, or what little I could see of it, staring through the screen. Not like he was performing, like he was watching me. The next day, I got an email. No subject line. Just an image. A photo of my house, taken from the street. It wasn't recent. It had to be at least a year old, before I moved. But it was mine. You could see my old car in the driveway. The busted mailbox I never fixed. More messages came after that, each one from a different address. Most just contained links. I didn't click them. One had a video attachment. I deleted it without opening it. Even hovering over it made my skin crawl. Then my phone rang. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. The message was 10 seconds of silence, followed by the sound of something metal scraping across concrete. I left the house that night. I didn't pack a bag. I just walked out, got in my car, and drove. Slept in a motel an hour away. Threw the laptop in a dumpster behind a gas station. Bought a new phone the next morning. But it didn't matter, because the next morning there was a piece of paper tucked under the motel door. Just one sentence. Your bid was accepted. I don't know how they found me. Maybe they never lost me. I moved across the country after that. Changed my name. Got a job under the table. No credit cards. No internet in my name. I even stopped using public Wi-Fi. I did everything you're supposed to do when you want to disappear. And for a while, I thought I'd done it. It worked. For almost a year. Until last week. I found a box outside my door. No postage, no return address. Just sitting there like someone had placed it and walked away. Inside was a single item. A webcam. Old, dusty, with a cracked lens. The kind you'd plug into a desktop tower back in 2005. I hadn't seen one like it in years. Underneath it, there was a folded note. Smile for the feed. I haven't turned on a screen since, and I don't think I ever will again.